Welcome everybody to PlanetsCon Live 2022. I hope everyone's had a fabulous year, and I'm glad to see you all here. We have a pretty interesting show here for this year's con. I know we're all looking forward to the state of the Nuniverse at the end. We've got quite a bit of content coming up, including a wonderful video explaining our new Emperor Paudolf's experience in the Ingenii War. So if you want to know what happened there from the eyes of the man who won it, stay tuned. Commander Koski is with us as well with how to use an infinite amount of time to do a turn. We have a couple of tutorials on using the UIs, including a mobile UI tutorial, and then two tutorials from Moeper on the newer web client. Got a lot of interesting things coming up, and perhaps a few surprises. And we're going to get started here with our first segment, Mr. Emperor Paudolf on the Ingenii War.
Hello, Planeteers. Here, Paudolf, the new Emperor. It sounds great to me. I'm not used to it still. I'm going to try to do a summary of the game from my point of view. I have not too much time, and I'm low skilled in English, but I'll try to do my best. Sorry if I don't do it too well. First of all, I want to give thanks to my team, the best team in the Echo. We are a great group, and well, it's great playing with them behind, especially in this game board, which took diplomacy. As I used to be very lazy with diplomacy, so he talked with everybody, he got peace with neighbors, he got incredible deals. I got meteors, I got fire clouds, I got with Chemaz. Well, he did an incredible work and very important to get the victory. Also, thanks to my allies, RSK and Cohen, but later Vader. When well, from the beginning I was allied with RSK and Cohen, but when Crystal attacked me, I looked for more help and I found Vader, which in the end has been a great ally. Turn by turn, bit a bit, I was more confident with him. He's a great player, and well, his huge fleet has been key to win the game. So all the honor to him, and thanks, Vader. And also thanks to House Stark. When Wog left the game, they have replaced him twice and keep the playing. So thanks to them for allowing us ending the game. First, I want to talk about some very weird things that have happened in this strange game. First, from the very early game, we had two players giving access between them. Well, this is strange because it's a new feature, but it's supposed that it goes against Rule 2. One player can see the same game from 2 points of view. Personally, I'm not against this. I remember from the 90s with All Planets that we shared a RST file. So personally, I'm okay with that, but should be great getting clarified this point. At least I don't know. Admins didn't told us if it was allowed or not, or it was well, it was bad. But what it would be great having this clear. Another very strange and sad thing was when Talespin dropped the game. He was attacked by crystals and robot, and he expected me helping him, but really I didn't have fleet to do it. At this moment I had only empty automas and several empty hulls waiting for being refitted, so I offered him planets at my area so he could survive and so on, but well, maybe also because of real life problems he decided leaving the game, and the worst thing was that no one from his team took the slot, so well, it was a pity. Well, good news to Crystals and Robot, but a pity for the game. And the weirdest thing, in my opinion, of the game was when about turn 17, 4 players started to give all their planets and ships to Crystal. I'm not sure how he got convinced them. I think that he thought that I was a huge mind controlling the other players or so on. Reading his messages, I think that he thought that I was controlling privates, Borg, colonial, and lizards, and something so. But it's not true. But well, he got convinced 4 players to do that. In my opinion, again, personally, I don't like this. I can understand this in the end game or when you are going to die. Okay, you give your planets, you give your ships to your allies, and so on. But in the half game, with several races strong, now you'll see the planets and ships. We have several races able to fight, able to play. They deciding giving their empires to another player and give up the game. Well, it's strange to me. Here you have turn 75 crystal and turn 85 crystal 220. Well, very fast. Well, you can see, for example, here we have birds with 28, fascists with 34, rebels with 46, and robots with 49. So no bad situation, but they decided giving him their planets and leaving the game. It was to me it was very surprising. In the end, it was good to us because as they did this, we found a big enemy. Well, in fact, Crystal started to attack everybody. So well, we were not allied until this moment, but this moment got us a strong alliance to fight the rest of the game against him. But here there is something important that, in my opinion, should be clarified. Win conditions. It's incredible that no one of us really knew if Crystal will get victory by diplomatic planets. We was waiting for countdown and not countdown, not countdown. And so well, it's weird that no one, no the players don't know the rules. So well, again, admins didn't wrote us anything. So well, it would be great knowing the way of win a game. Well, let's go with the second part of the video, the game itself. Here we have my starting position. Here we have robots. Then we have Evil Empire, crystals, fascists, lizards, colonials, rivers, birds, Borg, and privateers. As I've said, Borg did a great work, so I got peace, or supposed peace with robots, and peace and alliance with privateers. A bit later, also we allied with Borg because Berg was attacking him, and we helped him to save. Well, we saved him from birds. But well, I won't talk too much about this because RSK has written a great speech about this, so you can read it. That he explains it much better than me. Okay, let's see my initial planets. Here I have a peak. You can see turn 10. I had 2 reptilian representatives, siliconoid representative, bovinoid participatory. In fact, this was the first planet I found, and 2 avians, only 3 planets with no natives. So I was very, very, very lucky. So I knew that money was not going to be a problem to me. So let's focus on minerals. I built a very, very early Merlin to take advantage on this bovinoid, and this one was also a very good bovinoid planet. And then I focused in debris. Let's move to turn 31. Let's see here. Here I started to work. In debris I got nervy planets and started, you can see, working to develop them. It was a lot of work because really there is need many work, and they are very time spending. So I worked a lot, but got conquering, developing most of them. Let's move again. 68. Here you can see I controlled most of them. Cohen took some of them. RSK took some of them, but I controlled most of them. And then, well, you can see here, these two planets, which were grid, belonged to robot. And as we was in peace, I didn't attack them. I respected them. Later, I discovered that he betrayed me, but I don't like betraying. So first, for a long time, I respected them, but they were grid. You can see here connections, two planets and this one mine, one tomb from Debris. So I really decided them. So once robot attacked me, I decided, of course, attack these planets. And to take these starbases, I tunneled one nova and attacked it. At this moment, I was working with Vader. He helped me to defend my territory, and we started to work together. We had a deal to share planets and PPs earned. So he got a bit angry when I asked for have these two planets instead of giving one to him and another to me. But well, finally I convinced him because I said really I had several ships here to get him minerals and fuel, and in fact these planets and this one were very important to give minerals here, and well, really around all the universe with 5 clouds. So in the end was a good idea, but I think that as this was the beginning of our collaboration, maybe he thought that I wanted to get the most planets or get more than him or something. So well, it was a bit tense situation, but finally we worked very well. The truth is that we worked in the end very, very well. Let's move again back, turn 25, so you can see my ships when seed limit is reached. I had cloned some automas. I cloned also several fire clouds. I cloned several meteors, and I had some warships, but empty hulls, and really. I built some ships with weapons, but gave all them to Cohen, so he could defend from birth. So really, I had no strength at this moment because of this. Really, I wasn't unable to help Charleston because my focus, my idea, my goal was building a fleet which may give me the victory if it was possible. So to me, meteors were very important to logistics mainly. In fact, I used several of them to tow just freighter. You can see I had a low number of freighter, but towed by meteors, they got very good work. And of course, fire clouds to have a decent fire cloud net. So well, that's turn 25 and my fleet. Let's advance now to start to see fight. 52 here. We have here Crystal. Well, you can see here Bird attacked me, and here Crystal using, as you can see, using mainly robot fleet. Not only this, a lot of carriers from robot, but in war hands. So I received a message from Giacomo saying me this is the advice of 6 turns to break or not, but really he didn't waited this turn because gave ships to walk to attack me. And in fact, later I've seen that the betray started much earlier. In fact, we can see here turn 44 crystal ships advancing towards my territory. Crystal, robot area. You can see here the message where we agreed not allowing our allies attack the other from our territories. And well, he said, I won't allow Crystal to attack you through my territory. Here we can see his work working very well. Well, anyway, he betrayed me, and this is turn 52 from Crystal point of view and from my point of view. With this Iron Storm, I even didn't see the what? It was really difficult. I did things bad. You can see my starbases, weak starbases, more or less weak. Here no starbase. Well, I didn't reinforce properly my frontier. I didn't lay enough mines. And in fact, at this moment, Crystal gave me a big favor. Why? Because I was playing in a very casual way, really very pleasant, building my empire with no enemies, and well, I was getting really bored until the point that I was thinking on asking any of my team members taking the slot, because I was very bored. But when he attacked me again, he got my blood boiling and got me again inside the game. So it was okay to me. Here we can see, of course, in the beginning he advanced a lot very easily, losing some automats, but not too much. Once Ion Storm started to move away here at the end, I started to be able to sweep, but you can see just in a few turns another Ion Storm here advanced. He has been very lucky with Ion Storm, and we did bad because we saw it, but we didn't move away, and he robbed us one big, one golden automa. Well, it was not so bad. We got here some casualties, here one, and here the best was here a golem. Yeah, here I destroyed, yes, a golem with a biocide. You can see it here, the combat. But it was hard, and mainly when he started to attack me. The truth is that I almost had no forces here. You can see my main. Let's go back a bit. Sorry, more or less here. I had here some automas because I was a bit afraid about those webs and so on, but well, he got stranded me into webs, and really I was unable to do anything. And in the end, I decided not using the few ships that I had to go south and attack, but allowing him entering my territory, so I could lay big minefield, stop them, strand them, and waiting for help from my allies. The truth is that RSK sent me some ships, but not too much, because most of his of his fleet was working to coin here. So he really wasn't able to send me too much. And Coin really sent me only a few ships. Some of the ships that I gave him moved back, not all, but some. One Biocide, one Merlin, not too much, really only a few ships. It wasn't enough at all. So I started to look for help at any other point. I started, some times ago, I started to talk with Vader, and well, we agreed a deal to refit ships and get some fighters or maybe any ships or so on. But we were not allied at all. Yes, it was just a punctual deal of refit. But when Crystal attacked me, he agreed to help me a bit more. So he helped a small fleet using from here, I think, a coin firecraft. He tunneled ships to my area, and once I got some Virgos, well, it was easy. I refitted them, and I got enough sweep power and enough strength to start counterattack. So what you can see, more or less, was easy once Ion Stone moved away, reconquering the territory. Another funny thing at this moment was reading Crystal writing and complaining about, oh, I'm facing threats with colonial and board ships, it's impossible. And it's funny because he was attacking me with robot and bird ships, but well, it has been in this way the whole game. In fact, I really don't know if it was just a role or it was true, because some messages was very delirant. He was writing about me controlling all the players, all including Best and Vader. You can see that at this moment we really had no too much communication. I had deal of refit with Best and deal of refit with Vader, but not Ariad at all. But he said that I was controlling all the cluster and well, moving all my puppets to give me the victory. In fact, if you see the turns, is what he was doing. So really, I don't know if it's just a role. I want to believe that it was just a role. And in fact, the Strategos, when took the slot, wrote messages more or less in this way, saying, "Who of you are going to die to give Paudolf victory?" A player who has killed 4 players to try to win, writing this is funny. But really, I'm unable to understand what robot was looking for. So he betrayed me, allowed birds and crystals attack me for nothing. In the end, he didn't gain anything, and in fact, he ended giving all his planets and ships to Crystal. So really, I'm unable to understand what happened there. But well, let's advance a bit. this tune is good. We are now in the moment where all the other players, 4 players, Robot, Fascist, Rebels, and Birds, was giving all their empires to Crystals. So we can see it's dramatically, it was incredible. So well, at this moment, we was fighting here, we was fighting here, and we was fighting also here. Well, no with only Vader by now. To me, was very important fight and hold this position to avoid Crystal entering debris, because to me was very, very important, as I've said, controlling them. And well, once Crystal started to get planets and ships from other players, started to attack everybody. You can see here him attacking lizards. You can see this is colonial territory, so he's also attacking colonial. And well, in the end, really he gave us the victory, because he got our 3 and best plus Vader as a big team just to defend from him. So you can see we tried to help Vader, because at this moment he had all his fleet away. Some of his ships here fighting with me, here also fighting with me against Crystal, and here helping lizards. So he had no Virgos. We channeled the RSK, which has been a great ally all the time and also has helped the most possible. He sent very fast a fire cloud toward by a meteor to help him. But this turn was dramatically because Vader forgot a nuke F code. So you can see, not this, neither this. Here is the first, 1 meteor. Second, 1 fire cloud, another fire cloud full of torps. This now, another meteor, as you can see, refitted ships. This now, another meteor, a ray salute, another fire cloud, and another meteor. It was horrible. This turn was really horrible. But well, at least he tunneled some ships from me, so I could start to help a bit sweeping, and very fast I started to send here another fire cloud towered by a meteor. So finally, when I arrived and tunneled some Virgos back, because really it was they was Virgos fighting here, and we tunneled them here. And as Vader had done a great war reinforcing this area, Wog lost many races attacking his planet. So really, at this moment, he had not too much strength. So it was more or less easy conquering. Have in mind that he received here W. Merkel fleet and Bird's fleet, but Bird's fleet was very weak. Rebel ship was strong, but he was fighting all this area, so too much, really too much. Maybe if he had focused at only 1 point or so, but he started to fight all the area, so really he had not too much to stop them. Was more or less easy recovering colonial area. Advancing a bit until turn 100. Let's see this turn. Still lots of planets belonging to Crystal. Really, we was not getting planets from him, or not enough fast. In fact, he's the best, or one of the best defenders I found at the game. Not so good attacking, good player anyways, but not so good attacking, but defending he's really, really, really incredible. He's very good. So it was very difficult to us attacking him. So here I started to think on changing my strategy, and I started here. You can see some tunnels. What I did was getting many ships together to attack with many ships with a lot of beams. But again, another Ion Storm. It has been very, very lucky. I hate Ion Storms. Well, once Ion Storm moved away, I was able to swim very easily and attack. My idea at this point was, okay, a big fleet, sweep, advance, attack, and move to another place, and just hold with, like here, 1 ship or so on, just holding a ship plus a starbase. So my plan was, my strategy was this: move big fleet, sweep, advance, attack, move to other place, hold, sweep, attack, hold, sweep, attack, move, hold, and so on. But my problem is that I had not enough fire clouds to do this properly. I really needed many fire clouds to be able to move fast. My idea was moving from here to here, then here, then here, then again here. Well, get a grid mobility to be able of start to defend him. But I haven't firecrackers. I tried to get some more firecrackers from Cohen, but I didn't get them. So I changed my mind. Okay, I can't do that. So let's go for my other strategy. That is this one. You can see 95 here. Some tools ago, I started to do this, moving a firecracker towed by a meteor, traveling, of course, far away from crystal eyes, moving. At some points, I moved meteors to sweep, so I wanted to test about how many web fields I could find, and I saw that not too much. So it was here. I sweep it again. So what I found that it was no big undefended, no well defended area. Meanwhile, let's go back again. Sorry for going forward and back, but it's difficult to explain. Well, for example, here, my strategy was staying the most time possible with the most seed possible, just sweeping, trying to he spending the most resources possible, knowing that at any moment I was able to tunnel ships to help these ships if needed. So for many turns, I was sweeping about well, not sure, but even 90,000 or 60,000 mines each turn. It was incredible. He had a lot of resources. But well, bit a bit, I think that I got he spending too much, and also he started to get a bit more confidence, advancing, preparing to attack us. And at this moment, when I saw that situation was starting to be a bit dangerous, I tunneled many ships. You can see 2 turns more, no, 1 more, 2 Virgos, so 4 Novas and 2 Virgos to reinforce this area. And well, in this way we got some very good casualties. For example, this turn was very good to us because my ships got destroying many of their ships. Here I had Novas with Quantum. I love Quantum, really. It's a great advantage to fetch. You can see that even almost without damage, the next combat, almost repaired, of course, not completely, but well, they are very strong. So I got many casualties with very low losses. In fact, I only lost one Nova and destroyed 3 Crystal Thunder, 1 Diamond, and 1 Autom, I think. So well, we got casualties, so also building run, which was very good to us because we built Novas, Virgos, Biocides, and even T-Rexes with Quantum are stronger than Diamonds and Crystal Thunder. So each time the build run was a big advantage to us. And well, meanwhile, my idea was focusing him warrior here and here with big fleets here and here, really not advancing, but yes, getting his focus, his eyes here and here, forgetting his back. So what I expected, he was moving all his resources, ships, and minerals, and so on, from here to here. So when I was able, finally, to tunnel, you can see, a big fleet, tunnel it to an area really very low defended, and with lots of resources. You can see here, many foil at the planet. Well, this was a very good idea and worked very well. So well, okay, we have a chance now of really getting planets here. Well, at anyway, he started to be weaker, and we was bit a bit advancing. But however, let's go a bit back here. This turn is relevant because, we did our calculations. We had 100 planets of difference, and well, our main goal, not all of us, but RSK, Vader, and me, our main goal was avoiding Crystal win with this DLT trick. So well, I was the one with more chance of winning him. So I calculated that at least I was going to be able to take 30 planets from him. So it means 70 planets of difference. If we add 50 planets from Vader, we should win. The problem is that if we kept playing normally, like we was doing, accelerated FOV was going to happen that once first player got forfeit, in just 3-4 turns, the game will end. So we won't be able to get planets from this player. So well, at this moment, Vader agreed to start giving planets to me. You can see here, he started planets handover with the idea of accelerate the FOF and give me time to conquer their planets before game ends. Also, RSK was willing to give me some planets if needed, so we started also to do that, which finally was not needed. Cohen and Best said that no, that they didn't agree with that, so well, they kept fighting by its own. And well, here we have Colonial giving planets until turn 130, which he was forfeit at and then I started to conquer very easily now their territory. So well, at this point, really, Crystal was completely down because of our work and because of replacements. Work had well, a bad situation at real life, and he left the game. And well, his team catch the slot, but well, everyone who has joined the game as a replacement knows that it's very difficult, even if you know the game and you have been paying attention, but it's very difficult conquering a new, controlling a new empire. So well, you need some turns, and we had 3 replacement. So well, this gave us a final advantage to be able to conquer them very, very fast. If had played only Walk, I think that still we could have defeated him, but very, very more difficult, of course. But well, things worked well, and we conquered. Well, at this point, you can see very, very fast. He moving down very, very fast until he got forfeit. Well, and that's more or less all. In my opinion, of course, strategy, game knowledge, and so on has been important. But from my point of view, the main reasons to get the victory has been, as Mida said, tenacity and, as I said, logistics. Tenacity first because playing when he attacked me here by surprise, I saw my situation, I saw myself almost dead. I didn't get enough help from my allies, and so on. Well, I keep fighting. Then it was difficult. In the end, it motivated me, but it was a very difficult moment. And I thought I am going to give away the game, and no more. But well, also tenacity to be fighting against webs so much time. Think you have fighting against webs, but also with big carriers and poppers. So it's very, very, very difficult. Wok is a very good player. For several turns, I felt that he was reading my mind because he got advanced to all my movements. Well, it was really, really difficult. So tenacity has been very, very important. And of course, logistics. You can see I was fighting around half of the universe for many turns and keep all these ships with supplies, with fuel, with ammo, with new reinforcements, and so on, is very difficult. And also, to me, was very important, not at this moment because this is the late game, but yes, when I started to get advanced, building a starbase at each planet that I conquered. In fact, here we can see, for example, let me move a bit back. Here, I conquered and built a starbase very fast, full defended starbase. Just a few turns later, he started to try a counter-attack. He was destroyed here, and he had destroyed my starbase, but with his Crystal Thunder, very damaged. The same happened here. I think that he expected maybe I had not been able to build starbases, but when he attacked me, the same. He conquered my planets, but losing his ship, so it was impossible to hit counter-attack, so it was very important and a good idea, reinforcing. But the logistics of this game has been a nightmare, even with meteors and fire clouds, which of course help a lot, but managing all this and being able of moving ships from one ship to another, moving resources and so on, really has been very, very funny, but very difficult. So tenacity and logistics are, for me, the case of this victory, or analysis and mainly Vader, of course. And well, I think that's all. Thank you very much for seeing this video. If anyone want to ask me or say me, you can write me. Here you have my Discord name if you want. Write me. So well, Planetas, bye bye.
Welcome back, Planeteers. All hail the Emperor. What a great breakdown of the Ingenii War. If you wanted to know, now you know it from the man himself. Welcome, everybody. We have a pretty good start going here to our con. I'm seeing about 47 people, and I know it'll end up climbing as we move through the day. Here on the west coast of the United States and California, it is 9:38 in the morning. Why don't you throw in the chat what country you're in and what time it is there. I'd be very curious to see who's represented here. Our next presentation is from one of my favorite Finns, Commander Koski. He's always entertaining, so I want to thank him for throwing this together. Also, just in full transparency, I did not have the time this year to prepare for this as I would like. So I am very grateful to each and every one of my presenters for throwing this content together. It's an amazing community that we have, and I'm always grateful for everybody's contribution to this. So thank you. So now, without any further ado, we'll get to Commander Koski's presentation.
Greetings, Echo Cluster. I'm Commander Koski, and I hope you are having a great con right now. I hope I'm also having a great con there in the future, watching this awesome show that we've been watching so far, and what I'm going to continue to present. Okay, so how to use infinite amount of time to do a turn. Ooh. Actually, so just in other words, how to have just one game and it's enough. Because the most difficult thing for a planeteer is to play enough of planets. It's the thing that most of us face at some point, the planet's burnout. The moment that you've got just too many games and you don't have enough time in your life to do your turns properly. And if you check the profiles of some of the best players, they are not playing that many games. Many of them are not. And actually, quite many are just having that one game that they are playing. And just recently, I myself learned that that's exactly the way I like to play. I love to play. I want to play like that because we can go deeper. We can go deeper into the game. And I've understood now how to do that. I actually feel like that if you play too many games and you don't play it as deeply as you could, you are missing out half of the fun. Well, what I mean, when we start to do a turn, we go to the planets, we go through the ships, we do the missions and do everything and click at the click, and then we click and turn. But that's just the beginning phase of doing a turn. First of all, a little thing, what I like to do when I've done a turn, I sleep overnight and I check my moves again. And it's fun. And not just fun, it's hilarious. But when I do this check, I'm usually in a quite good place. I don't have any stress about the turn because I've already done it the day before. And then my mind can travel and I can look at certain things like, with this ship I'm trying to do this, but could I do it faster? Could I do it better? Could I reach something more? Could I use less ships to do this? And so forth. And actually, on the second day, when checking the turn, I figure out the best ideas about how to continue. And because when I'm talking about we are going deeper into the turn, we can go deeper in all the dimensions of the game. We can, as you know, this is a game of diplomacy, logistics, tactics. And in this presentation now, I'm going to show you some tools and ways and methods I'm using to go deep. And first of all, I've made this PlanetsMac article about diplomacy, the basics of it. It's linked there. It's a good thing to go to check and read. But I love sheets and Excel sheets and all kinds of such kind of stuff. So here's my tool I've done for myself. I use it in my games so that it's like a memory paper note book. When I'm joining a game, before the game even starts, I make some analysis of the players I'm going to play with. I'm going to put here to this sheet their name and link to their bio, and then I'm going to make a short research on them. I'm going to check the past game of them with the praise preferably, and I'm going to check what's their turn 10 performance by using the time machine, what kind of fleet they have then, and what kind of fleet they have at turn 30. And then I'm going to go through the messages of the game a bit and try to get a quick overall view of what was going on in the game. By quickly glancing like this, I'll make a conclusion if the players are any good or not. And actually, before the game even begins, I usually have in my mind who are the best allies and who are the worst enemies, and who I have to deal with in the game. And then I have some notes here to make my turns easier when I'm playing with somebody or playing against. I've made some notes here, what they need, what they are weak against, and so forth. And these are just to help me sketch my first messages and make my diplomacy strategy about what I want to buy from somebody and what I want to prevent from others from getting, and what I need to be able to counter from each player, and so forth. And I also check affinities with the affinity tool by Whisperer. But I also And all this I do before the game begins, when we are already in the joining phase. So already in the joining phase, I'll have something to do for multiple days before the game begins. So that's one of the reasons I don't want to be the last guy to join a game. When the game begins, here are some notes about what's going to be exposed, the relations of the player to other players and the deals and all kinds of stuff. But this is very important, how communicative they are. I've actually have some classes there ready that I usually use, but for me it's very important that the player is communicative. I can't coordinate or be an ally with the player who is not. And then during the game, here are some things to do. Greet, look for location, trade. These are the beginning phase things to do in diplomacy. And these then decide, actually this initial communication decides my relations and borders and what I'm going to do during the game with the player. So this is one thing that I'm using my time during the turn, fiddling around with this diplomacy sheet, and it's also about using my imagination about and dreaming about what I would love to see happen in the game, what I want to prevent, what I want to get, what I want to want, and in connections with other players. And logistics. You might have been wondering why I have this. Well, it's my pirate hat, because obviously it's a privateer hat, because there's no, I claim it's the most industrious race privateers in the Echo cluster. No other race can, from the very beginning, to reach so far away, move twice as fast, and tow around freighters, super transport freighters from the beginning, and get that many resources going around that fast with half the fuel cost. The privateers are able to create not only very numerous fleet, but also huge amounts of starbases and have hundreds of priority points before the ship limit. So that's why I have the helmet on. I have just been through the 15 first turns of my privateer game, and it has been terribly stressful planning and looking for trying to optimize my logistics and try to get as much done as possibly in as few turns as possible. And I'm very keen, I really love ISOT's views. He has presented them in previous cons, but I usually don't go as extremely into firepower building as he does, because I also look at the diplomatic side. I do trades and diplomatic moves, and I also do some tactical moves that usually when I do either one, it hinders my pre-ship limit firepower building. But usually I do okay, but it takes a lot of work. And like, I'm like Excels, this is an Excel I'm not going to share with you, because it's been the initial idea was mine, but Social Assassin made this version and he made a lot of work into it, so I'm not going to show all the details, but it's also my brainchild, so I believe I can show what it looks like. But this is something I do for the first turns usually, and it's something as much as an actual tool, but it's an exercise, mental exercise to create your logistic building. So what I have here is the home world, what it produces, and then what comes out and what's going to be there on the planet its turn, and then here on top are the builds, what I'm going to do. And the whole idea is to have, during the first 10 turns, especially the first 10 turns, the most important thing is to be able to push out as good build as possible from your homeworld. After that, you should be having a lot of other star bases doing very good builds, and then for me it becomes too time consuming to do it with this Excel or this sheet. But for the first 10 turns it's real good, and later on in the game there can be some very crucial situations, some where you need to have all resources used, and I can use this kind of tool then also. And when I do also my turn, especially when I do the second day check, and I often do it, on the first day I make fast turn, but second day I fiddle around with details, and especially then I do some calculations about how I'm going to make sure that I will have enough resources for building the next day, the next turn, the second turn, and turn after that, and so forth. So I'm going to keep on getting enough resources for those great builds. And I use different computers, mobile, and because of that I don't usually use add-ons at all, except I have on one computer this ship list add-on, so every now and then I can check what kind of ships people are having, what I've seen on the screen. But okay, a lot of time I use to diplomacy, a lot of time to logistics, and then of course tactics. And when the game begins already, I personally am having a lot of problems in the beginning of the game, because you have to do a turn every turn, when I could be writing messages and making these calculations about builds, and I could be trying to look where neighbors are and to look the terrain, what's it like beneficially. I'm measuring distances on the map and looking from where I could attack, where I could make defensive lines, and how could I make my logistics and fleet to move from place to place as easily as possibly. But I love to draw on the map. If nothing else, when I'm playing a game, the first turns are over, and already in the very beginning I like to use the draw tool, and I draw things on the map. I make distances, circles, I estimate minefields and how they are going to go smaller with sweeping, and I make plans, arrows. It's always magnificent to draw arrows on maps and make notes there. And it really is a good note for myself, but it also is great for making sometimes screen captures and share with other people about borders and plans and strategy. But so Planets is a game where when I claim, and how I've learned now how to play the game, is that when I done the turn, done the moves, done the planets, done the starbases, then after that the actual game just begins. you have the diplomacy, you have the logistics, you have the tactics, and in each you can go deeper and you can find. And here's the thing, it's not the quantity of games, how many games you have, how many ships, but it's the quality, how good turns you make. Like, you should be trying to do as much as you can in as little time as possible, so you can defeat your games and be as terrible opponent as you can. But also, the better turns you make, the better results you will have. And then there's also the metaphysical level. If nothing else, we have these wonderful discussion groups, these casual groups that you can go in and discuss and wonder. And you can learn quite a lot from planets, as Chemaz knows. But thank you for this presentation. It's been lovely. And have a great con.
Presentation. I don't need to see myself on the left side of me.
Hi, we can hear you now. Welcome to our surprise interview. The esteemed Mr. McNimble is joining us, and we're going to talk about the history of McNimble. We're going to talk about going from gamer, from Planeteer to coder to a part of the new team. Before we jump into that, though, please say hi.
Good day. Hi, everybody. How are you? Glad to be here.
So, McNimble, I happen to know you're a sailor, and I've dabbled around with sailing a little bit too, sailing a boat. The deepest water I've been in is the San Francisco Bay. Tell me a little bit about where you've sailed.
Oh, well, I have a nice little sailing yacht. It's kind of a coastal yacht. So I've been, I live in the Netherlands. So the Netherlands has lots of different kinds of water and different kinds of sailing boats. So it's got a couple of, well, they're lakes, but they used to be seas. We just built a dike, so instead of a saltwater sea, it's now a sweetwater lake. And that's a 2.5 meters deep on one bit and 4 meters on the other, and that's very nice. But my sailing boat can also handle a North Sea coast. So I sailed from, for the people who know it, from Den Helder along the Netherlands. That's just a couple of day trips to the south. And then along the coast into Belgium. So I went to Newport in the end, which is close to the French border, and then back to the Netherlands. But also Zeeland has a ton of nice waters for these kinds of ships. So I visited Antwerp. The ship is small enough that I can handle it by myself. It's about 8.5 meters, and all the lines get to the place where I sit and can hold the rudder. But yeah, it's big enough to live in. It's got a nice cozy saloon, a couple of beds and places, tiny places to sleep in, and tiny kitchen to cook in. So yeah, big enough to live in and small enough to sail by myself.
Do you race it?
Excuse me?
Have you do sailboat racing?
No, I have not.
Is that a thing out there?
Little bit. What I love about it is just being on the water and quiet, and visit new places. I've only been sailing for, I don't know, 5 years or so. And I started out with smaller boats and just learned the craft, see if I actually liked it. And then I did. And one person told me, well, if you really want to learn the sailing and everything, then just buy your own boat and do it by yourself. So I did. It's been a great experience. I spent the first year, 4 months sailing throughout the Netherlands. And indeed, when you do it all by yourself, you learn very fast. The first little trip I had made, he said, well, you do it in 2 days or even in one. I took 4 days and I was exhausted after.
Sailing's a wonderful challenge. I enjoy it myself too.
I'm a member of some community, sailors community, and they do have some sort of, friendly competition. Lots of people sail from various places to one place, and it's not full-on competition, but still you can compare, hey, how did you do? How did you experience the weather? And what did you do? And how did you change things to go faster? So yeah, that's cute.
In my area, we call it beer can racing. You're sailing with a beer in your hand?
No.
So, McNimble, when did you start playing Planets?
Oh, somewhere in the 19s, back at university.
Were you playing good old SneakerNet with a floppy drive? Did you play on the local network, the internet?
It started out with floppy drives, handing that over to the host, who then put them in his machine, ran the host, and then you got your floppy back. At some point, I assisted someone else making some hosting scripts, so we could actually email our turns, and he would run my script, and then everybody got mailed their turns back.
One of the first hosting services.
Yeah, it never got big, though. There were others around that already all those features in there. No real point in competing with that. Apart maybe from the way he set up some of the games, but that wasn't automated at all.
Do you remember what drew you to this game? What attracted you about this game? What about it made you become
that I could play
a lifelong player?
And then when you get deeper in that, bits of role playing and strategic depth, then nothing is ever the same, even though it seems to be. But it definitely started.
Do you remember who your early favorite was back in the day to play as?
Oh, I always loved birds.
Always play. Birds are nice.
Yeah.
I like.
Yeah,
I love the birds.
I love it. Even though I think the Fascists are also very interesting. There's such a wide toolbox of options. They don't excel in anything specifically, but they have something against anything, everything.
Yeah. Before I really dove deep into the birds, I had spent some time with the Fascists in my return to the Planets.nu. So I agree with you. They can do a lot. You can be real mean with them. You can be real diplomatic with them. They have something to offer everybody. Oftentimes with these smaller torp races, it's just, if you could just get someone to give you a carrier, you're set. Just give me a carrier.
Yes, that's the thing that you lack. And even then, it better has to be a big carrier, because if it's a small one, you're going to lose it after all, even when you're birds.
Yep.
And another one. Yep. And the base I'm currently playing as is the privateer. I've been doing that both in smaller games like dogfights as well as in bigger games. Trying to see if I can learn that. It's also interesting, but different and difficult.
How are you finding that so far? I mean, like, are you enjoying it?
Oh, I'm addicted to the speed of the meteors. That's for sure. You can just run rounds around everybody else, tow a few large deep space traders around, and your economy is going before you even notice it. I got a few STFs to tow around, and that goes even faster. You just tow one STF with all those clans to a planet with good natives, and wow, cash flow. That's even twice as fast as with just the large space traders. So economy-wise, they're super fast. But the hard part about privateers is getting your hands on big ships.
Yeah, I've fought a many a privateer of different skill levels, and I have a friend who's I played with for a very long time, and he taught me how to beat the privateers. So I generally am not afraid of them, but I may one day eat my hat on that one, and someone comes at me who knows how to come at me. So I dread that day, but till now I'm not scared of you privateers. Bring it.
It does. As long as privateers come in with their own stuff, then I don't think you need to be all that afraid of them.
Right.
Even though when they come in with a dozen meteors and a dozen dwarf stars with heavy phasers, then it's going to be a bit harder.
Yep.
But if a privateer has gotten hold of sufficient enemy ships, be afraid.
Who's your least favorite to play, or someone you have not played as?
I haven't played all that many fighter races, but I think my least favorite is the Evil Empire. I don't understand that race.
I want to understand that race. I think it fits my play style, but I've not had a really successful command of them. They are very challenging.
I understand the probes, I understand the Gorbies, but I don't understand the ships in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
The Superstar Destroyer is a two-edged knife. It really has two sides to it. It's great to do with it what you want, pair it up with a Gorby and send it out to a starbase. Just don't attack it, and then drop 10 clans. But once it's stolen, then the tool is used against you.
I think an SSD is a weapon of diplomacy, both in aggression and in trade. You're either going to let it get out there, or you're not going to let anybody ever get their hands on it. That's my opinion. But again, I am not good at the Empire yet.
Well, I'm certainly not good at the Empire, but I don't even know where to look at it in ways to understand them. So there are other races.
Maybe for next year's con, we'll do an Empire discussion. Gather up some good players and get educated, because I would love to dominate with that race, because it just seems so much fun to play, except you lose, so that's not fun.
Yeah, because I don't play the robots all that well either, for instance, but at least I know who they are. I know how to handle them. I know there's the bots. I know there is the cat's paw to lay these enormous minefields. And it's also a great weaponized freighter. And I know you have the choice between Instrumenta de Automa and Golem to wreak havoc with the nicely cheap fighters. That's the things that you do, and then you have to do that as best as you can and then go. So
you played back in the 90s. Did you stop playing for a while and then find yourself in the game again, or was there something in between?
There was a large gap in between. At some point at university, we just stopped and the study ended. People went the wrong ways, and then I think that I've been seeing people from university for years since. It's been finally over the last few years it got a little bit less. I only see the occasional person. And someone said, hey, there's this online thing. And I thought, okay, I'll have a peek. So I got a peek at the site and I played some of the single player levels, and then host got stuck and it's like, what? Let me not bother this. And then I think maybe 2 years later, I came back to the site and tried it again and said, oh, yeah, seems to be working. Well, let's try it, but now for real. And did a midshipman versus mentor thing. And we beat the mentor and then got on with it for real. And then found out that I could do browser plugins just as I could write tools back in the days of
Let's talk about that. So,
So,
you mentioned back in the 90s you made some scripts for emailing turns.
Yep.
Is your profession as a programmer?
Programming things for planets. No, that's not.
No. Like outside of planets, is your profession as a programmer, or is programming a hobby?
I'm in IT in various ways. I've been doing like software engineering for about 4.5 years as such, as a developer at Philips Electronics. Then I quit my job and did some traveling around, and then decided, okay, let's help other people with this software engineering. I'll coach software engineering teams with their ways to do to write the software.
Cool, very
and
cool.
that means that includes things like agile, where you really want to be able to, at every point in time, say it's like, well, we got everything so far that to get to this point we have finished, and it's like done. We can put this in production if we want to. What's the exact next step to take? What's the next feature to add? And then we'll just add that feature. And that's in part a process, but there's also technical sides to it. If your code base is really rigid, then you can say, I want to go that way, but your code base says, oh yeah, that's really hard, so maybe you want to go the other way, and you're sort of forced to go in certain directions. So if you can keep your code flexible as well, then you can make your process flexible also, and say, okay, no, I'll go that way, and then we go that way. So the most important feature for the client is the one that you can build in a reasonable time.
Do you think you use that kind of thinking in your playstyle?
I would say so. I have some sort of long-term planning, but there is, I think you should always be flexible to adjust to things that just happen to you and surprise you, and deal with it. Whether that's early economics, it's like, okay, I would really like to find these gypsoidals or humanoids for my wonderful ships, but if I don't find them, what do I do? Okay, so I find this rock, okay, move on. I find these morphs on 11 degrees with this huge amount of molybdenum. Deal with it.
I'm just teasing you there.
This is what you have. Colonize it, sacrifice your colonists, and if it's not 11 but 2 degrees or 0 degrees, go talk to the feds, because otherwise you keep shipping in colonies. On the other hand, you have your freighters moving there to get the molybdenum off, so you can use those freighters to ship clans in. Just deal with it. You lose a couple of clans, who cares?
Who cares? They're just people. Just peons.
Yeah, it's a game.
It's funny how we don't really have any attachment to the cost of life in this game.
There should be some of it, of course. Yeah, you have to balance all these resources, and to some extent, I mean, you have the largest patch of clans on your homeworld with 50 degrees. They'll grow, so they'll fill up all the gaps that get from a few dying on amorphous on bad temperatures.
We'll build them memorials. So, you came back to Planets.nu. And what was the jump into making your first plugin, and what was it?
What was it? Well, that's first off the realization that it's possible. So there was I got informed that these things were available and I could use them. And I think one of the there was this thing about the yellow squares around planets where you have a node that I didn't quite like. And there's also the thing that when you click on a planet, when you have a ship selected, it adjusts its waypoint, but when you don't have a ship selected, it'll select the planet, and that kind of unnerved me. I think there was something else, but I don't quite recall, where I thought, I don't like that, let's modify it. And if I look back at these kind of things, then I think the plugin of mine that's called Object Selection really is the one that I can't play without. The clicking on something to just select it and the control clicking to make a waypoint is so ingrained, I think, that when I play without it, I just go crazy.
I use a lot of your plugins, and I cannot play this game without redraw and filter. I can't. I cannot live without seeing the name of a ship and knowing what resource I have in what area. It's just insane how people play without it. I mean, I can't imagine.
To some extent, redraw and filter speeds up playing. It shows information in ways that the regular client doesn't. Mm-hmm. That speeds things up. Mm-hmm. But object selection, the misclicking that you can do, that doesn't speed up things. It prevents like making mistakes.
I don't use that one. I'm gonna have to look into it.
That said, of course, and if you go, if you use the mobile UI that we have these days, the whole interaction between ships and planets is different there than it is on the desktop. So that's the effect of that plugin is much smaller.
So do you play on the old or new client? Or the mobile client?
I play on the new client on the desktop.
But you have played on a mobile client before, because didn't you do a presentation on how to play on the mobile client?
Oh, I did, and I made a lot of changes to the mobile client as part of the new team. Lots of screen changes, showing information in different ways. Early in this year, I changed a whole bunch of things on the WASP, so I hope that WASP players noticed that and realize that, for instance, worker prediction is a lot better now than it used to be. And I think for specific things, the mobile UI actually has some features that the desktop doesn't, and they're good, they're nice. But still, there's this thing about big screens.
Yep, I agree. It's an interesting challenge of, this is a device that everybody knows, or whatever your choice is, but it's on your hands. You're doing lots of things to entertain yourself with it. But us old school Planeteers are like, I would love to see in the comments how many people play on the mobile device more than 50% of the time. So chime in the comments if you use the mobile client. And if you're not, stay tuned, because after this interview, we're going to have a walkthrough of the mobile UI. So
yeah, that's awesome. I heard that. So I'm looking forward to what's being picked up there. And
it's really thorough too. So I think everyone's going to enjoy it.
Cool.
What have any of the things that you made, any of the plugins you made, were they all things that you wanted, or did someone say, I wish that this could happen, and you're like, I can do that?
Oh, it's a mix of that. It's definitely started with scratching my own itches. So if we look at the plugins, it's redraw and filter is, I came up with that. That said, because there's so many people who use them, I have had many requests. Oh, can you show this, or can you show that? Can you mix this with that? And wherever I thought it made sense, I put that in, and also given time. But there's also on several occasions people have been asking, "Oh, can you highlight max bases?" And I've never come to it to do that. It makes some sort of sense, but I still don't quite know what a max base is, or when you really know that it is okay. Because 60 fighters, 200 Starbase defense post isn't quite what interests me most of the time.
Right.
And that's not even talking about Starbases that have one bay less or so, or a ship that has 9 beams instead of 10 beams, that are better at killing bases for whatever reason. Yeah, so what's a max base anyway? But for other things, yes, I've taken other people's requests into account.
What's a plugin that you didn't make that's a must-have for you?
A plugin that I'm using. Which one is it? It's one that lists a lot more information in the planets list on the dashboard.
Yes, I think
and
I want that one too.
That to quickly sort my planets on a couple of fields to deal with how I text my colonists and how I text my my natives. I think I have them on.
Is that the improved planet list view?
I think so, yes.
Yeah.
Let me go to it. If I look at my own webpage and I look at the yes, it's the improved ship list and the improved planet list by D. Tolman. Yeah, I use those. And they're a real good addition to quickly scroll and view all your own planets and ships. And then change certain things, certain bits, when you see that they're not quite what they need to be. So, yeah, I think that one really quickly makes me go through all my planets with their natives and the texting to get the dangerous texting out and the ones that are at 100% text down again. What else is in there that I have?
And for our viewers, we're going to ask for questions for McNimble. So if you have some questions you want to throw his way, put them in the chat. And Gideon Braver, who is my my chat moderator, will send them to me, and we'll get them asked here. And in addition to that, I would also love to see in the chat how many plugins does everyone use. So in the chat, just put the number of plugins you have. I have 18 active plugins. How many you got, McNimble?
How many active ones do I? Well, let's have a look. I currently have 14 plugins enabled.
I'm really curious if the consensus in the chat is heavy on plugins. Heavy being in, I think our number is pretty heavy in the teens, versus slim to none. Very curious about that.
Well, and the third plugin that I found that I can't really do without is the Ion Storm plugin.
Yes, very useful. Predicting an ion storm is very, very, very useful. I also am rather fond of the Fleet UI when you're working with a lot of ships. I don't use it a lot for commanding the fleet, because I've actually found that sometimes it doesn't duplicate destination to some places, and I've had ships go in the wrong place because of it. It's very frustrating. Ooh. But and I don't remember who makes that. So if you're listening, can you fix that? But I love it because I can see the total sum of the cargo in orbit. So if you have like a lot of ships and you don't remember where you put something, you'll be able to find it because you'll know it's still in orbit. That's probably the thing I use it for the most.
Right, yes, because there's a fleet UI by someone else, but there's also the fleet management plugin that I made, where you can also see lots of information about all the ships in one location. It has different uses.
Because I don't think I have that one.
You certainly
Do you
cannot.
have a central place to see all your scripts?
Should be, although I changed some things on my website, and I just got told that the HTTPS version isn't working at the moment, and for sure it isn't. But the HTTP version at the moment is. I can paste that link in the chat for the bit.
That would be awesome.
Let me do that.
So while you're doing that,
that link pasted.
Sorry?
And that link is current.
That link is current. A lot of activity in the chat. So you're out here making plugins, and then surprise, you're on the new development team. Tell us how you went from there to being part of new.
Yes, well, there was some sort of announcement by Joshua that there was, well, maybe some money available to hire an additional developer. And I think a couple of months before that, I had put a donation button on my website. But well, I think you can ask the people from the Planets magazine. There's not all that many donations going on there. But I thought it would be reasonable that there was, some sort of payment for all the efforts that I did. So I said, well, Joshua, if you have a position there, then I can do some work.
So you get to spend much time working on your own on scripts, or is your time with Planets coding pretty much exclusive to working on the new development?
That is exclusively new development at the moment. So then the change, because I get paid, of course, is that someone else is making decision of what I work on. It's no longer me. Makes sense, of course.
Right.
And Joshua has lots of views and ideas of where the whole Planets.nu community, the game and everything around it is going to. And you're gonna hear and see a lot about that later today. Fairly big changes. So it's, so naturally I work on those.
You heard it, guys. You got some big stuff coming for State of the New.
That said, when we talk about a lot of the improvements on the mobile UI that I made early on in this year, I have plenty of room for my own creativity.
What's the team dynamic with you, Josh, Big Beefer?
So this Joshua, of course, who leads all of that. There's Big Beefer, the other developer. We have Alan, good guy Walker, who is making the 3D models. And we have Emily, who's making 2D pictures that you see on various places in the mobile client.
Okay, we got a question. When will automated growth tax be available for colonists and not just natives? And if you want to say, I'm not going to answer that this time, is either you don't want to give an answer, or it's in the State of the New, or I don't know. However you want to answer those questions that you may not know the answer or not want to give the answer to.
All right. I don't specifically know why the colonist tax hasn't been fully implemented. I do remember some discussion for it would be it's trivial for everybody except Borg.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, even honestly, then you could do it.
Honestly, I'm stuck on the old interface because I'm also addicted to planetary management as my play methodology. I would love to move to the new one, but I just can't because of that.
It's a plugin that I never used. I've seen it. I tried.
Gideon doesn't play with it at all, but and I'm sure lots of people don't either. But I am addicted. I will go somewhere else. My empire will suffer.
To stick with the old one for that plugin, and there are bits and pieces in the newer clients, but not everything. As simple as that.
James Arness says, "Where do I learn about the plugins and where to download?" And I think you said you put that in the chat.
The link in the
Did
chat.
you see that in there, Gideon? The link for. He's not going to hear me for about 60 seconds.
I put the link in the starting point. It contains my list of plugins. It contains pointers to other people's plugins. It also has pointers on how to install something like Temper Monkey, Violent Monkey, or Grease Monkey in your browser to get things started.
Our good friend Moeper is inquiring, how many hours per week approximately does your new contract include?
I think I won't answer that one.
That's fine. Mersu, are you involved in thinking about new additions to the game rules, like adding new abilities?
Definitely involved, but it's almost always Joshua coming up with ideas of all kinds of levels of funkiness. But we discuss them with a team of 5, so there is some regulation on the wildness of the ideas. And yeah, we provide feedback. We have our own additions, changes to it. So that's in that regard, it's a team effort.
My droid asks, what programming environment and tools and language do you guys use?
Oh, it's JavaScript directly. I personally use WebStorm to make the things that I do. I don't know how much other information you want from me. There's some additional scripts to get things up and running and deployed. I use Jasmine to do some testing. Lots of things go into the browser to see what it does there without immediate effects, immediate other ways to see it. So yeah, it's a bit of a slow feedback loop if you have to load a game in your browser, reload it, load the game, open the game, go to it, click on it, see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what we have, and Subversion is somewhere underneath.
There's a question from a player that asks, have you played the Borg?
How do I play the?
Have you played the Borg?
Borg.
Mm-hmm.
I have. I need to think a bit. When did I play them? I didn't play them extensively. I think I played them in a dogfight or so, but not for real. I did a bunch of.
Any more questions coming in, Gideon?
But I played Races. I didn't play Borg as a mentor either. I played Empire, Robots, Colonies, Pets. No, another Borg player.
Okay. What's your favorite part of being the new team?
This noise is coming up behind me, so I have a harder time hearing you. My favorite part of playing game?
No, being part of the new development team.
Well, work together with the other people. Have a hand in things that go, make an improvement on the mobile client. So there's things you can do much more comfortably on a small screen, just the workflow, so things get smoother to be done. have a hand in these things.
Well, thank you very much for your time. If you want to make a closing statement, share whatever it is you want with the Planets community, this would be your opportunity. Go ahead.
Well, it's just amazing to have all of you in this unique game. 11 players or 30 players in with the diplomacy that we have is, I think, different from pretty much any other game. And also keep coming up with other game formats. What Tailspin did with dogfights, I find amazing. I really find it hard to have the time for such a long game, but a dogfight is more of that. Dogfights got taken up even in the league games. And in that sense, I think we're not done. Planets isn't finished. It'll continue to improve, continue to get better because of what we can do from the new side, but also with what community can come up with the great ideas. Keep that going, and see you in the Echo Cluster.
See you in the Echo Cluster. Thanks, McNimble. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed that interview with McNimble. He's such a great guy and a great contributor to the Planets community. It was really cool for me to see him go from making these great plugins to being part of the team. And as you heard, we are feeling the impact of his contributions in many different places. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your efforts. We appreciate you. Next up, as I mentioned, we have a presentation on the mobile UI. So if you're not using it, this is a great time to pay attention and learn about how it works and its different features. This was put together by, hopefully I say his name right, using people's handles, especially in different countries, can sometimes be challenging. I think it's Chemaz. He says it in his thing, so I'll probably sound wrong in just a few seconds. But here we go. Get ready to learn everything you can about the mobile UI.
Hello everybody, I'm Chemaz and I'm going to talk about the new user interface, the Beta Mobile one presented last year in the Con. I remember some of us giving a try and finding some missing features and options that made it hard to play a turn on it. I've been trying it for the last couple of weeks and I'm pleasantly surprised with how it works now. We have to remember that it is intended to be used in a mobile phone or tablet, therefore in a small screen. For this reason, it is made to be very visual, so you can have the most information with just one look. And this presentation is just about that, how to recognize this information in the new user interface. Now we are going to start analyzing what we can find when we open one tab. Many of the features we'll see them later in detail. So first of all, we find here the exit game button that allows us to exit the game without finishing our turn. And next to it we have the turn back and turn forward buttons. This small trophy here is the scoreboard, where we can check who's leading on planets, starbases, military scores, and so on. And here we have access to different menus that include all the report that we have on the turn. We also have the replay turn that show us on the map all the events that has happened following the host order. And we also have here the time machine that will allow us to skip many turns in just one click. On the bottom side of the screen, we can also check the reports from here. We can also see which planets and ships we haven't checked yet, and allow us to finish the turn pressing here. And finally, we have this icon that is different for each race that give us access to this menu here. We are going to continue now with the planet information. If we touch or click about the image of the planet, we'll see here all the information available on the planet. That means the factories, mines, all the buildings that the planet has. We also see the resources and the densities of the resources, money, supplies, all the combat information, mass, beams, kilotons, and so on. If we go now down, the next thing we see is the selection planet, starbase, or ship menu. Here we can select planet, starbase, and ships. And as we are in the planet, we'll be now seeing the planet menu, where we can see a lot of information that's really visual, and you just need to know what means everything. We are going to start here with these yellow lines. That means the mines, factories, and different posts we have built. Here we have the mines. As this is all yellow, that means I have built all maximum mines. Same with factories. And this is turn 1, so we have only 20 different posts, the initial ones, and we can see this small yellow line here. Now if we go here, we can see the happiness of our colonists and the change in happiness. This is the threshold for 40 happiness, 70 and 100. As you can see, I'm taxing 36, and this red line here shows that we will be going down 70. Here we have the number of colonists. It shows the number of clans, not in population. Total population will be adding to zeros. And this small green line here means there is no growth. If I weren't taxing the colonies, I will be having here 4 green lines, each one thicker than the previous. If in case we have an amorphous or really cold or hot planet, this line here will be red, meaning that the population is dying. Next thing, here we can check the friendly code, easy to do, normal as in the previous user interface. We have again here the toolbar access menu. We have here the check and double check planet. And on the bottom of the screen, we have all the resources information. We have here the icons, mega credit, neutronium, uranium, tritanium, and molybdenum. On the second line, we have the amount of each resource. In this case, it's turn 1. We still have money, some fuel, uranium, molybdenum, tritanium, and molybdenum. Above that, we have the minerals on the surface and the supplies. And on the last line, we cannot see it here very well, but we'll see it later, is the production for next time. As I'm taxing, I'll see some money, I'll see some supplies, and the resources. And finally, we have here the exit planet button. If we click or touch now over the starbase, this is what we'll be seeing. I just put it in a bigger size, the down part of the screen, so we can have a better look to the information available on the starbase. With just one quick look, we can see that I'm building a D7, a Fascists D7. In the inner circle here we have the number of fighters, and the outer circle is the number of defense posts. This is the home world, so these are the initials one. Here we have the tech level that I have appraised to this build. It means this first one is the hull tech, is 447, engine tech, that is transwarp, in this case the beam tech, that is still X-rays, and the torque tech, that in this case is MK4. We have here the transfer menu. We have additional information of the starbase here. The missions menu is here. We can check, for example, I check unload all freighters. And we have the building menu over this icon, where we can build all the torques we want. We'll continue with the ship information screen. The first thing we notice is the warp speed. We have 9 speeds. If our ship has transwarp, we'll be seeing them all in blue. But in case we have, for example, Nova Drive 5, we'll be seeing this in blue, and in case we overdrive, we'll be seeing those additional in red. We have here the cargo information. With just one look, we can see the clans in orange, supplies in green, and the money in the inner circle. In case we are carrying resources, we also can see them in different colors. So with just one look, we can know what the freighter is carrying. Here we have the set destination menu. If we want to move our ship, we need to click here, and then we can set the waypoint. There is another screen that is the following one. Here we have the primary enemy selection menu. We can choose here our enemy, and here we have the ship mission, and we can set the mission of our ship. If we touch or click in the set destination menu of the ship, will be addressed to this one. Here we can see the warp speed. In case the ship has, for example, transwarp, and we select warp 7, the last two will be seen as a small blue line. In case we are overdriving, as said before, it will be shown in red. Next thing we can check is the fuel at the ship. It's represented by this dark green arch. In this case, the total arch represents the total fuel deposit of the ship, and here also we have the number. In this case, it's a medium freighter, so we have around 40% of this circle that corresponds to 100 neutrinium over a 250 capacity. And in a bright green, we can see the fuel burned in this movement. If we go to the map, we are moving 65 light years at a fuel load, a full load. So it consumes approximately 23. We can take a look, just a visual look to it. Here we have also the tanks needed to arrive to destination. And in here we have the cargo of the ship. Here we can touch to select the planet or another ship to exchange resources and so on. But we can also have a quick look of what the ship has just by looking here. In orange we have the clans, in green we have the supplies, in the inner circle we have the mega credits, and the different resources have a different color each. Finally, we have this button that allows us to set additional waypoint on the screen. So we touch here, and from now on, everything we click is a new destination point for the ship. If we click again, we just can undo all the movement we have set. And this button allows to make us a zoom over the destination in case we need to move outside a warp well or whatever. That is a really, really fine movement. And now back again to a planet, in this case a planet with natives. In the middle we can see the picture of the natives, in this case ellipsoidal. Over the picture we have the total clans of the natives. Remember, not population. In this case the population will be 4 millions. And in purple here we have the government level of the natives. This wider line represents the government type. This case would be tribal. The highest one will be unity. The lowest one will be anarchy. So we have tribal gypsoidal, and the population is not really high yet. The wider these lines get, the higher the population is. We have the colonist number of colonies here, the happiness of the natives and the happiness of the colonists. In this case, the happiness of the natives is growing because we are not taxing the natives. In case we do, we will be seeing a red line of the happiness decreasing until we reach the threshold of 70 or 40 happiness. This icon here is for transfer to any ship in orbit or so on. And here we have all the resource information, the type of resource, money, supplies, resources already available on the surface, resources to be dig, and as there is no factories in this planet yet, there is the density of the resources on the planet. In case we start building factories and mines, we will be seeing them here as a yellow line, as I said before. If we click or touch now over the native or planet icon, we will be addressed to this menu here that is very similar to the current user interface. Here we can build the structures. Here we have all the information for clans, colonies, clans, and number of clans, taxes, and the happiness change of the colonists. Here we have the same information for the natives, and below everything we have the build a starbase menu. If we don't have an starbase, we will be seeing in red the resources that we don't have enough, and if we have an starbase, we can touch here to be addressed to the starbase menu. We have finished the Starbase, planet and ship menus, and we are going to continue with the map. When we touch over this icon here, that is different for each race, this menu will open, and here we can see all the message system. We have also the tool for searching planets and ship, the measuring tool. By this little fish here, we can enter the battle simulator. We have here an alternate view that can show we can enable or disable the connections, the planet's names, and so on. This button here is really important. We have a lot of information about our planet, our ships, resources, and also includes a little bit of information about enemy ships that we have spotted during the game. It's not very clear, but it can be useful, and as we won't have any of the plugins that we normally use in a desktop. Here we have the settings for the game, where we can return to the normal user interface. And this eye here opens the view menu. With this menu, we will be seeing a lot of information over the map about ships, resources, mega credits, and fuel. So if we click over the eye, this is the menu that opens. First of all, we have a ship here that allows us to see over the map all our ships. We need to make a little bit of zoom, so we won't be seeing a large portion of the map, but we can see in a small cluster all our ships. This button here allows us to see the clans, mega credits and supplies, uranium, tritanium and molybdenum, fuel here, and this icon hides all the information. We can only have one of this kind of information being shown at the same time. Every time we press another one, the other information will hide, but it's a good way of taking a quick look to all the information, all your resources, ships, and so on, as we will be seeing in the next slide. Let's take a look now to some screenshots I made as example. In the first one we have the ships. We can see where are every of my ships at the moment. In the second screenshot we can take a look to the colonies, mega credits and supplies that we have in every planet. And in the third one, we can see the resources. This is very interesting because we can know with just a quick look if we can build a starbase or not, or if we are missing a resource to build a ship or anything. We are going to continue with the report menu that we have on the top side of the screen. Here we can see all the reports we have for a turn. Important thing, we have the mine sweeping, the actual mine sweeping where we destroy mines, and the mine scanning where we just detect some minefields. This button here allows us to replay the turn following the host order, so we will be seeing all the reports shown in the map, in their location, and following the host order. The camera here allows us to view all the battles and our allied battles, and the block here allows us to check any turn we want through the time machine. When you touch or click over a report, you will be addressed to the location of that report in the map, with one exception that is really annoying, because when you have combat, you will be addressed to the view battle menu. You will be able to see the fight, but I haven't found a way to locate where the combat has happened. So in the case it's a really far away combat, you can get really lost trying to find it. And I'm going to end this presentation with the scoreboard. Here we can see all the information about who's leading on planet, ships, starbase, military scores, and so on. It's not displayed in everything at the same time. We need to go through this button. This one here is for the military score. This one here we can see warship, freighters, and PvPs. And the first one here is the one that shows you planet and starbase. One thing I'm really missing in this menu for the scoreboard, that it's also missing in the desktop user interface, is the ability to check previous turn, the scoreboard in previous turn, the builds, and so on, without the need to actually go through the time machine. So this is what I have considered the most important aspect of the new user interface, but there is plenty of features that you can use that makes the turn a little bit easy to do. I'm going to show you a few things now directly over a turn, so we can take a look and see how it works. So the first thing I want to show you over a turn is the report screen, where we can check the time machine. We can travel to any time we want. We can also check all the combats we have had. There is another way to see if we have won or not a fight. And here we have the replay turn feature that allows us to see all the reports by host order as they are happening in the turn. We're going to see all the reports located and where they are located. You can see mine sweeping, movement, builds, terraforming, poppers, and so on. Everything is here shown just by host order. The second thing I'm going to show you is the show over map feature. For example, we can click here to see the ships. We are going to be seeing all the ships in the maps that we have information that we can actually see. For example, here all these are mine. We have some enemy ships here. We have some allied ships around here. And that the ships that are not yours, you're going to be seeing them in the color you assign to that race. When we click the hide button, everything disappears, and we can check them, for example, the colonists, supplies, and mega credit information, resources, or fuel. When we click over one of them, the other information disappears. Next thing I'm going to show you is about managing ships. As you can see, you have on the left side of the screen all your ships. And if you start setting those, you're going to see that they are paired by couple. So for example, this ship that has a purple circumference is trying to tow the ship with a circle of the same color, in this case purple. This one here is trying to tow the yellow one, this case a key. This fighter is trying to tow a ship, in this case orange, it must be around here, and it's also being towed at the same time by another ship on green with a green circle, in this case a Victorious. So our tows that sometimes are complicated are just displayed with colors, so that make it a little bit easier to handle them. Now I'm going to continue with the movement menu. In this case I've chosen a fire cloud for a few reasons. First one, when I click on the set destination menu, we set the warp speed, we can see that it has engines 4, there is no trouble here, it can travel at warp 4 wherever we want. If we don't have enough fuel, we're gonna see it on red in this bar here. Here is our speed, and if I check and for example put warp 8, we're gonna see that we are overdriving and that we can still overdrive a little bit more. With fire clouds, we also have an interesting feature, is the channeling window. Here we have all the information required for a channel, and we can also select the destination of our fire cloud. There is here a little warning that there is a mistake here, because if the fire cloud is towed, this will break the tow. No, it will break the channel, not the tow.
And I'm going to end my presentation at ISCON with a quick overview of the planet information. As you can see, this planet is a bovinoid planet with a lot of natives, in this case 15 million. Go to government, it's monarchy, as you can see highlighted there. And the happiness is down at 40. We can see a small green line, meaning that the happiness is growing. For the colonists, happiness is over 30, as you can see there. And is decreasing a little bit because I'm taxing them. If we play with the taxes for the colonies, we can see increasing that red line that shows the actual taxes, and when we can stop at 40. And the same happens for the natives. We can start seeing how much we can tax them and so on. And I'm gonna finish with the information about the mines and structures that is shown in yellow. As you can see, we can still build some mines and different posts, and it's shown really quickly with a quick look. Okay, so this is all about this is all I discovered about the Beta Mobile user interface. I'm kind of liking it. I'm starting to do some turns on the phone with it. Not for a desktop, still, I must say. But for a phone, I'm kind of liking it and trying to get used to it. So, I hope you have enjoyed the presentation and see you around. Bye!
And we're back. Did you learn something new about the mobile UI? Are you going to give it a try? Put in the chat if you think after watching this you might give the mobile UI a try. I'm very curious to see what people think after watching that video. Now, it's time for Moeper's Corner. That's right, our good friend Moeper. has again played a vital role in providing content here on PlanetsCon. So much so that when I put out my message saying I'm looking for someone to help me organize next year, he was the first and only to volunteer for the task. But him and I have worked together on putting presentations together, and so I'm very excited to have him be part of our all-volunteer PlanetsCon Live team. So thank you, Moeper, for everything you've done. You guys will definitely be hearing from him as we try to get in front of next year's and try to take PlanetsCon Live to the next level. So we're going to start with a presentation, one of several from Moeper, here on the first one on the newer client UI on a computer browser. So hopefully you enjoy that and learn something new. In full disclosure, I have sped up the playback of this, so he doesn't normally talk quite this fast, but hopefully you guys find it all easy to hear. This kind of content can take a lot of time, and I was trying to squeeze a couple of minutes out of our entire runtime show. This is a marathon production that we put on here. I think last year we were at almost 8 hours. Right now our estimated runtime on this one is probably around 6.5 hours. So enjoy this presentation on how to use the new client, the new GUI, and we'll catch you on the other side.
Hello everyone, this is Moeper. Welcome to my presentation on how to use the new client, or just graphical user interface of Planets.nu. First of all, let's check, why should you listen to me? Are you part of my target audience? And I think so, yes, because either A, you are new to the game, and obviously you can profit from learning almost all its functionalities. B, you are still a user of the old client. I let this slide in so slowly on purpose. Sorry, I could not resist. I've had many discussions with players who have been around many years on Planets.nu, and they are used to this older user interface, and of course they want to stick with it. But besides some minor functions, I think that the new client is superior. It's also called mobile client because you can use it on small screens and touch screens way better, or at all, compared to the old client. But even if you don't play on a mobile or on a small screen and with mouse and keyboard, I think the new client has all that you need. And also, if you're already used to the new client, it might be interesting to see how I make use of it, because me personally is always interested in seeing how other people do their turns and how they make use of the functions that are available and how to combine them. So I split this presentation in two parts. The first one is how to use the client graphical user interface without any plugins, which is already quite okay. But part two will be about using the most useful plugins, in my opinion. Let's jump to the star map. I will try to rather rush through this tutorial because it would take too long to do it slow and in all the details, and you can later, after the PlanetsCon, just speed up or slow down my presentation on YouTube. Yes, so I will also explain all the functions on the star map in this order, going from top to bottom, so that you will have a good idea of where are we at the moment and where you should go backwards or forwards later on to find a function that you would like to have explained again. Okay, here there are 3 steps again. First of all, I will show you these menu functions on the star map. Second thing is, I will try to tell you the most important shortcuts or hotkeys, with your keyboard. Most of them I will explain while explaining the functions, but maybe there are some left. And the third thing I will explain is the so-called dashboard here and its functions. Okay, so here you can open and close the menu, and let's start with the first option, drawing. You have to start a new layer, and then you can usually, for example, going from your home world, you can draw the circle for warp 9 speed. You always have to save it, so I will usually put this on green, save it. Okay, I can also rename this layer, so I will call it 81 light years. so that in the menu of all these layers later I will know which one to edit and which one to delete. Okay, this is very useful for dogfights, to put in warp 7 and warp 9 speed and distance, so you know which planets you can reach. Furthermore, you can just add the scan range of other ships. Yes, I think it's 200. You put it maybe in red, and don't forget to save. And I will edit it 200 light years to easier find it later. And now I know, okay, I shouldn't move past this area here through open space like I've done here with the cobalt, because I will probably be seen, or whatever you want to do with this information. Next one is very handy, hyper circles. You can also just push the H key like it tells you here in the menu. If you mouse over, you put H and you can see, okay, here's an evil empire neighbor. Yeah, but maybe I tried from my homeworld. From these planets, my homeworld is reachable for rebel ground attack or whatever. Evil empire ground attack. I should be careful. It's also nice to just plan your hyper jumps. If I were the rebels, I would go for my homeworld, and then I would add another circle, let's say here, to see that in 2 jumps I can make it over here. Maybe I have a partner cooperating there, or I want to go here for dark sensing if I'm evil empire, and so on and so on. Next function is the very handy measuring tool. You can just click anywhere and draw the distances, you know. Usually, and this is also very good, the tool realizes that you're selecting a planet, so that you don't accidentally end up in the warp well with your distance calculations and so on. You can also go back and forth. Unfortunately, then it's overlapping and you can't really read how far you're going. Let's jump here to the options menu, because there you can use the live measure tool option. If I deselected my measuring tool here, which I can also just select by using M, won't show me directly the distance. I don't know why you would turn off the live measuring tool option, but like this, you see it's not hovering over. You can go like this. If I press the X key, I will always remove anything I've drawn on the board besides using this draw tool. Alright, I can also close the menu via X. So I put in some hyperjump circles here, I just push X and they are gone. They're not constantly staying there. It's the same if I use the hyperjump circles here and I deselect. Oh, okay, they don't get deleted. Okay, if I close the menu. Good. Next thing, very handy, just look for a ship ID. Sorry, planet. Okay, here's planet 1. I can't see it, so I push P. Now I have the names and the IDs. I can just circle around the planets. I type it in. I push the S key for search. Yes, so to open this menu, just pop up this planet. I hit enter and I will see it. Same goes for ships. I'm looking for ship ID 3. Okay, I can't see it. I hit the enter key, but nothing happened. So maybe 6 or 8 or so. I'm just looking for ship of mine. Okay, my ship ID 11 is here. Right. Then we have some visual options. I've already told you you can push the P key to see the names and especially the IDs of the planets. You can show the connections between planets like this. It shows you warp 9. So I don't know why somebody would turn it off. Joshua in his how to build a massive fleet in just 30 turns video turned it off, and it makes some people crazy. If you're playing dogfight, you should enable them because then they show you warp 7. So I will later show you a plugin to optimize this visualization of the connections. And again, you have a hotkey Q, then you can turn it on and off. This is the combats. They will be shown on the map. There are no combats here. I will go to another turn later to show to you. This is the ship scan range, so you have more or less fog of war. Yes, this is how far my ships can. This is how far I can see ships. So anything on planet, what's it again? Okay, pushing P, 242, or going towards 242 here in open space. I can see it. It's good to know. Then we have the ship history. If I select any ship, I can see its path. Yes, it started here some turns ago. I turn it off, so I can't see it anymore. It's very handy. If you have a ship moving back and forth from one planet to another, it will get thicker because the lines overlay. Alright. Then we have planets picture. I never use them because you can't see the planets so well anymore. And you can't color the planets. I will show you the coloring function later. And then we have a grid. I don't know why you should use this. A grid, sorry. Because it's not the 1 light year's grid. If you zoom in, you can see this is always a square is 1 light year. This is another kind. This is another kind of grid. Yeah, maybe you can make use of it. Okay, let's close these. So now we have another visualization here of all the resources. I can check where there is much money. Oh, I don't have money. I don't have, it's turn 8. I don't have many supplies either. But I've got some colonists. Yes. So the number of circles, I'm not sure. It's a few, maybe hundreds, thousands. I don't know. The more circles you have, the more colonists are there. Okay, and the circles are all at the same strength. But if I take the natives, the thickness of the circles will show me the governance. So this one is pretty thin. It's just a pre-tribal native. The thicker ones, they are representatives, so very good. Also, there are 3 circles for 5 million, and there's just 1 circle for 1 million. Okay. Orange are amorphoids, obviously. Yeah. Now let's check out the fuel. The density is shown in the thickness of the circle, so I have 100% here. It's very, very thick. Yes, and the thinner ones are like 63% or 47%. And again, the number of circles shows how much of this mineral is in the ground. So here we have 8,000 and here just 1,000. Let's check out this planet. Oh my gosh, 10,000 and 92% perfect. All right. Same for uranium and T and M. Yes, I can't show them at the same time. Orange means that there's a amount of this mineral or resource on the ground, not below the ground. So here I got 1,500 whatever. But here I didn't really dig it out, so there's no orange circle. Let's come to the menu, which is accessible here through this gear symbol. First one is the assistant. It's not just useful for new players, but also, for example, if you want to access the hotkeys in the documentary or the rulebook, you can find it here. Yes, I usually have this open in another window so I can switch. But there's another good thing. Going from here, you can go to the searchable documentation, which leads you to this white background, kind of Wikipedia. And for example, you can just check rebel ground attack, and we'll find some useful information, which is pretty hard to access through this, through this list. Okay, let's deactivate it. You can turn on sound effects. Okay, cool. You can turn on background music. I recommend this, by the way. I think the songs are pretty cool, and I would like to know if the artist got some more stuff. Yeah, I really enjoy the music. Pity that there are so few songs. Now, you have something that is, sorry, misclick, not available in the old interface, I think. You can check to use warp wells automatically to save on fuel, for example. This ship obviously doesn't want to take the shortest way because it's global, but anyway, if I go here, it moves straight all the way to the center of the planet, which is further away than just the northern square of the warp well, and which will cost me more fuel. So I tick this option, and I will redo this command. Now I will land here. It's 3 light years shorter, and will save me some fuel, right? Okay, next thing. You can color the minefields by players. Check the ship history. I showed it to you. It's enable. You can enable it here. You can have it automatically used when you start a game, when you join into a game or access a game. Here I'm not pretty sure. You use the plugin to show this. I've tested it. I can't really find a pre-DDK circle, but they are useful because you can see. It's useful information. And then we have the ship pictures. Use classical or use the new 3D models. There at the upper right corner you can see the Cobalt looks pretty different. Yeah. Okay, mouse zoom enable. pretty simple. You can't use your scroll mouse wheel anymore to zoom in and out. Live measuring tool, I've already told you. I don't know why you would disable this. Yeah. Okay. Let's scroll down. You can set all kinds of colors to all kinds of stuff. Your planets, unknown planets, my ships, enemy ships, minefields, web fields. Yes. Let's get rid of the typical purple. Ho-ho. Now, the sphere settings, I won't explain it because you only use it when you have a sphere, but you can just play around with it a bit. It will help you to get a better picture of the whole map, even if you're moving through the edge. Show border of the map, yes or no. Sorry. It's for sphere as well. Yes, you can see the border here because it ends, but in sphere it's going around. Now, something which I find useful for this presentation, I used a bigger size for everything. Normally it's like this. I think it's pretty annoying that you can't set it smaller than usually, because usually I do a custom setting of like 75. You know, if you have a pretty big screen, you get more room for information, and you don't have the windows overlapping your star map. You see, I use this especially when playing with two windows open simultaneously, which I do pretty often if I like over Discord coordinate with another person, you know. So I put the information here, and I can easier search for the planet, and so on and so on, and then it's not so annoying to have the bigger windows covering like half your screen. Let's put it back to 125 so you can see the stuff better. For such values, you can always use enter, no matter in which pop-up window, ship, planet, whatever, enter works all the time. Here you can reset your turn, which is sometimes useful. For example, if you missed some information, in very specific cases you need this. I will later show you a plugin which gives you a workaround to not reset every turn, but just the command you've just given. Yeah. Okay. Good. That's it. Let's go to the so-called dashboard. If you go to settings, it's the very same. Like, you can nowadays also access through the star map. Before, you always had to go to the dashboard and change settings here. Okay, let's go back to home. I didn't fight this round. Here you can access all your fights. Then we have a report section here. I think you know this from the old interface. Yes, don't miss the fleet messages if somebody gets foed. Planets, starships, starbases. Yeah, you can sort this stuff, fortunately. Like, if I'm looking for my heaviest beams, Gorbis or whatever, of course. Unfortunately, you can't sort the scoreboard. There was a plugin for this for the old interface. I didn't get it running for the new one. But theoretically, you can get it running for the new one. I will show you later. Diplomacy section. Important with the scoreboard. Here it's obvious. You have the fight or fail limit if you play with it at the bottom. If you play melee, you will have to scroll down all the way. Nothing really important I can show you here. You can just play around with it. Diplomacy, here it's so grayish you can't really see it. Here is a little square where you can set the color of your enemy or friends. See? Yeah. And if you click on one of these statuses, I don't know, you get the information, but unfortunately that's not all the information. You should check the documentaries for what safe passage really does, especially if 2 players, granted. Okay, then you have the very useful time machine. Yes, but on the star map you can just hit I to go back. You see it's turn 7 now, or O to go to the future, or to the next turn. 9, 10, and so on. And later on I will show you the plugin Show the Future by McNimble, which helps a lot. Here I missed the measuring. I hit the X key and it's gone. The battle simulator, of course, very handy. I will show you a plugin to improve this as well. So, like in the old interface, you can add your own ships to this and not have to, oh gosh, fumble around with the exact status of your ship and the weaponry and stuff. Okay, sorry. Here you can, I don't know where it's here. You can go to star map settings. We already talked about it. And if you're playing with campaign advantages, you can see your advantages here. Unfortunately, this is the only place where you can see your setup for this particular game. Also, your enemies will never be able to really tell if your current settings, campaign settings on the homepage in your account are the active ones for this game or not. So you can easily trick them, right? Okay, so that's it. I skipped part 2 where I promised you to show you the most important hotkeys. Yes, I already showed them to you during the process, and now I will show you how to work on the star map with the possibilities of the new interface. Yes, if you click here, you can turn on all the planets, just going through the planets you haven't ticked ready yet. This is the box to tick them ready, right? So this one is not ready, and the other one, so I hit the space key and I jump to the next one in queue that is not ready. Okay, same works with ships. Oh, yeah, I will show you a plugin later that lets you click somewhere without changing your ships command, which is pretty annoying in the standard version. Okay, McNimble fixed this one. So I just wanted to select the planet and I didn't want to move my ship here, so I have to close the window. You can also just push escape, right? Okay, I will uncheck this large and small one, this one. So now I can cycle through them via space button, right? If I hit S, if I hit okay, this is McNimble's plugin. If I hit S, I jump to the starbase. If I hit P, I jump to the planet. It's not working without a plugin. I will show you later in part 3. Okay, so you can also just ignore. Recently in the feed, somebody was complaining about the brown circles around planets and ships. This means you haven't readied it yet. You can ignore this by just pushing this button, so you will cycle through all the stuff, no matter if it's readied or if it's not ready yet. Okay. I always use this option to go through my turn in a more structured way, and so I don't miss anything. You can also double tick like unimportant planets, like here 472. I just don't text the natives, I double click them. They won't appear in my not ready yet list. I can also put ships on longer passes, right, and I double click it, and after they've arrived, they will be in my unreadied list again. I hit T for the transfer window. I can now transfer fuel needed. I hit enter, I close this window, I hit enter. No, sorry, I hit escape, I close this window. I go to the comment section here by just clicking on the picture. I can leave a ship comment. I can see, yeah, information. I hit control and enter to close this. Oh, sorry, it's McNimble's again. Hotkeys are not working that well in the normal version. I'm just realizing. Okay, here you can change the color of your planets. I sometimes do planets with starbases in pink. Yes, you can go through it. It will save all the custom colors you've already chosen. You see the list is getting longer. It's pretty handy. You can rename your ships by going to the comment section. Yes. If you have a problem figuring out what kind of ship this is, if this was an enemy ship, you go to the engines and stuff that are shown here, and then you see its original name, so the hull's name, not the name it's called at the moment. You see it's Gorby, but here I can see the hull's name. I can see the maximal fuel capacity, the mass, and all the useful information. Alright, by clicking on this. I'm showing you some more details here, little details, but they're very useful in the ship, planet, and starbase window. So, as I've told you, you can hit T to select to get the transfer window. You can also just click on any or touch any of the cargo, even though there's 0 on it, to get to the transfer window. If you're on a planet and you hit mega credits or supplies, you can convert them. Yes, but you can also directly do this in the transfer window. Like here, I'm transferring all the mega credits available on the planet, and now you see this little arrow, which means that if I add more, it will transfer the all automatically converted supplies. You can also go to this little symbol and let's go. Let's do it back, right? Okay. Very useful symbol in the right upper corner is here. If you are FETs or you're preparing for a FET player for refitting, because you can select individual yeah, I can't build them because I don't have the resources at the planet, but you can select individual parts. You know, you can build 100 beams and 500 engines and whatever you will need for your fleet to get refitted, and then you give over the starbase with the planet to the Fed player, and he got the parts already. Okay, so you have a lot less to coordinate with another player. If you're in the starbase window, you can, by clicking on one of the tags, you can increase them. You can increase fighters and defenses, and this also works on the planet window. If I click on either defense, factories, mines, you can change here. You can put an automatic value in here, so if you want to max out the factories at your home base, just push 1,000, right? Or you just want to have 200 factories, whatever. This is also accessible by just pushing the B key. You text your clans here, you text the natives here. If you push N, oh, McNimble, sorry. If you push T, no. Okay, there are shortcuts in the plugin to get to this, right, to make it faster. Sorry that this part is not so well structured. You can click on the friendly code to change it. You got options here like gift players you can already choose from the list. You can change primary enemy here. You can change the mission here. If I push M, I come to the mission. Alright. You can change your warp speed by clicking on this block. Okay, by the way, you can see how far your ship can travel next turn. So I push W for the warp speed, I increase it to 9, and I can see if I stop my movement here, I can move like this in the second turn, this third, and so on. Very handy because you don't have to check distances manually like with the measuring tool. Okay. Yes, and I think that's about it. These are the most important things you can do with these windows. We have this small handy list to jump to the ships that you haven't selected ready yet, or that you haven't ready yet, and the planets and also the star bases. So if I unready this one, it will show up here. Now let's have a look at the star map. And usually as a new player you have the problem that you don't know what the hell is going on in this game, because the host order is pretty complicated. Yeah, and some things are not, like the rules are not pretty logical. Why is what happening? So you go to the dashboard and you push replay turn. Usually if you go check out your turn for the first time, it shows you all movements. Sorry that the circles are back. If you go to the hourglass with the plus, you can skip through all the steps here. So first of all, in the host order is sensor sweep. We see new reports here. Alright. Next one, ground attack. Now I'm realizing, okay, even though I colored this planet for the colonists color, I got it here, and I might have missed that one, that I got this planet. Next one, mine laying. No mine laying happened, but it shows you how the minefields get deployed and if they explode each other and stuff. Iron storms, there's one here moving slowly. And ship movement, we saw that at the beginning. And now something that you might also miss, yeah, battles, okay, the exploration. So now I know the temperature here, and because I've just hyper jumped to this channel planet, I know that there are rebels there and how many. One thing I forgot to show you in the dashboard is the message interface. There's not really a plugin that can improve this. I mean, there is one where you can link messages to planets, but I have never gotten it work. So you have to work with this. It's not the best way to do it. External communication is probably better. But as for a start, you start here, you can write a public message. Be careful with that one. And you can, by using control, you can select several players. You can write the message and post it, right? Now we will go to the last turn to show you something. Whoops. Let's go back to the messages. Yes, you've got the messages here, alright. And if you reply, it says, oh, it's a public message. Okay. Joshua implemented this after he had spoiled the strategy of his secret ally and him in a league game last year. Yeah, so this should help you to realize that you're writing in public. Other than like, see, here's a multiple message. So if I reply on this, there's no warning. Okay. You pretty often have to go all the way down and load all messages, and then, or even without it, but usually use this, you can filter messages. So everything I communicated with the Birdman is here, and the crystal is there, and so on. Okay? Don't forget to first send an ambassador there. It's the headphones, okay? If you don't do anything, it will take a turn to the message for the message to arrive.
And Moeper's Corner continues. That was a great presentation there on the new client. We're going to continue that conversation with the addition of plugins. So we were talking about that with McNimble, and now we're going to have a good walkthrough and coverage of multiple plugins, including several that were discussed during that interview. So hopefully you enjoy that. And thank you for continuing to enjoy our MVP content contributors, Moeper Corner.
Now, welcome to part 2 of my presentation on how to use the new interface with plugins. The most important ones, in my opinion. I won't waste time clicking through each, and I won't really tell you about them here in this overview. It's just for you to get an idea and to go back to the start of this presentation to find out where about the plugin is that you're looking for. There's also page 2. Yes. I will send the link directly to the plugin into the chat the very moment I'm starting to explain how it works, so you can easily just get it. And second thing is, I won't explain how to install plugins. Let's go back to page 1. Sorry. I won't explain how to install plugins. McNimble already did this job, like you can see here. He invested quite some time into producing plugins and caring that people understands how to use plugins. So I will link you his homepage at the very end of this presentation, where you can go and find out on how to install plugins. Basically, you just need an extension for your browser which lets you install plugins. Okay. I want to sort the plugins from like the beginning of the turn to the end, more or less. But after the first plugin, I've realized, okay, it's so complicated to put in correct order into it that I just start with Meteor's Homeworld plugin, because this is the first thing I check when starting a game, and then the plugins just get mixed. So I've got some notes here. As you can see, I marked some planets as homeworlds or potential homeworlds already, but for pretty many I'm already sure. Like here in the south, there's a homeworld of a player here and another one here. How do I know it? Well, let me have my extended menu here. There are different plugins that I'm using now that show up. I go to Meteor's Homeworld plugin, I click Show Potential Homeworlds, and now the game, which I think is supposed to do work for me because it's a computer game. The game, with the help of a plugin, shows me where the homeworlds could be. So especially at the very end of the list, there is a plugin called Enemy Ship List or Ship List plugin, and some people consider it cheating using this. But all the plugins here, I mean, you can't cheat by a plugin, right? All the plugins here just use the data that the game gives you and automates them for you, so that you don't have to do all the paperwork. And in my opinion, Planets should work like this with all the plugins available, the useful plugins. Very fortunately, McNimble, the one who made the most plugins I'm going to show you, is now part of the developer team, so maybe he will integrate some stuff. Okay, so here are the potential homeworlds, right? And the nebula, of course, makes it harder for the plugin to realize where the positions could be, so I roughly got 11 positions here, I don't know. Those are too close to the center in my opinion, so I didn't took them for potential homeworlds, and I was right. And these here are also too much in the center and too close, because distance between homeworlds is usually, I think, something between 300 and 450 light years, I'm not sure. Anyways, this is too close. So the next homeworld could be here or there, and I think it was here, 450 light years away. Okay, there was no homeworld here, because if the homeworld is here, this is too close. Okay, you see. And up to the north, it's a pretty clear case. This is the only potential homeworld in this whole area, and because we have 11 players clockwise, it must be here. Same for here and here. Here, yeah, we'll have to check. Or, well, talk to people and get intelligence on it, and so on. Very useful plugins. It has more functions here. I couldn't get them work, or I never used them, but this is like how I start my game, and I think it's very awesome. Okay. Next one on the list is McNimble's toolkit, and to be honest, I was quite shocked that I've never really used it, even though there's this nice avatar, and it has some amazing functions, I'm pretty sure, like fleet management. It's a prerequisition to have it installed so that you can use his other plugins, so I just installed it and never really used it. Install it and check it out. I don't know. Maybe he can tell you what to do with it. And next one on McNimble's list is the show messages and also show notes plugins, two separately plugins I recommend you to install. I have a ship note here. Yes, it should go to Planet 50 and Cloak, and I should rename it. So you can see it on the map. Alright. It overlaps with the planet's name, so I'm removing them again by using P. Here I note down at my homeworld how to build a Darkwing that can capture other ships best. And here I noted down that I need fuel on this planet before I will build ships there, because it will eventually run out of fuel. Here I noted down that I'm using the beam transfer money trick so that I can realize there is a cloaker. Here I noted down that I need 280 more clans to get this humanoid planet working as a cash machine, and so on. This is the show notes plugin. Very useful, especially if, like me, you put the ship's destination into the notes. You're wondering, if I can set multiple waypoints, why should I do this? Because I do parts of my turns on the smartphone where I don't use plugins. So I just put down the final destination here, and later on use the computer to set several waypoints. So far it was just the show notes plugin, like here again, my note on the planet. The show messages plugin will show you all kinds of stuff like explosions and also battles. So you can see ship 203, which is mine, which is the enemies fought against mine, that my Darkwing fought against this planet. And here the same. You will also get information on out of fuel and all kinds of stuff. Here you got the list, minefield detonations. So you don't have to go through the pain in the ass report section here, but you can simply see it on the map. The explosions, the combats, the colonization if you get a planet colonized, and so on. Very useful. Okay, speaking of usefulness, let's have another of McNimble's plugins. It's Show the Future. I've already told you that by pushing I and O, you can change between going a turn back and going a turn forwards again in the new interface without any plugins. With McNimble, you can show the future. Like, this is my current turn, 72. Now I load this mail in with stuff that I need to build a starbase over here. I push W to get the warp speed set, and I push T to transfer fuel from the planet and the other ship. Oh, this is another one of McNimble's plugins, so that you can see how much fuel there is on ships, what's the friendly code and stuff. Okay, very useful. You have to get used to it, but it's very, very useful. It's way better than hovering over stuff and having the old transfer window. Okay, so this ship has enough fuel. I'm transferring fuel. So now I push O for the future turn, 73. My ship arrived. I push U, like unload. And now I have enough stuff here to build a starbase. Okay, let's push O again. One further turn. I got my starbase here. Now I've got the resources simulated. So this is what I will have in 2 turns when I will have built the starbase. So based on this, I don't have to do any calculations. I can just trial and error. You know, what will I build? A Cobalt, not enough money. Well, maybe. Cobalt, warp 5, blah. Okay, I push OK, I push build. You see, I push O again for the next future turn, and here's my Cobalt and the resources I got left, right? It also simulates taxes and stuff. Check the help page on this plugin by McNimble and just give it a try. It's amazing. You can also way better plan minefields using it. Sorry, let me find a ship with mines on it, with torpedoes on it. Just a second. Oh well, you know, if this had torps on it, I could lay minefield here, move it there, and next turn I can simulate laying the minefield here. So overlapping minefields is pretty much easier. Unfortunately, McNimble hasn't taken it so far that the torpedoes get really spent. Yeah, but it's still it's useful for a lot of stuff. A plugin I forgot in the list, it's also by McNimble, is the keyboard plugin. If I push F1, I've got all the shortcuts because I got his keyboard plugin. And something I've just realized how awesome it is reading the documentary on it. I always have a hard time, especially on the mobile, getting coordinates correct if you want to meet up with another player, you know. So I push the arrow keys. Oh gosh, no, where is it again and stuff. I can just push the G key and type in the coordinates. That's just one very handy function of this keyboard plugin. Let me show you the keys again. If I push F1, but they alter. Like for example, if I have a shift and I push F1, I have another functions with the keys, and there's a lot I can use, a lot more than the standard without this plugin, and it saves you a lot of clicks and time. And next plugin is the object selection plugin. Before I showed you the first part, I had problems because as soon as you click, as soon as you have a ship selected and click on the map, the ship will move there. Now with McNimble's object selection plugin, you have to push the control key or the shift key to make the ship move. So no more misclicking, which always happens to me when I'm using the smartphone because I don't have plugins there. I touch the screen somewhere. Oh no, my ship is moving there. I don't want it there. So you can way easier set multiple waypoints here. You use the arrow keys to adjust it, and then oh sorry, that was control using the straight way. If I use shift, it will be saved, and then I can plan my way back. Whatever. We are done with McNimble's plugins for today. Let's have the Griffin connections plugin. It adds 3 symbols here. First one, you have the Griffin connections. Okay, it looks messy and it's too much, but you can get used to it. And since all us players are geeks anyway, you can make good use of it. You don't have to use the measurement tool all the time. Can the privateer come to my planet from over there or not? You can just see it. You can also use this for hyperjump locations. Okay, this is very messy, yes. But maybe it helps you to see that you can jump into the deepest disk here, and so on. And then the third one is the Warp 9 connections. Now, why would I use this one? there are sometimes hidden connections where you can travel the distance between two planets using the warp well. Okay, and this plugin, I'm just looking for one connection that is not shown by the usual connections. This plugin will show it to you. They are marked red or whatever. Here maybe. Okay, anyway, install it, try to find the hidden connections with it. It's useful, and especially in a dogfight. I am opening one here. Because in a dogfight, you see the warp 7 connections. Oh no, back in future got music enabled. Sorry. Yeah, anyways, I'll let it run. Okay, so you've got warp 7 connections. Usually in dogfights you build warp 7 engines, sometimes warp 8, sometimes warp 9. Enable the warp 9 connections and you will see that your homeworld can be attacked from this planet, and from that planet, and from this one. If I don't use the plugin, I can't see this connection because it's warp 7. So very useful for dogfights, to be more careful, to get more careful, and be aware of overpowering engines, enemies, or your own ships. Now I won't really show you the Glory Device Explosions plugin. It's simple as that. It shows you it gives you like show messages and notes a message on the star map where your Glory device exploded. I'm not 100% sure if McNimble doesn't include this in his show messages, but maybe he doesn't. So now a small but very useful plugins on a very, let's say, geeky level or high skill level. The new sweep friendly code. Usually you can scan other people's minefield friendly codes by using Minesweep, and pardon me for warping between games, but I didn't really have time to prepare these presentations. So I'm here in another dogfight, and I want to show you the new sweep plugin. You can get the enemies' friendly codes of the minefields if you are lucky, or if you are well structured enough, by putting your ships on different sensor sweep missions with different friendly codes like attack, make torpedoes, and other stuff that people would use on their planets. So the plugin does one thing: it sorts, it gives a new tab in all those reports, like it extracts the Minesweep, the Minescan report with fitting friendly codes. Here, my Opal class scanned Hiko's minefield code. It's ATT, and I click on it and I jump to the minefield, and by that I also know that this planet got this friendly code. Okay, so yeah, I can. it tells you they granted us safe passage. If he doesn't change the code, my ships can use the friendly code and pass through this minefield safely. Okay, so really, if you have a lot of ships minesweeping, you alter the spelling and nuke and attack and MKT and whatever, and you will be surprised how many minefields you can cross without your opponent realizing, because they always think, okay, you were just lucky you didn't hit a mine, if they don't alter the friendly code every turn.
Now, before I'm going to show you the next plugin here, Singularities Crossbeam, I have to tell you that not all the plugins that are around are working for the new client, because most of them were coded for the old client, play.planets.nu, and I will show you a trick in the next plugin, Helmets Load Your Own Ships, so that you can try and make Singularities Crossbeam work. I've never got it working, so that's the only time I switched the old interface, I think, to do this transfer, magical transfers via his or her plugin. Yes, but if you install one of the plugins I showed you and they won't work, I will show you a trick later. So Singularities Crossbeam helps you to fill something like a Merlin with the help of just an neutronic fuel carrier, which has only 2 cargo. Yes, I don't know why it doesn't show up here. Usually I can fill the NFC with those 2 cargo, and then I can transfer unlimited to the Merlin, because the game rules tell you that friendly transfers are unlimited. Even though your ship has only 2 cargo, you can transfer to as many friendly ships as you want by that ship, and as much cargo as you would like to do, but you have to do it again and again and again. Yes, everybody knows that. Oh, damn it, I need 100 clans on this medium, but a medium freighter that a friend owns, but I got only this NFC of mine at the planet. So I transfer the clans 2 by 2 by 2, yes, until I got 100 of them in the medium. Okay, with this script, with this plugin, you can just take 100 clans or even 2,700 at once and transfer them to the friendly owned Merlin. Not your own, of course, because then you can just load them from the planet, obviously, but it helps to save a lot of time. With the next plugin by Helmet, you can do something that was possible in older versions of VGA Planet, I think. You can go to the battle simulator and select a ship that you have already seen in this game, no matter if it's your own ship or an enemy's ship. So it automatically loads your ship setup or the ship setup of the opponent's ship, if you know it, into the battle simulator, and you can just simulate it and get the results for these specific ships, you know. One thing I have to show you here, this plugin usually does not work in the new interface, so I got it working by a trick, but I can't run the simulation visually. You know, if I click run sim, it's broken. I can just get the results from both sides, that's fine, but I can't see the battle. Anyways, at least you can do this in the new interface, and to do this, or to get this working for other plugins that were coded for the old interface that don't work in the new client, you use this trick. You go to your Temper Monkey or whatever browser extension you have to manage the plugins. You go to the dashboard, you look for the plugin you want to get working, and you edit it, and you check for the HTTP, because in the old client plugins you will only find the old address of the game, of course, without the HTTPS, so the more modern secured internet connection. So you simply alter all these addresses, or rather you add the new addresses with an S, and now the script will be working also with the new URL of the game. Great, so last but not least, the smallest plugin I can show you, undo commands, and the most complex one, Space Pirate Harlock's ship list. You can use undo commands for something you did accidentally and you can't redo. You know, you got those two arrows here. Unfortunately, I think I broke the plugin, or I've never got it working properly, I'm not sure. Very, very unfortunately, Space Pirate Harlock, who also updated the enemy ship list plugin, vanished something like 2 years ago, so he actually wrote this plugin because I asked him to do so. And what it does is simply, you can not reset your whole turn like you can do in the settings, but you can here, reset turn, of course, resets every command you gave, but you can undo a command you've given for ship. Please write in the comments now for situations you can make use of it. The only time I can imagine now, but there are other situations as well, is if I fake intercept a ship with warp 0, so that I see an enemy ship, of course, so that I see where it ends up in the next turn, you know. I usually do this, and I then note down which ship I'm tracking, and if I accidentally command a new ship, of course the waypoint where the ship I was intercepting fake tracking ended up is gone. So I click the undo button, yeah, it doesn't work, and I will have the coordinates again. Okay, and the very last plugin, Space Pirate Harlock's ship list. I made a long presentation, a detailed presentation on it for last year's con. So you can find the link to the presentation here or in my description. In my profile. Yes, just go on Planets.nu and Moeper, look for Moeper, and then you can click on the link, and you will find the detailed description on the enemy plugin, which records a lot of great stuff for you. Every enemy ship you can find. I won't scroll down here because this is a live running game, but it features something that, to me, once again, now we are back at the beginning of the presentation, the game should do for you anyways, noting down which ship ID and which kind of ship, and if you know it because you fought against it, what kind of weapon setup another opponent's ship has, and so on, and this plugin does it all for you. Okay? Plus there is the link to McNimble's homepage where he explains how to install a plugin for planets in your browser, and here you got the link for this picture. Alright, thank you so much, have a nice evening, bye bye.
And welcome back. That was a great presentation from Moeper, who again is proving to be quite a prolific contributor. And in fact, in Moeper's corner, there are 3 points. And we're going to go to the third one, and this is about non-standard game types. And after this one, I think I'll share a couple of my thoughts about some of these game types, and I encourage you to share in the comments any that you've played or that you've enjoyed, or maybe you haven't, and why not. So enjoy this presentation, and we'll see you in about 23 minutes.
Hello, I'm Moeper, and welcome to my next presentation. And right now you might be wondering, oh gosh, why him again, and why does he always have to talk so much about planets? Well, this time it's a pretty simple reason. I don't like standard formats. I think playing this game in vanilla is a pretty dull situation, and I would like to convince you to play more custom setups. So why don't I like standard games? Well, it's the same circle, everybody knows, and there are 11 players on the map, and one disadvantage, for example, is I might be lucky with my neighbors, or I might not. Anyways, if this person here, or that person here, or even this person here performs better than me, or is more lucky with the neighbors, there's not really a way I can change this. And I mean, especially classic standard format, we're playing this not just for months, but years of hours per turn, several turns per week, and it might go on for years or hundreds of turns. Are you serious? For what? 200 planets? Yay. So, I think all excitement is gone past, I don't know, turn 120 or whatever. I mean, you know how this works, and you know what to criticize about it. And let's focus on the positive aspects of new, especially because we can play, or we can create and play non-standard formats. So to start with, I will give you a quick overview on what kind of custom games there are. First, you can make game setup completely different by changing the map. and second, you can change the game format, mostly the winning conditions. With the map, of course, we can have smaller maps, bigger maps, rectangular maps, and not round maps, and especially sphere maps, where you can go out on the right side and come in again on the left side of the map, and so on, so that you don't have the issue that I can't reach this other player who's running away in planet count. I've got twice as big military, but game will be over, or whatever. And you can change the game format. The league introduced top advanced 4, for example, so only when there will be 4 players left, the others got kicked out by fight or fail, the game will end, and so on and so on. Okay, so far I might have not convinced you why standard games are not good, but I hope that at the end of this presentation you will get an idea why there are many advantages to custom games or non-standard setups. And I forgot to tell you that first I will show you some custom setups, the big 4 or the most used 4 ones, and then I will go into one game type and show you the first, 12 turns, and show you how much more tactical decision there is besides economy in the game compared to a standard game, of course. So, what 4 big formats I'm speaking of? First of all, dogfights. There are 2 presentations already on this, one by Emperor Stimpy with Psydev as a guest for last year's PlanetsCon, and one done by me. I will show you the links to them at the end of this presentation. Dogfight looks like this. It's a small map, and it has sphere, only I think 60 planets and 8 players, so it's very tight, and you will always have to be careful where your enemies are, and so on. Second big one is Blitz Games, yes, only 2 players on a map, with I think 16 or 18 planets, and of course it's tight again, and you have to play quite differently from standard games in those 2 formats. Third one is Giant Melee. Again, you have to play quite differently. Why is this so? Because it's still 500 planets, but 30 players on it. So it's pretty packed, almost like a dogfight. There are bigger gaps in between clusters, and of course you can become very unlucky by starting in a small cluster while somebody else is well, on his own or her own for quite a while in a nice cluster. Again, it's sphere. You can go out at one side of the map and come in again at the other one, and it's more, I don't know, it's pretty tough. And then, last but not least, the one format I will show you an example of is the Wandering Tribes scenario, and here we have games that have been system generated by the website, and they are on a standard sized map, and here is one example of a custom game I made, including Fog of War and sphere again, and a rectangular, not a round map. So I got more neighbors, and because of the Fog of War, of course, and the non-standard size and the non-standard setup of the planets, I will have to figure out who is where and who are my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe potential 6 neighbors. It always depends on how far you will go, and here I don't have the issue of I can't reach the other player because I don't have to go along here. I can just go out of the map here and reach this corner, which is the furthest away from me at the moment. Yes. So there are 3 types of Wandering Tribe games you can choose from in the map editor. Remember, there are 2 differences. Either the map is different in a custom game, or the game format is different, or both. So the system-generated games on the website for Wandering Tribes, they have 3 types, but all of them use the standard maps of 500 planets round. And yes, let's check them out with the first format. You have 6 super transport freighters in a home area. It looks like this. At the start of the game, here are the 6 freighters. They are all full with stuff. You have a reduced number of clans you have to be aware of. So this format is better for races who have like easier clan management, of course. Okay, So the 11 players are scattered somewhere across here in the round format, yes? Then we have starting scattered across the map, which means your 6 super transport freighters are somewhere in this round 500 planets map, like you can see here with the waypoint set, yes, and there are the opponents. They are also scattered. This one is Evil Empire, this one is Lizards, and this one is Crystals, and so on. And last but not least, everyone is in the center. Well, let me show it to you, but it's pretty obvious. Here we are. Everyone is there. Now, if you think about it, why would you play this format? It's clearly completely unbalanced. Some races are better at it. Also, if you start scattered, some races have more advantages. I think the most balanced one is if you start in homeworld areas, because any race got a chance to develop well if they play well. Here it's harder for some races to connect with their own race, so the player with the 6 scattered transports. And here, well, let's check it out in detail and you will easily see which races are better. And I wanted to avoid this format here, but I thought maybe giving it a try once is fun, and then I was surprised on how much dogfighter-like this is, even though you start with only freighters, no beams, no other weapon, no torps, no minefields. It's like, okay, whoa, there is action, there's a lot of action in the first turns. Initially, I wanted to call this presentation on the extended tactical deepness of the start of a non-standard format. So I'm going to look into my tactical decisions and try to analyze all the options that are there, and there are plenty, so please feel free to add more of them in the chat. And here we are, everybody starting in the center, 8 players with 6 super transport freighters each. And first tactical decision or strategic decision I did, as you can see in my ship notes. By the way, if you're wondering why they are on the map, check out my other video on playing this new client with plugins. It's one of McNimble's plugins, show notes. So I moved the cargo back and forth through Madinson a lot, because at the beginning every freighter got the same cargo. Some clans, some supplies, some mega credits, and some of each mineral and maximum amount of fuel, I think. So if you split them evenly, or not evenly, if you do the opposite, you can build 2 or I think 3 starbases out of the box. Yes. So in Wandering Tribes, I usually, if I start with all my transports at one spot, I split the cargo so that 2 of them can build a starbase. And because my strategy here was Iron Rebels to build cheap falcons right from the beginning and jump out of the reach of the other players and start colonizing planet by planet by just dropping 1 clan, being up fuel all the time, and get 200 planets before somebody else can stop me. I designed 1 cargo hold to hold the stuff for a starbase, and a warp 5 and blasters falcon. I think 3 of them before I need external resources. Now a second freighter with starbase materials for a very low tech falcon, which blasters can destroy super transport freighters. Anything else will time out, or of course better beams will eventually destroy them, but here I calculated on 1 falcon one starbase which can produce 3 or 4 falcons in a row without more resources, and they won't blow up a freighter. But anyways, and I got 1 ship ready with not much of important material aboard in the cargo hold for Rebel ground attack, because you don't need beams to do this, and Rebel ground attack in this scenario pretty much sucks for everybody else. Yes, you want to establish a planet, there is a freighter of the rebels there, and they are ground attacking, Rebel ground attacking me all the time, and I lose a lot of plants and stuff. Okay, so first turn, one thing I want to mention, I thought that the lizards are overpowered in this Wandering Tribe scenario, like they are in dogfights, because of the 30-1 ground attack bonus, because you have way reduced number of clans in your game already, and they kill 30 by just dropping one. Also because they can build good ships at low cost, and they have the mining bonus and so on. So I thought, plus the lizard player is Vest. I don't know if this name rings a bell, but yeah. Yeah, I wanted to make sure that the lizards won't get a foothold. So my lowest ID freighter doesn't tow a lizard freighter, but intercepts the lowest ID 152, the lowest ID freighter of the lizards, so that I might later be able to tow them away before they can tow away a ship of mine, and so they lose their lowest towing ship. You see, I mean, 152 already is a pretty high number ID, sorry, if you compare how many other ships there are. Okay, and yeah, this is I think, yeah, it's not important cargo here, no minerals, no money, so if I just have this one annoying the lizards, it's fine by me, because the other one got the important cargo. So turn 2, nothing much happening. I'm splitting so that I might get a chance to establish a starbase here and here and here. So yeah, there is quite some people here, so I decided to not go there, because obviously this cluster will be crowded and it's just 4 planets. And what you often do in this scenario is you get first on a planet, next turn you build a dev post there, defensive post, and put the planet on nuke or attack. So if another player's freighter is moving over it, that was my plan here with the lizards, I develop the planet one turn before they arrive, and then the ship blows up. Unfortunately, it didn't work in this case, but that's what you do, and this is another reason why rebels are pretty strong in this scenario. They have planetary immunity, so I don't care about the defensive posts the other put up, but I try to kill everyone else by towing their ships to my planets where I have defensive posts. Okay, nothing much happening here. But next turn, West or the lizards got this planet and this one as well. So what are they going to do with the robot super transports? Yeah, they try to catch them here, tow them. They don't have a ship here, and they don't have a ship here. Maybe that was a mistake. But anyways, I don't know why the freighters didn't move, but they blew up because of the one dev post and the planet on nuke. And as you can see here, I tried to rebel ground attack and ground attack this planet to get it from west. Of course, there was not enough RGAing yet, so the ground attack failed. But here, he ground attacked me, and now I'm throwing away his freighter so that he won't be able to drop more clans next turn, because my other freighter is moving over there with rebel ground attack. So I'm trying to kill this or take this planet again off his hands, because it's custodials and I want to have this starbase tech. Yeah, and same here, I'm trying to tow this away so he can't have a foothold here, and I will rebel ground attack it later. Okay, remember I didn't go here because there was too much traffic, so I focused on here and I tried to get a good planet here with a tech bonus, hopefully for warp engines, so that my Falcons can even have warp 9. But other than that, I didn't really care. I mean, I don't need humanoids because Falcons are just +1 tech level. You can afford them, especially because I split my money and resources so that I can afford building Falcons already out of the box.
I'm sorry that now my voice sounds really craggy. I have become ill during the recording process. So only a few minutes left. I will try to entertain you as best as I can now. We are in turn 3 only, but one thing that players have not thought about is that first fight or fail limit will start in turn 5, which means, of course, in turn 4 you have to drop at least one clan above a planet and successfully colonize the planet to have one planet in turn 5. So far, only the lizards got planets, the 2 I've showed you already, which I tried to get from him, and I was planning to drop either a clan now or at least next turn in turn 4. These people not moving to a planet now so that they land there in turn 4 will be kicked out of the game. The evil empire went bye-bye, and next to them the colonies. Cram managed to get some. The crystals managed to get a place. The robots did. I think the Birdman didn't. But let's see. Okay, let's continue. Yeah, he took the planet. I will rebel ground attack it, of course. Here I'm trying to do the same, and I'm moving this one freighter over here to be hopefully fortunate because it's one Starbase freighter with enough stuff to build Falcons there. As you can see, Krem and I communicated, and he successfully towed the Lizard freighters away so that West can't get a foothold here. Because, of course, the 30-to-1 ground attack bonus and the 15-to-1 ground attack defense bonus are pretty heavily, and Krem by that secured this cluster for himself. Birdman and robots are moving here. I will later rebel ground attack them, destroy a starbase here. By doing that, because of course they were not fast enough to build warships to kill my freighters doing the rebel ground attack, because I landed here first and was prepared. I can show you here. You see, okay. So Starbase comes up here later on, and I even took it by ground attack, because I rebel ground attacked the planet so heavily that there were only a few clans left, and I could drop my clans to get the Starbase. Here, West lost his Starbase because I rebel ground attacked it, and here he lost the planet to me, and I'm building a Starbase immediately. Here one of his freighters died because I was seeing that it moved here, and of course I dropped 1 supply and 10 mega credits as well, so that I can build a defense post and put the Planet.nu. And you see, ultimately West is retreating to this northern area. The first 2 planets he colonized, because I guess I was too annoying here, especially he was demoralized when he lost his first starbase here, which he then told me in an in-game message already. Okay. So I got a starbase here, I will have one here later, and I had this lonesome one moving here to build another starbase. And from turn 9 on, I'm producing 2 Falcons per turn, and I'm already jumping out of the hotspot area here to colonize planets, beam up the fuel so that nobody can hopefully pursue me, and try to get my 200 planets. That's it so far. Yeah, as almost always, I'm coming back at the end of the presentation with something I forgot, an important detail. I almost cried playing this game at the beginning, because as you can see now we are in turn 3, and on turn 4 I've realized something I've just told you already. I need to colonize a planet now, but here is the Lizard above the only unoccupied, unowned planet now. This will arrive in turn 5, this will arrive in turn 5. Here, I couldn't rebel ground attack the Lizard far enough to now conquer the planet. And I was complaining to Krem that no matter which direction I went, one of West freighters moved there as well. Like here, and next round here. Also this direction. And here, of course, the first 2 planets he took. So I felt myself very, very unlucky, even though I knew before the game had started that I need this one planet on turn 5, and I was prepared for it. Oh gosh, so I basically said goodbye to my partner Krem, and he was like, can't you land and disassemble above one planet that is unowned yet? And I was certain that here nobody moved there, because I kept track of the movement of the other ships. Yeah, there are plenty of freighters here this turn. So the last straw of hope was really to land there and immediately take the planet in this very turn. And bam! 1 planet on turn 5. That's how I survived. And yes, I'm very thankful to Krem, of course. And I think I never, even though I played a lot of dogfights already, I've never used the land and disassemble mission before. So this was the very moment I realized, oh gosh, this is more, this game format is more complex than it seems, and you can actually learn pretty much something about planets by playing it, because it's so harsh, it's so hard at the beginning, and you really have to get creative. And of course, you have to be ruthless, yes, no remorse against your opponents, because you try to get rid of them as soon as you can, because the center is crowded and you will never be able to pull out any kind of working economy if you share clusters or cluster with an opponent who might even build his first starbase first and then hunts down your freighters with like a cheap falcon with blasters, Okay, that's it. Enjoy the night. Goodbye, everyone. Oh dear, I know. It's slowly becoming embarrassing if it hasn't been already. I forgot two more things. First of all, the links to the dogfight presentations I told you about at the beginning. Now pay attention to the chat. I will post them there as well so that you can follow the link easily. And second thing I forgot, I created one of each game type I told you about. So for the PlanetsCon, there will be dogfights, the dogfight, 2 blitz games or 3, a giant melee with 20 players instead of 30, so that we get the game filled up and still keep quality high, because we don't want any droppers there, who just join the game and don't play the turn, which happens a lot with 30 players, and a Wandering Tribes scenario. Okay, sorry for the bad preparation and the going back and forth all the time. Bye, see you next year.
All right, welcome back, Planeteers. Thank you, Moeper, for your 3 videos. Your contribution is definitely appreciated. He asked me to share that this year he hosted a Blitz tournament with 16 players. Throughout the tournament, you could only choose each race once, and the maps were handpicked to balance the games. So we had an exciting games with the results of 4th place being Paudolf, our currently newly crowned emperor, and top dog of last year's dogfight tournament. 1st and 2nd in the official Blitz ranking. And then 3rd place, Hiko, a retired emperor. And in 2nd place, Alajop, the top dog of the dogfight tournament in 2020. And in 1st place, Joe Snowfie, retired emperor and this year's Grand Marshal. You can find the tournament results in the link that I'm sure he's going to post in the chat. If you're interested in joining next year's tournament, please join the group at Planets.nu. All right. That was my advertisement for Moeper. Thank you for everything you did to contribute to today's PlanetsCon, Moeper. I appreciate you, man. Non-standard game types. So if any of you guys know me, you know I'm part of a group called Planets.209, and that's just because that's the area code that we all grew up in and played Planets together with. And so we have a couple different games, and we invite people that we've met along the way to join our games. If you've played in a Planets.nu game, please give a shout out in the chat. So we've done a couple different kinds. We once did a 2-big team. I think it was like 5 players on each team. Wandering tribes scattered. A very interesting concept where everyone was intermixed. Your teammates, your enemies, all over the place. Quite chaotic. And right now, our Planets.nu game is, which is almost always a Planets.nu game going. We maybe take a short break between games, but once it ends, we start one up. Right now, we're playing one with a map that I think Tailspin may have started a conversation in the feed about, where there's like a big center of stars, and then everyone is sort of on the outside with their own cluster that's separated by, about 2 or 3 turns worth of warp 9 travel. And so it's turned out to be interesting. We're in the early parts of the game, but we love to experiment with that. Our Planets.nu group back in the day were really big on the P list and F host and all kinds of things, just to make it anything but standard. So we love the non-standard games. I encourage you to try these out. They're great fun. They're great difference. Dogfights and blitzes are good for small bites. So if you keep your number of games down, they're a great way to do that. So give that a try. Next up, we have a video from Madinson called, what did he call it? He called it, I won, but I have lost, playing 230 turns as the Fascist in a giant melee. Now, before we get into this, I do want to warn you, the audio is, it's kind of rough. You might get some crackling noises, and there's not much that was able to be done about it. And I'll take the blame for that, because if I had maybe gotten on organizing this a little bit more, I might have told him, hey, can you redo it? But he was very gracious to create this video and get it into me just a couple of days ago, so I appreciate his contribution. So just be prepared if your speakers start making some weird noises about that. But we're going to hear from him about a giant melee, which are great chaos and fun. And hopefully you enjoy that. Thanks, and we'll see you soon.
Hello guys, that's me, Madison. So I wanted to make a presentation live, but at the beginning of the week I heard that I have to walk away this weekend, so I was a bit under pressure to make the presentation here, to make a video screen, to make a PowerPoint, and to tell you about what I want to share with the community and what I have learned in this game. The title of my presentation is I won, but I have lost. So why? We'll see at the end. Playing 230 turns as a fascist in a giant melee game. So let's have a look on it. There are 4 parts. It's going to be not too boring. There was the battle for the New Moscow sector, and we have the facts, fighting the horrors close to win the game, and then the end game. So let's talk about the facts. There were about 30 commanders who could join the game, but just 15 joined. So that's why I jumped into the game at turn 8. So, not so many people. Maybe I can make a good deal, and I'm going to play it. But have a look on it. We have 1 crystal, 1 evil empire, 2 birdmen, 1 cyborg, 2 robots, 1 rebel, 2 colonies, 2 fascists, 1 privateer, but 2 horrors. 15 and 2 horrors. At turn 15, 5 new commanders joined the game. 1 crystal, 1 birdman, 1 colony, and 2 more horrors. So we had 20 races, and there were 4 horrors in game now. Strange situation. So let's have a look on the situation on the map, and we open it here, and we can see in the situation. Here we have the evil empire. Here is my position. So I play the fascist in campaign modus with double beams and Sauerscheid bonus. So no problem to kill everybody. I did a deal with the evil empire, and we had a good border. And there you see one Horwasp and another Horwasp, one in the north, one in the south. So let's kill them. So how I told you, in this turn 15 could make this good border with the evil empire. The commander name was Setexine, and in the north of the empire there was a Horwasp Fats99, and in the south the Horwasp Apis Toll. Our first two main targets. So let's go on and check out what happened. We jump to turn 50, then we're going to have a look on turn 100, 150, and then the end game. So I just want to share with you the situation. In turn 50, we have killed the Horwasp Fats99 and Apis Toll. But meanwhile, the other two Horwasps got stronger in the north and in the south. And the commander name was 2010 and Duha. And those commanders were much stronger and very effective. And now we had two new main targets, and just 14 commanders were left in game. So let's take a look on the map again. What happened? Same situation. Here the border with the evil empire, and now we see the other Horwasp on the map. Here in the south, Commander Duha, yeah, and in the north, Sauron, and still we're growing forward and trying to push and bring them down as fast as possible. So then we go back to our presentation and check it out. Turn 100. So we have killed a Horwasp, Fats99, Horwasp Toll. Yes, we did. And this is what I already taught you. The new commanders from Horwasp, the stronger Horwasp, Sauron 2010 and Duha, were very strong. At this time, turn 100, just 6 commanders were left in game. Yeah? And I was in the dangerous situation because the Empire commander, my ally, was killed around turn 70. And thanks God, I found another very good commander who could help me. And I got a new ally, the robotic commander, CMD Steel. And let's have a look on turn 100. I jump in the game. Let's return to turn 100. Sorry, I want to go to turn 100, not 110. So it's like life. It's like life here. Yeah. We can check it out. Here always battles on every pound. So, and if we look at the map of the scoreboard, we see Commander Steel has very good position with 93 planets, Horwasp 90-10, me behind, and then Sauron, okay. And just 2 commanders left, another fascist and the colonies, but not for a very long time. In turn 100, I thought, okay, there the Roberts has nearly 100 planets, I have 70. Now let's grab some planets and take it over and end this game fast. I thought this could be, but it went in a different way. Well, we jump now to turn 150, and we see just 4 commanders are left in game. And the situation was the following. My ally, the robotic commander, and I, we owned 195 planets, and the Horwasp, the other 2 Horwasp, owned 207 planets altogether. So we decided to rush, to make it very fast now, and try to get and grab planets as soon as possible, because the situation was horrible. really. It was so hard to fight. I tried my best. I used the LV1, LV2, and on the codes that I always built at the frontier. I built every turn. I built new rigs, and they were very effective against brutes. Yes, with the double beans and this other extra child bonus. I got some golems from my alley, but it was hard. Sometimes we had we'll see. More than 50 VCRs every turn. In around turn 107, Commander Steele left, and I hoped, this was my big hope, that another commander comes with who fights the Alliance together with me and to push to win. So Commander Marco got over the position, and we were very good together and did our very best. So let's have a look on the map. And we have the following situation. And you see we are strong together here always. This side, the middle, wasn't affected, but they pushed from the north and from the south and got in here. We got very strong fights. So and I just wanted to show at some points how brutal the situation was. Here's some soldiers. Here's some soldiers. Let's go into the map. There we have a hive. So soldiers, not too hard the situation, but for example here we have 3 hives at one point. You always lose 2 ships against 1 hive. So, and everywhere stingers came around, sentries, killed planets, bases. It was not possible to set ships into the space to watch out. You see the Horvath ships very late, the incoming, and this is a big problem. So always a big problem was, for example, here we have 24 VCRs, watch at the scoreboard, yes. Here I built with PBs, some ships, very good situation, I have 130, but I killed so many Horvath ships, so many, and you don't get PBs to build new ships. So, and the Horvath didn't have warships much, but they built a lot of freighters. So this was a strange situation. So yeah, the ship build was 513, and I always built new ships, but there came more and more Horvath ships, and I did not know what to do in this situation. I set up bases everywhere, and always had a couple of, here for example, I've left a biocide I got as a present from Fiverr from the beginning, and survived until turn 150. So it was one of my little treasure, and I didn't want to lose it, but I think some turns later in the end game I lost it too. So I did not have many carriers, some Automas from the robotic commander from Marco, and we traded some ships. I gave him Sabas, and he had the extra child bonus. I gave him some wigs to make proper mine laying and some Ilvins, and so it was very good situation. So okay, come on, let's go close to the game. Let's check it out and win it now. So now we are very close to win the game, I thought. Turn 172. We have the first victory countdown, 245 planets to 239. I didn't understand. The countdown started, we didn't have 250. I'm still not sure why this happened, always in the game. So in just 20 turns we could take over 50 planets. So from turn 150 to 170. And we did big pressure. We had 270 battleships against 180 and 220 starbases for the Horvath. That means 220 hives. If the Horvath is able to bring those hives together and to move them forward, then you can't defeat him. So if you have, for example, 8 hives at a point, they are more than the best developed starbase you can have, the most of them. So they had also 270 fighters. They could change into ships, and that's what they done as the first victory countdown started. So we check out the map again, and I jump in again. So you see turn 172, and our areas very clear. We have a quadrant, yes, and here at every point harbor ships are coming in. Just one stinger, no problem, and so on. Here you see, okay, there's the soldier, but sometimes there were big forces, and everywhere stingers were coming inside from all the sides, from everywhere. Stingers, hives, brutes are coming around. Here we have 6 soldiers at one point. Here 2 hives running into the area. On every side, on every point, you have to defend. Here this was a very strange situation. We thought we can hold this area, but hives arrived from the north, too many hives, and we lost this area and had to defend again here at this. Then I always try to kill the accelerators as much as possible, because they are the points where ships can change the movement, the direction. So the ships were horrible, yes, and the fightings. Let's go to the VCRs. In this turn we have 52 VCR. You can see, for example, a victorious battleship against 1 brute. So it's no problem. You're gonna kill it, but the victorious is too damaged to make the next fight, for example, and is killed by the second brute. This is without extra child bonus, so this is normal. But 1 brute takes out 1 victorious, and you always have 6 victorious against 3 brute at the end, and it's not possible to build so many new ships. And they put up the pressure very close to the game. We hope we can make it with the countdown, but we didn't. We didn't make it. This time, turn 172. Let's go on from turn 179 until 237. Now, the Horvers started the victory countdown more than 5 times, and we fought against it. This was very strong, hard fire. Every turn, build new ships, set them up, bring them to the frontier, and overall, Horvers came in. And I thought, oh my God, they're getting more and more planets at the end. Maybe they win. And we have been very close to win in turn 174, but there they stopped our countdown after 3 turns. So we were just 2 turns away from the winning of this game. And they were game changers. They did it, they changed it, they put so many pressure on us, and I learned something during this game. Okay, the end game, 2 against 2, and the game ended in turn 237. Remember, 20 commanders have been in game, including 4 Horvers commanders. Survivors, the robots, the fascists, and 2 Horvers. And we had, in my eyes, we had the strongest race combination you could have. To fight the Horvers, we had carriers, big mine line. Yeah, it's always good, because they bring down the power of the Horver ship if they get mine hits, but they're not damaged, but they lose a bit from the power. So we only have a lot of minefields everywhere, but too many Horver ships are sweeping. So our big advantage was always the double beams we had and the 50% starter child bonus. You can forget to use the poppers. You say, hey, I didn't use the poppers. I tried everything. Really, really put so many D19 on them or not. So it wasn't possible. Why? Let's have a look into the game again. Let's take a look on the map. For example, here in one turn, close to the end, we have 80 VCRs, the scoreboard. We say, okay, we had a lot of warships, 130, the robot had 150, so we did our very best. We had 200 starbases, and we're very close to them, 242. And at this moment, I really wondered, maybe someone can explain me. Yes, you can see it on the map. Here. One turn before the end, the Horvers had 98 planets, and 90 planets, so nearly 200. But a lot of hives, or what? So, oh no, I'm wrong. Sorry here. We brought them down, 148 and 98. So there were 4 planets left. Normally the countdown must have stopped, but it didn't stop. So we had 242 planets, and that's it. No way. The alliance of the 2 Horvers, they pushed on every border. Here you see some soldiers, no problem. Here, hive, no problem. Here you see some soldiers on a hive, no problem. Hive, no problem. Yeah, if you have one hive somewhere, it's not a problem. I want to figure out where we have some more big ships. Here you see a situation, for example, soldiers, brutes arriving all the time, and it was not possible to defend against this massive production of fighting ships. Here, 2 Stingers coming in, then brute, Jagger, soldier, and we tried our best, but in the end, this was the situation. Planets told me the victory is yours. You have won this battle. No, really. I wanted to win it with my ally as an alliance. This is crazy. So this is why I did this presentation. I won the game, but I've lost. Okay, I have the most planets, but the alliance of the 2 Horvers, they did win the game. So I have the most planets, but in my eyes, I lost. Together with the robotic Imperial of Marco, we both lost against those great Horvers commanders, Dua and Sauron 2010, in my eyes. Let's go back to the presentation. So, how I said, we had a lot of power, but we didn't make it. That's why I do this presentation, to tell you this with another background. You cannot win against the Horvers in an endgame. You can watch out the game here at Planets.nu sector 441-148. And go inside. I don't want to make a too long presentation because it always takes a lot of time to prepare it, and it shouldn't become too boring. But I want to share my results with you. I did this presentation for the community and to say, if the Horvers in game, kill them first and ever, and everybody should do this and not make some fights with your neighbor, make a deal with the privateers, with the colonies, with everyone next to you and say, come on, let's have peace until we have killed the Horvers. On the other side, or otherwise, you would lose in the end game. We did our very, very best. Okay, we were very, very close with 2 turns to win the game in an alliance. We were a little bit unlucky, okay. But then after turn 170, for 60 turns, we still tried to win, but it wasn't possible. The production machine of the Horvers is so strong at the end that bring you down. You can't make it. Here's on the both. You see on the bottom. You see another example, Commander Koski played in the Vulcan sector as a horse. And it was horrible. He was next to bring down the evil empire, and the lizard, the crystal, and me as a colonist, we helped the evil empire to, and we lost so many ships, and though we decided to stop him somehow by FOF, the only way. Horrors are not well balanced, but you have to understand why. They are really aliens. They are enemies for all the races. For all races. Understand it. From the beginning of the game, you could say, okay, the Horrors, this is not a race you can use in VCR planets. No, it's a new race, and it is very strong. And if the races do not work together, the aliens win, like in real life. So that's it. Yeah. I hope you enjoyed this presentation. I think this was my last slide. Let's have a look. Yeah, 12. This was my last slide. I'm a little bit. What should I say now at the end? I'm a little bit traurig that I can't be live at the con. Yes, but it's my first presentation, and I have so many presentations done for other ways. Never I did a presentation for Planets.nu, yeah, to tell about the facts. What I didn't show you were so many things about the VCRs and so on, but it would have been too boring. Yeah. Remember what I said? If they are horrors in game, kill them first and ever, please. Yeah, this is what I want to say. And if there's some guys who make their own war with others, then they have no ally, and they're gonna be killed by the horrors. Yeah, and you will see it. So, oh, got a nice shirt. Yeah, this is one shirt. I did, you see, this is from the PlanetsCon in Leiden here. And as I played the privateers in Capricorn War, I tried to rob all the ships from SMN, and he tried to pop my ships. I played the privateer, he played the fascist. Well, this was a very, very nice game, and I will never forget. Capricorn was a very great game, and thanks a lot to Joshua that you brought up this brilliant game that we can play it on browser. Thanks for your engagement, and nice to be a part of this great community. Have a nice day. Thank you for listening, and it's over and done now. Bye. Have fun. See you.
Welcome back, Planeteers. Hope you enjoyed that presentation from Madison. I hope you enjoy the part how we take a presentation from Moeper about non-standard games and then have a discussion about a non-standard game titled "I have won, but I have lost." And now we're going to hear from the great Gnerphk, something or the other, about how to lose. Enjoy.
Excuse the cheap theatrics. I just wanted to put a little light on the subject. That subject is one that needs more light than we give it. You've seen guides on how to win from every race, perspective. This is how to lose. Now, let me start off by saying, usually when I'm talking to people, there's some kind of feedback. I'm not just shouting into the void. I'm not a whole lot. Well, today, I am all alone. I am shouting into the void. I am talking out loud to an inanimate object that may or may not be recording. And if we're very lucky, someone out there is going to hear me. Which is fine for you, but not so much for me. Because I need context. I need another voice, a warp to my woof, or what have you. So I'm going to channel one of my many inner voices, this time an asshole who lives inside me. He sounds a little bit like Joe Pesci, somewhere between My Cousin Vinny and Nicky Santoro from Casino. Holes in the desert? Don't tell me about no holes in the desert. What I don't know about holes in the desert. Anyway, you get the idea. So, this is a guide on how to lose. People sometimes look at me as some kind of authority on the game of planets. Let me tell you something, though. Just because I write half the articles out of the Planets magazine, I've composed guides on every race in the game, except Horwasp. I'm on the official documentation team. I've spent hundreds of hours researching corner case contingencies, far-fetched tactics, and most important of all, I am gatekeeper to that single most important document on Planets.nu, the annotated host order. Yeah, I'm an authority on the game. Someone has a question, who do they ask? They ask me. They may not know it. They may think they're writing in the feed, and any of you schmucks out there might answer. But to get a definitive response, something that makes sense, and it's the end-all, be-all, you look to see what I say on the subject. And that demonstrates the greatest rule on how to lose. Rule 1, be arrogant. Be full of yourself. People just love that, and they demonstrate that love by jumping all over you, and then giving you the curb stomping you so richly deserve. Seriously, perfect example. Look at my win-loss record. Sure, I got my share of first-place finishes, but there's an awful lot of dead in there, too. I'm not an expert on everything to do with planets. What I am is a writer. I write. I'm not Hemingway. I'm sure as hell know Stephen King or Aaron Sorkin, but I'm not bad at it. So what I do is I research, I ask experts, and then I write. And some of what I write is how to play guides. And when I write something that's wrong, which happens from time to time, some player is definitely going to come up and tell me about it. And then I usually fix it, because that's what a writer does, is have conversations. Sometimes very slow conversations in text, typed on bits of dead trees. And anyway, this brings us naturally to rule 2 of how to lose. Remember, we're talking about how to lose. Never talk to anybody. The hell's all this message shit about? I get enough of that at work. Memos, emails, and now this cyborg player thinks he rates a fucking Zoom call. Someone invades your space, just kill him. Someone looks weak, they're your rightful prey. Or channeling my inner Martok, I guess. Send in the fleet and conquer. Let your ships do the talking, because diplomacy is unworthy of a warrior. Kapla! Except what this really means is, if you're not plotting with someone, odds are they're plotting against you. Refusing to communicate with one player can automatically put that player on guard against you. Keeping silence with everyone is the equivalent to pinning a huge target on your back. Walking down the street wearing a bullseye, capiche? Even short messages, "Hi, how are you?" Forget about it, will demonstrate you're paying attention. And so, if you want to lose the game, don't type a single word. Rule 3, my favorite. Break your deals. Yeah, I know I promised. You know what else? Fuck you, that's what else. I'm taking your planets, I'm stealing your freighter, and you'll never see this battleship again unless it's driving straight down your throat. This is an internet game. What are you going to do? Come over here and beat me up? You some kind of ex-Navy SEAL or something? So, yeah, this one's complicated. Truth is, there's nobody out there keeping you honest except yourself. But this is a small player community, and people talk like a bunch of little old ladies in a small town. It's real easy to get a reputation in that sort of environment. When it comes to people breaking deals and getting punished for it, okay, I confess, I'm pretty extreme. When I trade you a ship, say a cloaker or a superstar destroyer, and I'm not going to trade you a superstar destroyer. There was this whole big thing. I don't do that anymore. But let's just say, and I make the condition that you never pass that superstar destroyer on to another player. If you break that deal and I see that superstar destroyer floating around with someone else's name on it, I will do my best to make sure you lose the game. I'll do it in a way you're going to remember. And depending on who you are, I may never trust you again. But what's more important is I'll probably gripe about you to my friends. Casually, sort of thing. I won't go so far as to drop names on a PlanetsCon presentation. But, you know who you are. You know what you did. On the other hand, I'm not going to pay you a visit, just me and my Louisville slugger. Know what I mean? Because that's just crazy. I might not buy you a beer next PlanetsCon, but on the other hand, I might, even if you're the guy that... Anyway. And I'm not the only one. There are people out there who will take umbrage if one of their friends gets picked on. I know this because some of them have taken issue with me after I've administered a disturbed curb stomping. Sometimes there's a bit of backlash for that. It's part of the game. But the best way to avoid it, keep your deals. Rule 4 of how to lose. Don't do your homework. What? You want me to read a guide? Ask for advice on how to play? Listen, buddy, I've been playing this game since Tim. Ain't nobody got nothing to teach me. Besides, it's a game. Hell do I want to do all that work for? Yeah, sure, it's just a game. And it's up to you whether you're here to play or to play well. It's your call. But if you think about it, sometimes you're going to spend an hour a turn, and the game is at least 80 turns. That's 2 weeks at a full-time job right there, and if you're not going to make any effort to do it well, you might find it fun, but to me it just seems like a waste of all that time. Play to win. Same goes for other kinds of homework, like you sign up for a game and that guy over there screwed you over last time, he's playing. Or maybe there's someone with a history of multi-accounting, or 6 people on the same league team that joined within 5 minutes of each other. I'm not saying they're cheating, just be aware. Maybe they're a family group. Word to the wise, you know? There's other things too, like, is this a standard game or a classic game? Is it the old standard, the new standard, or the new revised standard with that random shit? What's this AFOF and how's it different from FOF? And take some time, read up on whatever it is, and learn. All else fails, ask in the feed, and someone will answer. Maybe not me, but someone will answer. Hopefully not me, because I'll probably say, I don't know. Rule 5. Play too many games so you start missing your turns. So what? Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Sometimes you're a privateer between the feds and the fascists, and you're going to get your ass kicked. Big deal. Luck of the game. If you're going to lose anyway, just keep playing on autopilot and start the next game, which you might win. All of this is true. And my response to it, so what? Start off next to your natural predator. Make a deal. Start off between two predators. Make 2 deals. Start a bidding war. Play every game like it's life or death. Play every turn like it's the only important thing you do. And you know what? You might still lose. Or you might not. And one thing's for damn sure. Anyone who makes the mistake of assuming you're dead just because privateer can't beat Federation, bloody their nose well enough, they'll think twice before invading you again. Rule 6. There is no Rule 6. Rule 7. It's just a game. Real life comes first. So it's your daughter's birthday. You got an important meeting at work tomorrow. You're going on vacation to the Catskills and there's no Wi-Fi. You're having an emergency hemorrhoidectomy and you'll be high on anesthetic for the next 3 days and sitting on one of those little donut cushions afterwards. You know what I mean. Yeah, so this one's a real killer because you know what? Real life does come first. Now, shit happens, right? And you can be prepared for some of it. Maybe you know someone well enough you can ask them to cover for you for a week. Maybe not. You do what you can. But in the end, this game is just a game. That's also true of your other hobbies, or of your job, or of anything, really. Bottom line is, if it gets in the way of what's really important in your life, why exactly are you doing it again? So, that's my guide on how to lose. Any questions? I hope not. I sincerely do. Because this is a recording. Thanks for watching. Enjoy the rest of your con. And, above all, keep your stick on the ice.
Welcome back, Planeteers. Who enjoyed that? Wasn't that worth it? Thank you very much to Mr. Gnerphk for helping with that. It's Planets Trivia time! We're going to go ahead and bring this up. Now, here's the thing about trivia. Only... Oh, hold on a second. Technical difficulty. Just a moment, please. There we go. Okay. We can only have 40 players, so the first 40 people to join our Kahoot will be able to participate. Grab your secondary device, such as your phone, an iPad, another computer, tablet, and join in. The pin is on the screen, 708-7211. You can either download the Kahoot app or just go to the webpage kahoot.it. There is a delay from me saying this to you seeing it, so it'll take about 20, 30, 40 seconds for people to start joining. There we go. Please use your Planets.nu handle so we know who you are. The winners of the trivia, the top 3 placing, will get free subscription time courtesy of Planets.nu and Joshua. We're getting people joining. Now, Moeper, you cannot join this. Don't do it. You helped create some of the answers, and you saw the other ones. We're at 22 players and climbing. You should see some familiar names in here. One of our presenters, Madinson, is in here. Still got room for more players. Players in climbing. If this is your first time doing Kahoot, this is pretty simple. When we get the game started, you'll be presented with a question and 2 to 4 answers. If you've been with us through all 4 previous cons, new, I don't know if this was in there last year, but this year, you will actually see the question on your device, not just the buttons with the colors to pick or shapes to pick. We've got 29 players, but we've got 50 plus viewers. Want to give us a little bit more time to join. If you want to go to the kahoot.it webpage, enter the game pin 708-7211. Oh no, we're losing people. You can also play this on your computer. You just will either need to stack your screens or going to see the question on your device before you see it in the YouTube feed, so not necessarily. 29 players, 51 viewers. We got room for 11 more. Again, I want to thank all of our presenters for their help today. I may sit here and be the talking head and push the buttons, but this doesn't happen without all of you. And next year, with Moeper's help, we're going to do a lot more earlier outreach and try to get as many people to participate. One of the things that I'm interested in knowing in the long term, and I welcome you to post maybe on the announcement on Planets.nu of what we think is an appropriate length of the con. So thanks to everyone's contribution. I'm very grateful for that. We are at 33 players and 52 viewers. Room for 7 more. I'm going to give it, I don't know, let's say another 90 seconds. No cheating. Don't be looking up answers. You only have 30 seconds to give an answer. Only 30 seconds to give an answer once the question is asked. If any of you guys are gathering, don't cheat. I heard about you. I'm not going to say any names. Fins. I love my fins. They're so funny. Hey, look at that. It's Joshua in there. And my foe in my current game. Not Joshua. Okay, 37. We're coming up on 90 seconds. Here we go. We're going to get started. If you didn't make it by now, it's probably too late. PlanetsCon Live. Your first question. Which two races represent the highest and lowest base advantage points? That's campaign points. So one of these is the highest and one of these is the lowest in the average or the base advantage points. Is it the missing colonies of man and the Horwas together? Is it the Borg and the birds together? Maybe it's the lizards and the privateers. Maybe it's the Borg and the rebels. You have 3 seconds to answer. And the answer is the Borg and the Empire and birds. 12 of you got that wrong and thought it was the missing colonies and the wasps. Next question. Actually, let's see. Who is where on the scoreboard? Rhinothros leading with 937, Sobo with 920, and Fexer with 915. But the competition is close at hand. Question number 2. Which beam weapon has the highest kill power? Is it the X-ray lasers, phasers, heavy phasers or disruptors? Which of the following beam weapons has the highest kill power? Five seconds. The answer is the heavy phaser. It is not the highest kill power of a beam weapon, but of your choices, it is the highest. Who got that right? Oh, some big score shifts here. Fexer staying in the top. LP has climbed up into third. Question number 3. In battles, the aggressive ship will be the one instigating combat. They will be placed on the left-hand side. Is this true or false? Anybody get the reference in the animated GIF here? That's Jonathan Frakes, actor of Star Trek, obviously. But he was also in a show, believe it or not, Truth or Fact. 5 seconds left. Ooh, 23 got it right. Good job. Fexer, you has fallen down. Renothros is coming back into the scoreboard, and LB has climbed to the top. Joshua's on fire with the streak of 3. Remember, guys, the quicker you answer, the more points you get. Wrong answers get 0 points. Slow answers get lower points. Question number 4. What's the color order of the loading animation starting from the lower left? So when you get that loading thing, what's the color combination from lower left going in clockwise nature? Hint, it starts with red. This is a tough one. I wouldn't get this right. I wouldn't. 5 seconds left. How many of you guessed? Don't lie. 13 of you got it wrong. 7 of you got it right. Interesting change in the scoreboard. Obviously, LP and SMN did not get that one right. Tough round. 4 players lost their answer streak. I think Joshua was one of them. Question number 5. What's first in the host order? Does cloaking happen first? Does sensor sweeping happen first? Meteor showers? Or does Loctopine happen first in the host order? There is nothing you should know better than host order, and I don't blame you if you don't memorize it, but you should be looking at it all the time. And Gnerphk talked about the annotated host order. Super useful. All right, let's see how we did. 19 of you got that right with Locto Beam. Bet you there's a couple of privateers and crystal players in that answer pool. What'd this do to the scoreboard? SMN climbing up. All right, lots of changing. Up 13 places. My very own Gideon Braver over here. He doesn't know any of the answers to these questions. He's standing on the other side of the camera from me, but he's on a streak. Let's see what's next. And he's a crystal player, so I knew he'd get that one. When during the host does the Evil Empire's fighter transfer take place? Is it during most mission 9s in order of ID? Is it Starbase primary orders in the host order? It's when Starbases build free fighters, right? Or is it during mass check, repair, and make torpedo? Which one is it, guys? Time's up. One more time. Tough one. Very tough one. More people got it wrong than got it right in every other choice.
This one is a little tricky because there is more than one mass check repair, but according to the host orders, it happens during the first mass check. Let's see what that did to the standings. RSK climbing up to the top. McNimble climbing as well. Sobo is the highest climber, going up 10 places. All right, next question. Number 7. Which race does not have a ship with radiation shielding? Is the Robotic Imperium, the Solar Federation, the Fascist Empire, or the Missing Colonies Mans? Which of these races does not have a ship with radiation shielding? You don't want to get radiated. It's bad for your health. All right, trick question. Not trick question, but there are 2 right answers. Both the robots and the colonies do not have a ship that offers radiation shielding. But as most of you should know, the robots are immune to radiation. They just go around glowing in the dark. It won't hurt them. What'd this do to standings? RSK holds his lead. McNimble and Joshua, you two cannot win subscriptions. That's not cool. But good job. Up 5 places. Sid Nova 8, highest climber. Okay, question number 8. Which race has the most campaign ships to unlock or research? Which race has the most ships to add? Is it the Crystals, the Fascists, the Empire, or my favorite, the Birds? I love finding the animated GIFs when I make these things. It brings me joy. I hope you guys like them too, because it's one of the funnest things I do. Time's up. The Fascist Empire has the most. I believe the number is 11 ships they can research. Actually, I think they have a tie with someone else, but I don't have my notes with me. What'd that do to the standing? RSK falls down, and the cheaters are at the top. If you know the code, is it even fair? I'm just giving you guys a hard time. I hope you're having fun. Come on, guys. You can take them down. Next up. Question 9. We're halfway through. Which one of today's presenters was present at the first Planets.nu alpha test game? And I left Josh's name off. Which one of these today's presenters was present at the first Planets.nu alpha test game? I'm very curious to see the answer spread on this one. A lot of people thought Commander Koski, but it is indeed Madinson. He has been there since the beginning. I was surprised to find that. And thank you for your contribution today. What'd this do to standings? McNimble didn't know that, but Josh knew that because he was in that game. 3 in a row. Josh is back in the game in first place, obviously. All right, question number 10. 10 of 18. What does this image represent? Is that warp wells? A green rocket? A Christmas tree from above, or the green-eyed monster? Do you think it's a Christmas tree? Do you think it's a Christmas tree? I know you think it's a Christmas tree. Or a green-eyed monster. No, it's the warp wells. Obviously, it's a green rocket. Come on, guys. With yellow fins. Oh my gosh, 3 of you. Shame. Your finger must have slipped. This is like a gimme point. All right. Joshua. Okay. Jolly Roger up 3 places. Here we go. RSK taking the lead. SMN. 2 great players. Actually, everyone on this list is a great player. Okay. Which one of these
it should say these, is the highest rank. Is it a captain, a sub-lieutenant, a lieutenant commander, or a commodore? Which one outranks? Which one is gonna salute you or gonna get saluted by you? 10 seconds. Highest rank gets a salute from this young lady. All right, very good. Gotta throw some easy ones in there, right? Good job, everybody. What's this do to this rankings? Oh, we got a little change, but it's still the top 5. Highest answer streak of 5, Forger. Good job, man. Next question. 12 of 18. Dark Detect only detects cloaked ships. True or false? The answer is false. It detects all ships. Something that I don't think is immediately obvious, but when you read the wording in the documentation, it does indicate that. But everyone gets stuck on the cloaked. Okay, we've got some changes here. Everyman has slipped into 3rd place. LP's remaining in the top 5. He refuses to give up. And Rida is back with an answer streak of 3. Number 13, we're almost there. McNimble created this script or add-on or plugin. Gravitonic Collections, Redraw and Filter, Homeworlds, Planetary Management. You guys see a little animated GIF of McNimble there? Just hacking away at the keyboard. That's right, it's Redraw and Filter. Couple of ways you could have known that. In the interview, or in Moeper's plugin presentation, or if you're addicted to it like me. What does do to the scores? RSK in 1st, Deciman in 2nd, Everyman in 3rd, LP not giving up in the top 5. Got a little bit of work to do, LP. 8 players have reached an answer streak of 4. Good job. Question 14. A fuelless starship cannot perform which of the following actions? If you have no fuel, you cannot do tachyons? You can't move? You can't move. You can't do all of the glory device actions. Beam up actions. Beam up missions. Which of these doesn't work when you have no fuel? 5 seconds. I need fuel. Very good. You guys know you're out of fuel page. No tachyon. And what does this do to the scoreboards? Pretty much close neck and neck, except for RSK keeps pulling farther and farther away. He needs to miss one. Joshua's back with an answer streak of 3. Good job, Joshua. Question 15 of 18. In Wandering Tribes games, each super transport freighter starts with 1,500 clans? No, it's 1,000 clans. Or is it 1,500 mega credits? It's 200 supplies, right? See how closely you're paying attention? 10 seconds. $1,500 clans is correct. 18 of you got that right. Very good. What's that do to the standings? RSK did not get that one, allowing SMN
to just reach out and pull his hair. He's right behind him. Joshua's back in the top 5. LP has moved into 3rd. 3 players have an answer streak of 6. That's amazing. See if this one's harder. Which race has the most fleet admirals in the leaderboard? Who's got the most fleet admirals? Is it the lizards? The crystals? There's a lot of emperors in there. The Borg? Or the dreaded Horwasp plague? Let's see. Oh my goodness! You guys thought it was the lizards. Man, I wonder how many streaks were lost on this. The Wasp have the most. I think it's like 5 or 6 fleet admirals. But if you're going to get mad about losing this one, it's probably because they don't have, or they didn't have in the beginning, badges. All right. Let's see what happened to the scoreboard. Okay. No movement. But that was a combo breaker. 3 players just dropped their answer streak of 3. Only got 2 more questions. What's the whole mass of a Gorby? Who knows their ships? Is it 980, 960, 940, or 920? That's not a moon. Better not be cheating and looking up. Ah, good job, 980. Those of you who thought it was 960, I understand. It's because the number's curved like an 8. I get it. What's this do to the standings? Oh, RSK has been dethroned. SNM, SMN, LP. You still can do it. It's going to be hard, but you can do it. Vindicator making a comeback with 3 in a row. Last question. How many player slots are available in a standard giant melee? Melee. Is it 30, 20, 32, 25? Random number. Seconds. What do you think? That is correct. It is 30 players, and it is ultimate chaos. All right, time to see the final standings. Here comes the podium. In 3rd place, LP. In 2nd place, RSK. And in 1st place, the leader of the lettered named podium winners, SMN. Runners up are Joshua and Darian. Good job, guys. Very good. All right, we're going to take a break. This might be a slightly extended, boring break while you're starting to think, because we're doing some stuff to get set up for the state of the Nuniverse. So please stand by, and we'll be back shortly.
Welcome back, Planeteers. Thank you for joining that trivia. It's lots of fun. And now, the moment we've all been waiting for. What's Josh going to do to us this year with the State of the Nuniverse? Joshua, thank you for being part of this, providing this platform for us in this community. I'm not going to waste any more time. Everyone wants to know about, what do we call them, wisps, that they've gotten a whisper about. I don't know if you saw that in the chat, but I'm going to turn it over to you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Griffin. Thanks, everybody, again, for putting on such an amazing con. The last few hours have been really entertaining. I enjoyed the trivia and as well as all the other presentations. So, again, thanks to everybody for coming out to listen to this and to participate. This is amazing. And obviously to Griffin and Gideon for putting together this con yet again. It's just such a fun experience for us in the community. So really appreciate it from the Planets.nu team. Okay, so here we are, PlanetsCon 2022, and very excited to share some new stuff with you guys. We've been working hard the last few months to put together a nice package of things that we could release today. As always, we've got the team at Planets.nu working hard on new things every week. We do meet every week for about an hour to 2 hours as a team and talk about what's going on and what we're working on and sort of tune what we're working on. We've got that team consisting of McNimble, as you guys know and heard from earlier, and Big Beefer. Also, Gugai Walker is doing the 3D modeling, and also Averine, who's been doing the 2D modeling. So it's a little crew we've got meeting every week, and it's a lot of fun, and we get to talk through these things. So it's really great. So without further ado, I'm going to kind of jump into this and start talking about the this year. So here are the things that we're looking to cover today. We're just going to go over things we've done in the last year. We're going to wrap up the Ingenii War and the Imbrium conflict. So really great battles that happened there this year, and we've crowned a new emperor. Talk a little bit about League and wrap that up and announce the winners. And then we're going to go over some new changes for 2023 and then some new UI and game features that we've been bringing, and then talk about 2023 a little bit. So this is kind of what we're looking at, and we're gonna jump right into this last year. So if we look at this last year, it has been a very productive year from the team's point of view. We've done a lot of things. In the early part of the year, we were working a lot on UI improvements, both in the mobile UI and in the desktop UI. For the record, from a naming convention on the client standpoint, I think there are 3 supported clients right now. The old client, which is the one that's very, very old, it played up Planets.nu. It's actually not really supported in the sense that we are keeping it running, and we will keep it running for you guys as long as we possibly can. But new improvements on the desktop version, and then the brand new mobile version, which was released last year, which is really, this completely new UI. And Chemaz, if I'm saying that right, Chemaz gave a presentation on earlier, so that was really great. Thanks for doing that. So that's really meant to be a mobile first experience, but we recognize that you need to have a difference between these two, and that desktop and mobile are really different in how they work and operate, so we want to have that be good. So as far as other things we were working on, we released some more timeline levels, and then a lot of detailed work around the replayer, the reports, a lot of work that McNimble has done in that area to make the reports completely in the order of host order, and detailed replayers, so you can actually really step through your turns. So a lot of work in that, and then we finally completed the 3D ship modeling project, and this has been a huge undertaking by Gugai Walker. It's really we've got over 100 10 ships in the game, and with all the other variants and special campaign ships and whatnot. So there's really been a lot of work done there. It's taken 2 years to build all those. And so, huge thanks to him for getting all that work done for us. And now we really have a great foundation of original models for VJ Planets. And of course, we've been working the second half of this year on a whole bunch of things, which we really haven't shared with you guys yet. There's usually some sort of cutoff date for us around August or so, when we're like, okay, let's stop releasing things and save them up for the end of the year. And so, or at least September. So this is kind of what we've been doing this year as well. So talking about the league winners, TIT, again, the international team, coming back for a second year here and winning it again. So congratulations, you guys. I think Moeper, who's done a lot of stuff here, is the captain over there and been leading this team to success again. And up from third is Risk. So Team Risk. So great job, second place. And my own team, SETI Alpha 2, we managed to crack the leaderboard again this year with some good games and round out the leaderboard. So great job to all the winners, and we're gonna work to get those badges on. I know we missed some of that last year, but we're gonna get those retroactively put in there, so for the teams to have the badges. And as far as winning is concerned, anyone on these teams that hasn't named a planet already, that wants to name a planet, feel free to send those into the admin. We'll get them in. It's very quick for us to be able to add a new name. We just need to know about it. The thing that gets hard for us, what we found about this is if we are having to sort of chase people down to get these names. So if you're a winner, send us in a name. We'll put it in the game. You've earned it. So congratulations again, the international team. Great job, Risk. From a personal point of view, SETI Alpha 2 and Risk actually were tied, and up to about a week ago, we were winning. SETI Alpha 2 was winning, and Risk went out and won an extra blitz to pass us on the total points tiebreak. So good job out there, you guys, and well done to take second place. So this was, again, a lot of fun this season. And speaking of the international team, huge congratulations to Emperor Paudolf of the Solar Federation and the international team for winning the Ingenii War and becoming the next emperor of the Echo Cluster. And the international team takes control of the Echo Cluster with this move and officially earns their place atop the board. And their name is going to be added to the website. And we're now all under the rule of the international team and Emperor Paudolf for the next 12 months. And so in addition, we had the Imbrium conflict, and Joe Snoffy becomes Grand Marshal of the Echo Cluster and becomes the commander of the military of the unknown. And this is a really amazing story. Obviously, Joe Snoffy has for those of you who know, a storied career in planets. Former Emperor Joe Snoffy, winner of multiple things, the Blitz tourney and whatnot. And so he did this as a lone wolf. So his league team is called Lone Wolf, and he's the only member of this team. And he managed to earn a spot in the Imbrium conflict and then go on to win it and become Grand Marshal. So amazing accomplishment by Joe Snoffy, and the story continues for the Grand Marshal. So great job, and well done to everyone who participated in that event. So looking back at 2022 and the league, how did it go from the admin's point of view as we've looked at it, and things that we thought worked well and things that didn't work well. When we talk about the scoring, we really felt like the changes that we made to the scoring system were positive. Being, having less game requirements, like sort of this pressure to accumulate as many points as possible for your team, it really led to a lot less pressure on teams. So people were burning out. So from a mental health standpoint, we felt this was really positive and gave people a little bit more flexibility in if they want to take a year off on, but still be able to stay in on their teams. And by also creating this, it allowed small teams like Gnerphk, for example, to be able to score big. And so teams of 2 or 3 or 4 can easily, if they do well, can still earn spots in championships. So this lowers the barriers for quality players to reach the championships and not have to be part of a huge team. So this is a really positive that we see. We also saw real positive effect of having the team behind the slots in these championship games. As we all know, and we have a long history of this experience, the pressure of the championship games is very intense. You've got a lot of players who are very used to winning, playing in a very, very tough conditions, and the pressure and the stakes are high. And by having a team behind the players, this really helps both from a mental health standpoint, but also the ability for players to take a break if they need to. And we saw that happening in this game where players were dropping out and being able to hand off that position to their teammates and let those teammates take over. And that's really the idea and the foundation of what we want to build going forward, is that this is a team effort. And that's why we're putting the team name at the top of the website, not the individual. It's really about a team game to win a championship and to become the emperor and take control of the Echo cluster. So this is really meant to be a more positive thing, and we think that we're achieving that, and we're feeling good about that. So I think a team game makes sense here. Couple of negatives that we felt like take away from 2021, just small stuff. The top advanced game format that we were trying was really, goal was to kind of make the games last a little bit, like not as long. But we did feel that as a result, they sort of naturally fall into a mega alliance kind of format. It's like either you're on the winning side or you're on the losing side, and the two sides just pair off and go to toe to toe, rather than having a more typical game format where there's 2 guys here and two players here and 2 players there, and they're all sort of jockeying for position and having a bit more balance. So the Mega Alliance is not the greatest gaming experience in my experience, and I think the feedbacks from players seems to be the same. So we're going to make some changes in 2023, which I'll talk about next, and try some different things that might change this. And also the champ game win condition in this particular one, and this is where we as admins let the ball drop a little bit. We were not clear on the win conditions in that one. Obviously, great job by Wrath to earn over 200 planets in that game, but that was not one of the win conditions as a possible win condition in that game. So, but we should have been more clear and jumped in right away to make that obvious. So it was not as clearly defined as well. So we're talking about that as well and addressing that in the next season. So all around, we thought it was a successful season. It still creates a really nice pathway for us to have a champion at this site once a year, and that's one of the things that we like about it. So when we look at 2023, well, first off, new games the new champ games are going to start very soon. So joining is going to start here throughout December for both those games. So champ games will begin on January 1st, and 2023 long format games will start on January 15th. The biggest change that we are going to try to make in 2023 is that the principal game format for all of the games, including the 2022 champ game, is going to be fixed turn. So we will have a fixed turn, but we will also have the possibility for the game to end if one player earns 40% of the planets, so 200 planets in this case. So the champ game will end on turn 140 or before if someone reaches 200 planets. And this is something that we've kind of shied away from, is using the fixed turn format. However, we think it's going to be very exciting for this year. The standard of the games is going to determine the number of turns. So very high standard and high standard games will have 100 turns in them. Standard is going to have 80 turns, and beginner is going to have 60 turns. So this is going to be exciting. And one thing that we have seen historically from any fixed turn games is that they do tend to lead to very fluid diplomacy, as there's always the need to grab more planets in those games. But it's not about necessarily eliminating other players. It's about coming out on top at the right moment in time. So it hopefully will lead to some dynamic games, and we'll see some excitement, and it'll certainly be a little bit different this year. So I just want to make a shout out to anybody who's watching this presentation right now. Start a league team if you haven't already. Join the league games. They are a lot of fun. You can even have a single player team like Joe Snuffy and do well, or pair up with a friend or a couple of friends and make a game, make a team. I'd love to see more teams, more smaller teams as we head into the next years here. So even if you're on a really big team and you want to break out and give yourself a chance, that's also an option. But I know we all love our teams that we're on right now, so totally understand if you're wanting to stay. So just love to see as many teams as possible participating in 2023. Okay, so what have we been up to in Q4? Now, as you can see, we're getting some more artwork coming in from Averina. She's been producing things in the last while, so you'll see some of that throughout these slides. Q4 general improvements. We've done a big upgrade to the HorrorWasp AI, and there's some good reasons for that, and you're going to see that. So if you are playing against a HorrorWasp computer player, or if you want to create a custom game format that plays against a HorrorWasp computer, you're in for a fight. The HorrorWasps partly were designed from the beginning to make building an AI for them a little bit easier, and so we're sort of realizing that now, and I can say that we've run many simulations, and the HorrorWasp AI will crush pretty much any standard AI that we have. So if you're playing against them, you're in for a good battle, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So what did we do with Gugai Walker after he finishes building all of the 3D ships? Well, we went right on to the next step and built 3D fighter models for every race, and also 3D Starbases for every race. And so those are some things that we're going to be showing off in the next slides here. So very exciting. And then we've also been working quite a lot on the story of the Echo Cluster and the races of the Echo Cluster. And again, continuing to separate ourselves from the historical copyrighted material that they've been associated with. And so we want to build our own universe and live in it and explore it and understand it and deepen it. And so we continue to build that. So new race descriptions have been released for every race. Go out and check the website right now, and you can start reading some of those, or after this presentation to read some of those stories for each of the races. Some of them we've released before, but now every race has been done. Some of them are more detailed than others, kind of where necessary, as they're going to support the storyline of the timeline levels. And Giga credits, I'm going to talk about some of this stuff. We modified everywhere we were using this meta currency of kin and mega credits and whatnot, and combined them into something called Giga credits, and I'll talk more about that in a minute. And official home sector release, we're going to be releasing that here. So coming up in the next slides. So let's first talk about actual changes to the standard or campaign game in 2023. First of all, at an overall standard game changes, we are now going to have the AI take over most dropped positions in games. And this is an important change. It's been actually going on for quite a long time. Most of you probably not aware, but been going on for a long time in beginner games where the AI is taking over those positions, and that's been really successful. And so we finally feel that the AI's reached the right point now that it makes sense to extend this into all standard games and campaign games as well. So the AI will take over these positions. Be aware, if you drop out of a game, the dropping player can always rejoin the game and take that position back over again. So that isn't taken away. And when an AI joins a game, it will keep the diplomacy with you. So if your ally drops, you're going to have the same diplomacy with that new AI that just took over, unless, of course, you attack them. So if you start to attack them and downgrade your diplomacy with them, then it will defend itself and start to fight back. So hopefully this actually just fills a small need in the game to fill dropping positions. This is most commonly in beginner and intermediate games where we get more dropping, but in any position, it just prevents the easy takedown. Very small thing here from a Horwath standpoint, protofield infections are visible to anyone who can scan a ship. So protofield kind of is visible to all people. This has got a small purpose for this, but it's a small thing, but you can look at an enemy ship and see that it's got a protofield infection. Now, this is one of the biggest changes that you're going to see through all the races coming up, and I'm going to address this here. So we are removing, in games where there is a +1 production penalty, which is most games today. So where, as you all know, at some point we went from an added 1 to the PP cost, the priority point cost for all ships. And so when we added that, the minimum became 2 priority points to prevent ship slot filling, and then that affected all ships. What we've done now today, starting in standard games that are coming up in the near future, is that specified destroyers, escorts, frigates, ships that are military in nature, they're produced with strictly as a combat ships, not cruisers, not your Nebula class cruiser that has luxury accommodations for the captain, but true military vessels, frigates that are designed to just go to war, that are produced cheaply, are getting a break on this +1 PP. So it gives us a way to make these a little bit cheaper and more attractive as options for many different ships across many different races. So they're going to be 1 PP less. So every one that you're going to see on the next coming slides that are specified on each of these ones will cost 1 less priority point and therefore be more interesting post-ship limit to build. And lastly, we're going to make a special update on the Fascist Empire, which may come as a surprise to some of you, may not, may be welcomed by some of you, may not. This is going to be an interesting one to get your feedback on, but here it is. The Fascist Empire are undergoing a name change and shall henceforth be known as the Hordes of Fury, or just the Fury. As you can see an example there of using them as an adjective, Fury ships fight with double beams. So this is the new name. We've had requests for this quite a lot over the last years. For those of you that may find this to be sudden shock or why would we do this, there's actually been a lot of requests for this by players from the international community who actually feel in some geographic areas that the previous name, the Fascist Empire, is actually considered to be really unpleasant kind of naming, and so therefore we've had many requests actually over the years to change this. And so we have thought long and hard about what makes the most sense, and this is the new name, the Hordes of Fury, or the Fury. So update your minds. For those of you who have known the Fascists for as long as I have and many others, this will be kind of a new concept, but we made it as easy as possible by calling it the Fury, which is a similar kind of sounding word at least. Okay, so let's go race by race. And you can see here on each of these slides, you're going to see the picture of the model that has been created for each of them. So this model is visible in game, and we're going to see some other uses of it when we look at some of the stuff we're releasing downstream here. Okay, so for the feds, the only changes that are happening to the feds this year are related to this -1 PP. So the following ships, Nocturne, Vendetta, Banshee, Arkham, and Thor, are all now 1 less PP to buy post ship limit if you're using priority points to purchase these ships. The lizards. For the lizards, the Reptile and the Vendetta are now a little bit cheaper to buy. The actual cost of the ship in terms of mega credits and minerals and whatnot is unchanged. This is strictly for games where there is a priority point limit or a 500 ship limit or just a specified ship limit in the game, global ship limit, and priority points are used. In this game format, which is standard in most cases of senior games, the priority points are changed. And the birds. Now the birds have a couple of different changes, and I'm going to talk through them here. First of all, the Brightheart and the Despecula are getting the -1 PP. So again, it's this idea of these frigates and things that may not have wide utilitarian value, but are very interesting as like combat vessels. We're making these a little bit more things. Now, the birds are also getting a very significant campaign advantage change, and this is strictly in the campaign advantage mode, and that is a change to the already existing covert data link advantage. So that advantage is changing. It's going to be in place. If you bought it already, you still own it, but it's not going to be the same as it was before. And this change is going to affect live and active games. And we're making that call mostly because there are very few of these at this moment. And so the reason that we wanted to make a change here, so when we were working on covert data link last year, we really had this goal with, and we've had this kind of goal. I've had this goal really since the beginning of working on this, that the Birdman super spy advantage. I don't know about, for those of you who may have played way back, many, many years ago, when I very first came across Planets and started to play as the Birdman, I felt like the super spy advantage was just so cool. And it was such a, an amazing idea that you can spy on your enemies and get their friendly codes. And then when you get into the game and you really realize that there's not that many times you can really use it. It's just not as good as you want it to be, and it doesn't work because people just change their friendly codes and it doesn't really give you the power that you want. And so we were working on trying to make that more useful, and therefore we came up with this covert data link idea with the spy friendly code, which was a sort of a step in the right direction, but didn't really reach where we wanted to do. It was a very modified use case. And so after much thinking and debate about this, we've developed covert data link into what we really want it to be. And what it is now under the new version, the spy friendly code is no longer active, but under the new version, when you super spy a friendly code on an enemy planet, that code that you get will work for up to 10 turns after you super spy it, even if the player changes their code. And there's a couple of key limitations to this. When you super spy it, the turn that you super spy it is the turn that you know about it. The older that code gets, the less likely it is to work. So as soon as you get it, the turn following, if you see that you have it, you've got a 100% chance of using it for that following turn. And so any ship that wants to use it to fly through a minefield or whatnot is going to be successful. But as soon as that goes to turn 2, turn 3, turn 4, then there's a chance that that code will not work. And if it doesn't work, and that test is occurring for every ship that is attempting to use it. So if 3 ships try to fly through a minefield using that code, each one of them would have a chance of not succeeding. And if it doesn't succeed, then that code is going to be caught, if you will, by the enemy, and therefore will no longer be useful for any ship going forward. So it's riskier and riskier to use older codes, and once a code is invalidated, it's invalidated. However, as long as you continue to super spy to get this new code, then you can maintain control of that code and it will continue to work for you. So if you super spy every turn and they keep changing their friendly code, you can keep finding out what it is and then using it in subsequent turns. Now, it's important to understand this doesn't work in other cases, like if you explore a planet before they even arrive at it, or if one of your planets is taken by the enemy, and you set the friendly code beforehand, that will not secure the code. You must discover the code from the enemy using super spy. And so it's during the super spy mission that your operatives, if you will, are able to establish the covert data link. And we think, and we're hoping that this small change to this will make this advantage a lot more attractive and a lot more interesting, and become much more, and super spy becoming a much more central part of the tactical strategy of the birds going forward in campaign games, and if it's successful, possibly into standard in the future. So this is something that we are considering for the future. So we're hoping that you guys have a lot of fun with this. The advantage cost of this is still quite low to give you guys a chance to start using it. We want to see it in a lot of games and see how it works in the next year and learn a lot more about it. So it's important to understand too that these covert data link codes, these friendly codes that are old codes, will work on minefields to travel through them, beaming up minerals, for example. And if you have harmonic weapon modulation as well as an advantage, you can use that. If you discover a ship's friendly code through Super Spy, you can use them as well to fight them with their shields down. And lastly, and possibly most importantly, they can also be used on web mines and to prevent web drain, even in games where friendly codes do not usually work under the new rules for the crystals. And this has implications both for fighting against the crystals and allying with the crystals. So this is some interesting thing to consider for the birds, and I'm sure you guys will work out some strategies and tactics to use this in many, many different ways. So I think this is going to be a lot of fun, and really it is a powerful advantage for the birds and should be an interesting one going forward. Okay, the Fury. The Fury are also getting some -1 PP, and there are 2 ships in here that are particularly important. And remember, this is going directly into standard right now. The D3 Thorn, the Death Specula, and the D19B and the Saber are all going to be 1 less PP. So Glory Device aficionados, you're going to be able to build more of them post-ship limit, kind of back to the original cost basis of the D19 and Saber here as far as PPs are concerned. So have fun with that. And there's the Fury Fighter as modeled. And here you can see the Privateer Fighter. Looks a little different. And okay, last year at the con, we announced hidden minefields for the Privateers. And we were almost done building it. And we thought, oh, we'll announce it and then we'll get it released in the next, month or so. In reality, it took a lot longer than that to build, and then it kind of got pushed behind some things and we took a long time. They are now officially released. So very big and exciting advantage for the Privateers in campaign games. Hidden minefields are now actually released and will be available to you in campaign games moving forward. So for those of you who didn't watch last year's con or can't remember what the heck I'm talking about, the advantage is that Privateers get a new mission called Lay Hidden Minefield. And when they lay this minefield, no one will be able to see the minefield until a mine inside of that minefield is hit. It cannot be scanned or swept until a mine is hit. However, these minefields do cost more to build. So you twice as much torpedoes to get the same number of units in your minefield. So it's also important to note that minefields that are hidden are not, you cannot lay mines to destroy mines until the minefield is exposed. So if the mines are exposed by hitting a mine, then they will interact with other mines. But prior to that, they are dormant and not interacting with other minefields. So this should lead to some very, very interesting offensive and defensive tactics for the privateers to be able to protect their space. Now, in standard, we are making a standard rule change for the privateers. And this is an exciting one. It has come up before in the feed, and we are listening all the time to those of you who are talking in the feed. But also very aware of this particular scenario. From now forward, gravitonic drive ships are elusive to quantum torpedoes. And so this is something that when we introduced quantum torpedoes into standard for the feds, it's definitely had a powerful effect on the feds in terms of beefing them up, giving them much more military might. And we see that we've got our first Federation Emperor, which I don't think prior to this might have even been possible. And certainly the scenario created a good one for Paudolf. And so quantum torpedoes unfortunately created a negative side effect of making it even worse for the privateers to fight against the feds, in that one of the few opportunities they had to take out Lokis was by doing priority intercept attacks on them. And but with quantum torpedoes on a Loki, it was 100% death rate for the meteor class blockade runner against a quantum torpedo Loki. And so with this change, which is an interesting one, gravitonic drive ships are elusive to quantum torpedoes. So therefore, it will only be a 10% hit rate. And so this has a lot of benefits, but particularly this Loki scenario, if you build your Loki with quantum torpedoes and you're fighting the privateers, a meteor class blockade runner will have a approximately 95% chance of now beating that Loki. So you might choose not to do quantum torpedoes if you're fighting the privateers. And likewise, a lot of ammunition can be spent very quickly when ships are elusive and fighting against torpedo ships. So, in fact, a Nova fighting a meteor might spend as much as 30 quantum torpedoes trying to hit that meteor out of the sky. And so that's exciting, provide some tactical opportunities. So Federation players, consider what you're doing. I know the privateers are always easy targets, but maybe this will give you some pause. Likewise, with the destroyers and frigates, the D3 Thorn is getting 1 PP less as well. So maybe you build a few more of those. Okay, moving on. The Cyborg. Look at that cool Cyborg fighter there. The Cyborg are getting a cool campaign advantage. The Deep Watcher class Scout. So this is a variant on the Watcher class Scout. Hopefully we're going to make this variation a little bit more interesting. The Deep Watcher class Scout has a deep scan mission, which can detect enemy ships as they move around, including cloakers. All it does, however, is send a message that a ship has been detected. It doesn't tell you what it is, where it is. You can't lock onto it. It's not on your screen, but you get a message and a little indicator on the map that something was seen passing between those two planets, and it could be cloaked or not cloaked. And the limitations here is that the Watcher must be out in space it has to be away from all that noise of a solar system out in interstellar space, and then go into deep scanning mode. But when it goes into deep scanning mode, it shuts down all of its own processes and becomes a very dark thing. So it also becomes invisible unless you actually come to the exact same point in space where it went into scanning mode. So this is a scan range of 1 for these ships when they go into this mode. So for those of you who are cyborgs in campaign, go out there and grab a Deep Watcher and see how it goes and see if you enjoy playing with that. Destroyers and frigates. The B-22 destroyer is getting a -1 PP as well. Crystals. And we see the crystal fighter there. Topaz and Sky Garnet are getting -1 PP. but not the Topaz gunboats that are multiple gunboats. Just the standard Topaz and the Sky Garnet are getting -1 in standard. Evil Empire, and you can see an Empire fighter there. So Eternal, I've written this in there. So we are not going so far as to rename the Evil Empire as we've done with the Fascists. However, we think that there is an interesting historical fact in that the Evil Empire, in fact, do not call themselves the Evil Empire. So we are creating some lore here for the game. They actually call themselves the Eternal Empire. However, the beings of the Echo Cluster have never truly embraced the official name, always calling them the Evil Empire. And we're just throwing this Eternal Empire out there. This is the official name of the Empire from within, though everyone calls them the Evil Empire. So this is something just to think about from the storyline standpoint as we talk about them going forward and you play timeline levels and whatnot. Campaign, small change, but important. Any Gorby, which has the destroy planet advantage enabled, or so any player with destroy planet enabled that has Gorby can now induce fear. And fear is one of the advantages that comes from the Horwasp hives. When they move too close to enemy planets, they begin to reduce the happiness of the planet. So any Gorby, and this is only Gorbies that have, any Gorby that with the destroy planet on that moves close to an enemy planet can start to induce fear in the enemy population. So this has some, additional boost of advantage to the destroy planet advantage. So use that as you will, as it is certainly a weapon of fear and terror for those planets versus the actual destruction of those planets per se. They're also getting a -1 PP to the RU-25 gunboat, just the standard version, Superstar frigate, and the Moscow-class Star Escort. So these 3 military vessels are getting an advantage. The biggest one there, obviously, being the Superstar frigate, which is their only torpedo ship, is getting this -1 PP. So this is a nice little bump for them post-ship limit in global ship limit games. Robots. No change. Sorry, robot players. But there's a very cool robot fighter right there for you. They just don't have any ships that fall under this frigate category and get that advantage. Here we have a rebel fighter, and the rebels are getting a -1 PP on the Cygnus class destroyer, the Guardian class destroyer, and the Patriot class carrier. So 2 mainstays there of the fleet, Cygnus and Patriot, just going to get a little bit cheaper post ship limit. So maybe there's a bit more purpose to build some of those. And the Guardian might become interesting post ship limit because it's very, very inexpensive from a PP standpoint and packs quite a punch for a little ship. Okay, the colonies. And now the colonies are getting something quite interesting. Campaign advantage and a new campaign ability for the colonies is coming out. And the ability is ship stacking. And so the colonies, using the tech that they've learned from centuries in space, traveling between the stars, have now developed technology to combine or stack some of their ship types together to create an entirely new ship, which is the sum of the ship properties from the combined ships. And the following ships are available to be combined: the Taurus, the Cygnus, the Little Joe, the Sagittarius, the Gemini, the Patriot, and the Scorpius. So if you have this campaign ability active, and it is a fairly expensive one to activate from an advantage points standpoint, you will have the ability to combine any 2 of these ships, and you will get an entirely new ship, which has the sum of the properties of the other 2 ships that were combined. So all of the hull mass is added together, all of the cargo space is added together, all of the fuel capacity is added together, all of the weapons are added together. In the case of combining with the Cygnus, combined with a fighter ship, then the fighter bays are replaced with torpedo tubes, or torpedo tubes are added to the combination in place of the fighter bays. So just to give you an idea of what this might be like, if you were to combine a Cygnus with a Taurus, then the two ships combined would have, the Taurus has 2 beam weapons and the Cygnus has 4 beams and 4 torpedoes. So the new ship would have 6 beam weapons and 4 torpedo bays, and would be something called a Torgnus or Tornus or something like this. We have got different names for the different ones, and you'll get a different ship combined for each one of them. And so that would be a 6 beam, 4 torpedo based ship with a lot of fuel capacity, because the Taurus comes with a lot of fuel capacity and a pretty decent hull mass. So this allows you to create a lot of different combinations. Now there are a couple of restrictions and rules. The two ships must be at the same location. They must choose each other with the stack mission, and they must have the same component levels. So their engine tech must be the same, torpedo, beam weapons, they must all be the same in order for the two ships to stack. If you are combining, as I said earlier, a Cygnus with, for example, a Sagittarius, which has 2 beam weapons and 1 fighter bay, then the ship will get the 2 beam weapons, and it can get an extra fighter bay or a torpedo launcher. But in order to get the additional torpedo launcher, you must do the ship stacking at a starbase, and you must have purchased the additional torpedo tubes, which will then be installed in the fighter bay of the Sagittarius, resulting in a 6 beam, 5 torpedo launcher ship, which has quite good hull mass and huge cargo and a lot of good things about them. So this is going to allow you to create a lot of very interesting and a lot of fun combinations to put to use. The Scorpius, as many of you guys are probably thinking already, has a lot of hull mass. So combinations with the Scorpius can be quite interesting and create some decent middle power ships. So enjoy yourself playing with this advantage, colonies players, and I think you guys are going to have a lot of fun stacking these together and figuring out what you can make and of the different combinations from these different ships. In addition to that, the Cygnus class destroyer and the Patriot class carrier in standard are getting -1 PP, just like the Rebels. However, there is a caveat. If you do enable in campaign the ship stacking ability, this -1 PP advantage is not applied for the Cygnus and the Patriot. Otherwise, it's a little bit too powerful. So this is a not an advantage you get if you turn on the stack advantage. So have fun, colonies players. This is a good one. It should be a lot of fun. It creates a lot of combinations, basically a lot of interesting things that you can do with this in order to do this later on. So you could build those ships early, stack them later, do a lot of different things. Very interesting. Okay, Horwasp. I've been teasing in that email that I've been sending out the Horwasp stuff that might be, and here you can see that picture of a Horwasp mite, which I'm going to talk about in a second here. This is also a Horwasp fighter. So, okay. Bit of a teaser there with the Horwasp mite, but this is a new campaign advantage for the Horwasp. It's one of the first campaign advantages. I think there's one other one that the Horwasp are going to be able to do, and they can now generate or create mites. And mites are something that can be launched by Horwasp plans. Sorry, I got interrupted there by my daughter coming into the room. And so Horwasp mites are something that you can launch from planets, and there are 3 different types of these mites. So this is a new kind of pod. They're tiny little pods that can be launched from the planets, and there are 3 different types. The red mite, when you launch it, any of these mites, when you launch them, you actually target an enemy vessel, and they will begin to intercept the enemy vessel. A red mite, if it encounters the enemy vessel that it is targeting, will do a mine hit of damage. A blue mite will increase the infection by 27 points. And the green mite will jump onto the enemy ship and be a hidden tracker that they cannot see, that wherever they go, anywhere around, is going to sort of expand the eye of the Horwasp so that they can scan anything within 100 light years of that ship wherever it goes. So if you throw it onto a probe or something like that, you're going to be able to follow it all around the map. So these are 3 really interesting new tools for the Horwasp. And there's a couple of different things. All of them take sort of a fixed amount of fuel to launch, and you can launch them at different speeds. But the faster that they're going when you launch them is the less time they have to chase down an enemy. So if you launch them at warp 9, they will only go for 1 turn, and then they expire, and then they're gone. However, if you launch them at warp 6 or warp 7, if you have Gusodal, then they will chase the enemy for up to 10 turns. If you launch them at warp 3, they'll chase the enemy indefinitely. And so this is the way these work. And one important thing, or like tactic to use against them, is that if you are being chased by a mite, a different ship can intercept the mite and destroy it, and will not be affected by the mine hit of damage or infection. They're quite singular in their targeting. So you guys are going to experience this in the Echo Cluster. Good luck against them in campaign. I expect to see these things from the Horwasp starting to come out right away. Another tool for them that is probably going to make some of you hate the Horwasp even more. And that's a good thing, because we've got some more stuff coming up with the Horwasp, and a lot of opportunities for you guys to start hating them and fighting against them coming up. Okay, so that's the end of the standard rule changes for 2023 and campaign advantages. So those are the actual game changes. I'm sure you guys will have lots of questions and thoughts on those things, and I look forward to the discussions around those and getting your feedback. And I'm sure you guys will find some hole or something that we haven't thought about, but we do tend to discuss these things a lot as a team, and look for the possible exploits before we release them. So I hope you guys enjoy those new changes. Okay, so that brings us to the next section, and I've entitled this section "Welcome Home," and this is because we are officially releasing this new game concept called the home sector. And this is a little bit of a different line of thinking as far as the Planets universe. It's really an embodiment of the meta game, if you will, or the single player experience of Planets.nu. And so this is meant to be a great place for beginners to be able to learn the game in a no pressure scenario, and yet have an interesting experience unlocking and developing and growing their character and their player and their ranks and earning mega credits and learning the game at the same time, and then using that to kind of be a leapfrog into other game formats. But it's also meant to be a really fun experience for all of you, to be able to play through the timeline levels as individuals and to experience cooperative games. We'll talk more about that, where you can work together to fight against the evil Horwasp and do this. So without further ado, I'm going to kind of jump into it. But the first thing and the most important thing, I mentioned this earlier, is we've had a bit of inconsistency in the past few years with kin and mega credits outside of the game versus mega credits inside the game and whatnot. And so we've taken all of that away, and we've replaced that with a new meta currency called Giga credits. And so Giga is, or GC, becomes the new meta currency of the Echo Cluster. So this is when you complete levels, when you complete games, you're going to earn, when you capture planets inside of games, just like you have in the past, you will earn Giga credits. And Giga credits are what you're going to use to purchase campaign advantages, and also to be able to do timeline level attempts in the future. And so I'll talk more about that. So this is the biggest thing, and you can earn them through all the games like we talked about. And we are making one big change. Some of you will see this in different ways, but we are now going to make it possible for you as players to purchase Giga credits with actual US dollars to buy Giga credits, and if you want to sort of get some of these campaign advantages faster. And really, this is an opportunity for those of you who want to contribute further to Planets.nu, buy some Giga credits, and do some stuff. This is just another opportunity for us to try to earn a little bit more. For those of you who don't know, basically every dollar that we earn from Planets.nu right now is going back to the team. Obviously, we're not a huge community, and we have limited resources, but we are doing everything we can with what we have to provide more and more content back to you guys and make things as interesting as possible, like we're doing now. So buy some Giga credits, and for those of you who might be suddenly sitting back and thinking, oh my God, it's becoming a pay to win scenario, I think those of you who think rationally about this will know that that is certainly not the case, as our campaign advantage. First of all, you can't use the campaign advantages in any standard games, and the campaign games that you are in are where you can use all of these advantages are cap limited by the number of advantage points you can bring to the table. So it's really just about getting that shiny new toy that you might want to play with a little bit sooner. Otherwise, you can earn all of these Giga credits just by playing in your games. If you want to buy some Giga credits and you want to look at this thing and look at the store and what you can buy, you can now click on the Giga credits symbol on your home page account with your My Games page. The little dollar sign that was in the past is now replaced with this Giga credits symbol. So click on that to see how to get some more of those. Okay, so Giga credits ties into everything that we are doing in the home sector. And here is a picture of the home sector. Now, some of you may have already seen this, because in fact, this home sector has been live for new player signups on the mobile device for the last few months. And we've been honing that experience and the onboarding experience for players on mobile, and it's been going quite well. Lots and lots of players are now playing in their home sector that are people that are probably you haven't even seen in some of the typical games, because they are participating in this sector more primarily. So what is it? It's a new single player experience, and all of you now will have the ability to create your own home sector. And so on your My Games page, as soon as Big Beaver releases it, he might be releasing it even as we're speaking right now, you'll be able to go to your own My Games page, and there'll be a button there, and you can click it to create your own home sector. And as you can see, the home sector has some interesting user interface. Basically, you start with just one small subsector. So each of these hexagons that you're seeing on the screen are what we're calling subsectors in your home sector. And those subsectors can be unlocked by performing actions within your home sector. And I'm going to talk a bit more in detail about how this whole thing works. But this is now available in both the desktop and the mobile versions. It is not available in the old desktop version. So you might want to take this opportunity to try out the new version by playing in your home sector in a zero pressure environment. So the home sector is your own home sector. It's a place that you are exploring and developing just for your own purposes. And we're going to continue to add more and more functionality in here. In order to unlock subsectors, the most common scenario is to complete a timeline level. And so as you complete more and more of the timeline levels, you'll be able to unlock more levels. But there's also some additional cool stuff in here that you can do. How does it work? So you can play as many turns in your home sector as you have in your turn bank. And when you play, you get, or as time passes in real time, you gain more turns. However, you can only store up to 5 turns at a time in your turn bank. So if you use your turns, you'll get more turns. If you don't use them, your turn bank is just going to stay full. So whenever your turn bank fills up, play a few turns in your home sector, and you'll be able to do a few things in there, and then you can continue to play. At the beginning, you get a lot of turns very quickly, but over time, you'll get less and less turns that you can play, and it'll stretch out a little bit more over time. So this is how it works. Check out your turn bank to see the turns that you have, and you'll see how those start to work as you play with it. As I mentioned earlier, the timeline is now going to be, all timeline levels are going to be reset. If you completed one in the past, you're going to have to start it again. A lot of those have actually been changed, but they've been, and then they're getting tweaks and modifications as we've been releasing this. So in order to unlock the subsectors in your home sector, you'll need to complete those timeline levels and unlock them. And there are quite a few new ones released, and we'll be releasing a lot more of those in the near future in order to continue to keep this going. So, however, each time that you want to attempt a timeline level unlock, you will need to spend a few giga credits in order to do that. So you'll need to earn some of those up. So how do you earn those up? Well, one of the coolest things that you're going to find inside of your home sector as you play this is that every home sector has a portal, and you will be able to unlock this portal as you complete a few things within your home sector. And once you unlock your portal, the portal is a connection. It's a giant wormhole that is connecting sectors within the echo cluster. And so those sectors are connected via portals, and it's like a big wormhole. It's very stable. And from the portal, we have the ability to send ships from our home sector. And this is one of the first times in the history of the echo cluster that it is possible now to fly or bring ships from one sector or from one game to a completely other game. And this is one of what is possible via this portal. And so we've created a concept, and as your principal enemy in the game is, of course, the Horwas plague. We all hate them. So this is your opportunity to fight against them and to kill them and get rid of them from the echo cluster. So the way this works is, from your portal, there are 2 currently and soon to be 3 new game formats which are available to be played. And so this should be a lot of fun. In your home sector, you can bring ships to your portal, and from there you can start a mission in order to earn some giga credits. So send your ship from the home sector to a different sector where you're able to complete a mission to earn a few giga credits or a lot of giga credits, depending on the type of level that you're playing. And so the 3 levels are Horwasp Incursion, which is just a small level where the wasps have just arrived, and you need to keep them from establishing themselves into a new sector. So you, as a mercenary, are hired out to go and save a sector somewhere. Bring your ships to do that. And the second level is a Horwasp Invasion, which is a much bigger level, where 3 players must cooperatively work to protect a region from a heavy establishment of Horwasps that are coming in. And so fight back those Horwasps 3 against 1 and push them out of the sector and earn a very healthy giga credit reward. And lastly, there will be a version that is not ready yet, but it will be coming out soon, called a Horwasp Infestation, which is a 6-player co-op battle against a very large number of Horwasps that are heavily established in a sector. This is going to be a very hard level. I've already been test playing through the Horwasp Invasion level. That one is not easy. You're going to have to be pretty good in order to successfully do it. The Horwasp Infestation is going to be even tougher. So really big opportunity to battle in a fun environment cooperatively against the Horwasp AI. Okay, so that's the home sector. That's what we've got, and I'm hoping all of you go out and launch your new home sector and give it a try. Play through the experience, and the idea is that we will be adding more and more content and timeline levels from there to just continue to expand what you're able to do in that, and that we're going to be adding some additional unique features in there to continue to make that a fun sort of foundation. for players. And I also recommend that if you have new players who are looking to play the game and you want to give them an opportunity to try, have them try to play in the home sector, as it's going to be a fun experience where they can play a lot of turns quickly, and there's a good tutorial system in there to teach the basics to those players in a low pressure environment. And one thing that's really important to understand, your home sector, while there is adversity within it, it's an area for you to develop in your own for your own joy and fun. No one is ever going to come and smash your home sector. So it's meant to be a fun place to develop an empire the way you would like it to look, and design it as such. So more of a creative environment to develop in rather than a true war environment. So this is where you as a player and as a person or character in the Echo cluster exist, and you're going to discover interesting things in that home sector as you play through it. Okay. As I mentioned earlier, Guy Walker has been hard at work after finishing the ships, and we have now, for the first time in the history of VGA Planets, we are going to have different starbase image for every race. And that is going to be going live in the next hours, I think. And you're going to be seeing all of these different starbases. So here you can see the new model for the birds. And this is the new Birdman starbase. And one of the things that we're working on with this, it's not ready for release quite yet, but very soon, is that as you upgrade your starbases with hull tech level and building defense posts on them, you will actually get different or upgraded pictures of the starbase. So here you can see a fully upgraded bird starbase. The basic one is a little bit more basic than this, but doesn't have the big space dock shipyard construction on the back of it, where you can see in this picture a Darkwing is parked in there, and it doesn't have those defense posts around the outside. But this is something you're going to see as you upgrade your starbases in the future. But for now, you're going to see very different starbases for every race, and I've got a few of them here. I don't have every one of them, but I'm going to show a few of them in the next coming slides. So, but there is a new unique starbase for every race. So here we have colonies with, you can see some, I believe, Cygnuses parked there at that starbase. So you can get a sense of scale between these two things. So kind of neat. Here we've got Privateer starbase. Looks quite different. And can you guess which one this is? The Evil Empire, specially designed to be able to work on a Gorby. So that should be an interesting one. And here we have the Rebel starbase with a Rush parked at one of the platforms. Cyborg starbase. Here is a robot starbase, kind of like one of their base ships. Here we have a lizard starbase, and you can see a T-Rex at the bottom there this is a lizard starbase with the hulls upgraded once this upgrade portion is done. So you can get a sense there of the size of a T-Rex at the bottom of this lizard starbase. And here I've got a crystal starbase. Okay, so that's it for now for the starbases. There are some more, a couple that I didn't do, so you'll have to go into your games or in order to see those, and hopefully you're going to start seeing those pictures in the games. It's going to be very different. You're probably used to the same starbase image for many years across all races. So enjoy. That should be adding something to the experience, we're hoping. So lastly, the last thing on our agenda here is something that I'm going to switch over to giving access, or switch this presentation over to Caro McNimble in order to show you. But we are in the very early stages of creating something new out of all these 3D models. And this has really been just an experiment. Creating the 3D models has really been all about the artwork. It's about creating, good 2D artwork that we can use. But of course, we built them as 3D models. So we wanted to experiment and say, what can we do with these in terms of making combat visible in 3D? And so we have created the first version of the 3D VCR player, and McNimble is going to give you some breakdown on that and give you a little bit of a demonstration of some of it. And we're going to release some of that to you guys to play with and start to see. And you guys will be able to follow along in the coming months as the progress on this improves and we continue to make it look cooler and cooler and cooler. And really, this is obviously just about fun and making some cool eye candy for us. So not all of the UI elements and everything are, super sharp yet, and some of the stuff. So Carol can talk to you about that more, or McNimble can talk to you more about that. But we're working on it, and this is an early release for you guys to have a look at. So without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to McNimble, and I'm going to sign out, and then you can switch back to me, Carol, when you are ready. And I think we'll just let you share the screen. So I'll stop sharing from here.
Right, I'm sharing my entire screen. So the interesting thing, of course, then is to see the Planets client with an alpha version of the 3D battle viewer. I'm going to launch it with some very simple ships, just to have a rough look at what it is. A large deep space freighter versus a medium deep space freighter. On the left-hand side, either top or bottom, you see the description of the ship on the left-hand side, and on the right bottom or right top, you see the description of the right-hand side. As you can see, the ships come fly towards each other. That's quite boring with two freighters, but I do want to indicate that on the left we have two buttons, on the top we have two buttons, and on the right-hand side we have two buttons. We can also, in order to view this battle from multiple viewing points, we're trying to find the best place to view the battles from. It's not very easy to find convenient locations because we're showing the ships on real size. So there's really the tiny probes and the huge corvettes, and finding proper viewpoints to view that all nicely is hard. So we can view this battle from the top. I can restart it, and then you can see that they're closing in. This would be also one of the views you could use on a handheld, which has a portrait layout. The traditional one from the side, and then we have the view from the right-hand ship as we started, but you can also do that from above. And you can view it from the left-hand side, from the medium deep space freighter in this case, and also
No, I don't. Carol, we can't hear you right now. We were able to hear you all the way up until that moment, and then it just stopped. Maybe you'll need to join back to the meeting and see. Yeah. Try that again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good. Then oops, no, not that one. That one. Sharing the screen again. Okay, so I heard that you could not hear me. I'm guessing that was because the VCR player started making sounds. I have to do that again. So it's quite possible that sounds will disappear again. So you can really see that the probe is very tiny here, but if I view things from the probe, you can see the probe very nicely. The large deep space freighter approaching. So it fired a beam. I hope you can still hear me. If not, I'm sure I'll be notified of it again. Let's be a bit more fancy here, because who wants a probe here? Let's switch to something with a lot more beams and run the simulation. The triangles are tetrahedrons. We need something to fly around with while the thing is moving. While we don't have the model, we just saw something. So this saber is shooting with more beams. And because GUI Walker annotated where the beams on the hull are, you can actually fire the beams from the turrets on the hull. And if we look at this from, say, the ship itself, you can see, oh, it's already captured. Let me restart it. If you view that from the ship itself, you can see a lot better that it's the actual beam turrets, which you see here at the top, are firing, and it's not just random from the ship. How's that? I do hope that on the video quality is good enough that you can really see the beams firing. Large deep space freighter obviously captured. Let's move things up a bit. Let's use a meteor, and let's be a bit nice on the armament or the bell finishes way too fast. So other things that are in the 3D models are some bits that move, rotate. In the battle viewer, you get that automatically. Oh, and that's obviously torpedoes that are being fired. Some of them hit the ship, some of them miss. Some of these things you can then more easily see from, say, above. Where the torpedoes fly to the side of the ship or actually hit it. From the side. Or from that ship itself. You see them flying past and some hit. It's going to need more explosions, but those will come. On the other hand, I guess this ship will explode at some point. There are some explosions already, but well, you get the drift of the 3, 2, 1. Ah, captured. That wasn't really the intention. Let's use something bigger. Let's choose a nebula and give it more gates. Just run it. The saber from above. Nebula from above. And boom, big fat explosion. All right. Let's just pick a couple of bigger ones here. A big fat cube and an automa. As you see, the cube is so big it blocks view, but viewing it from here is much better. And see all those fighters, they move around, they move in, they move out. If I rerun it and view that from the automa side, you can see all the fighters flying out, being shot down, explosions, and then they return back to the automa and end up right there, and it blasts to hell. Finally, let me do. Oh, just use something big here. Let's pitch a Warby against Starbase. Yeah, why not? Go. or from above if you really want to see it. And rerun it. So Corby is approaching the starbase, even though from the point of view of the Corby it looks the other way around. And off it goes. And I think I'm going to leave it at that. So Joshua, back to you.
Thanks, Carol. That was awesome. Obviously, you know, as you guys can see, we're still a work in progress. We're trying to find the best way to present this information and make it exciting and fun, and we're still working on a lot of those little graphics things. And really, it's about realizing the investment that we've made in all of the 3D elements. Obviously, we know that the existing VCR player is totally fine to do the game, but we can make it more fun, and that's the idea that we're aiming for here. So we will keep the 2D VCR player very much alive as an option for players over time. I think it still has purpose and place for why not, but we're hoping to be able to make some opportunities for you guys to create some really exciting battles and see you know, show off some big fights and some battles, and we may experiment in the future as well with what we've done in the past with the Unity version. When we started doing it, was we created a version that sort of combined fleets for. It created one VCR out of when a fleet battle occurred, and so this is something kind of interesting for us to consider. When we look at that, and it's not to say that fleet combat would actually be there. It's still one-to-one fleet combat or one-to-one combat, but we would display the combat in a shared way. So with all the ships coming together and kind of producing an algorithm that creates a realistic battle that just unfolded. So this is more about just eye candy than anything. But those models look great. Good guy, Walker, great job, and it's really exciting to see them to come together, and obviously Carol, great job on making that, making all this graphics. So we're gonna have a lot of fun with it, hopefully in the next year. Okay, let's talk a little bit about 2023 and beyond. We're almost at the very end of our presentation. Just a small things here. You can see some artwork. This is when Averine is coming up with ideas for us. She usually sketches things out, and they always look very interesting and cool. So she's just throwing some sketch work out here that she's dropped back to us. But when we look at 2023, it's really a continuation for us on work on the home sector and the 3D VCRs. So it's continuing what we've been working on now. We want to add more timeline levels. We want to add that final Horwasp infestation level to make that available. And one of the big areas that you're going to see in the home sectors as it starts to advance, there's a bunch of little things that we want to add. We've got a bunch of ideas on how we want to improve it, but you will eventually be able to have multiple races in the home sector. So all of you are starting in the home sector as the feds. This is sort of the storyline element of this. But as you unlock more things, you will actually be able to get more races in there and actually play some of your turns as different races. And so you can design your home sector how you want by playing turns in those different races as you unlock them inside of your home sector. So that's something that is going to be coming, and you will start to see more and more things unlocking in your home sector in the coming weeks and months. I know that mobile, it's on our agenda. We feel that we've finally got the mobile version where we need it to be. It feels very good, and it's a good UI for mobile. And so we may finally make the investment to get that over to iOS. That's going to depend a little bit on how things go in the next little bit as we attempt some different campaigns to get more signups in the mobile version. If that's working well, then we'll make the investment to go over to iOS. For I know you all you iPhone users and whatnot are missing out right now with the newest version. There's reason for that is entirely Apple. They made it very difficult for us and actually blocked our newest versions because we didn't have enough community content controls and whatnot. They have a lot of guidelines and restrictions that make it quite challenging to get approved for everything. So that is the reason that we're currently in the Android store and not in the Apple store with the latest version. But we may try to overcome that hurdle in 2023. Lastly, get out there and just another push here on League. Go out there, join League 2023. It's just fun. It's low pressure. It's a good time, and it's it supports the whole site and the experience by being in those games and trying to earn some points there. And it's just another fun way to play Planets. And the pressure is definitely not what it was in the first season, and it's a lot of fun. So get out there, and we can't let the international team win again. So come on, guys, we got to knock them down. If you see them in your games, take them out. They're not going to like that, but go ahead. All right, so that's it for 2023. Can you hear me now?
Okay. Hopefully everybody can hear now. Me and Joshua and McNimble. Joshua, can you just say something to kind of make sure everything's working right?
Yep. Can you hear me now?
Perfect. Okay, so I'll start off with some questions while the chat starts throwing some questions. Gideon will capture those questions and send them to me, but I have a couple I wrote down. Just because it's in the order that I wrote it down, not because I have any bias. Let's talk about this CDL, the covert data link for the birds. You answered one of my questions in it, but how is this code communicated? Is it in a report? Is it in the GUI at all?
It's in the GUI. So this is really about creating like consistency and the correct expectation for the birds. So when you do a super spy, you normally see the friendly code of an enemy planet, and you see that when you click on the enemy planet or ship. So you can see that there. There's a small indicator that is now added if you have covert data link active. There's a small indicator next to the friendly code that shows a percentage of confidence that you have in that code. And so when you first discover it with Super Spy, then you will see a little 100% next to the code. It's above in the mobile version, but in the desktop version, you got a little 100% next to it. And when you see that 100%, then you know you can use that code with 100% confidence. As the code gets older, that percentage will drop, and you'll know that you're taking a risk when you start to use that code. If you know of a code that was not from Super Spy, then you will not have that indicator next to it. So for example, if one of your planets gets taken, you know the friendly code, but you don't really know the friendly code with any confidence. So it won't work. If you try to use that code, it may work if it's actually still the code that the player has on the planet. So that does not change. So if if one of your planets gets taken and then, the player there does not change the code, you can still set your friendly code to that code and try to fly away. And it might work because if they haven't changed it, it will still match and you'll be able to fly through a minefield, for example. But if you actually discover it with covert data link with Super Spy, then if they actually change the code, it doesn't matter. You still can use that old code to fly through the minefield.
And I'm assuming this percentage display is not available in the old client?
No, it's not available in the old client.
How does this new functionality work with Super Spy when they change the friendly code? You have 5 ships together, you super spied, you change the code, is that code still going to depreciate in how much it can protect you?
Yes. So you've changed the code, and now you know it via SuperSpy. So as long as you know the code via SuperSpy, that sort of locks in the link, the data link. So it will continue to work for you. However, as I mentioned in the thing, if you try to use a code, so if its code is 100%, then you're going to be fine, right? You can use it for that following turn. But say 3 turns later, you have a fleet and you're approaching a planet, and you know the code from that planet, and there's a minefield around it. You might try to fly your fleet through that minefield using that code. But each one of those ships that transmits that code to try to fly through that minefield safely will be risking exposing that old code that you're trying to get away with. And if any one of those ships exposes it, then any subsequent ships that try to use that code will not succeed. And so you will actually be flying in danger of hitting a mine.
And that would be in ID order?
In ID order, yes.
So if the code, let's say a weird scenario, you change the code, they didn't change it for 3 turns, you're 100%. But if they change the code, then you're what, 70%?
That's right. The old code might still work because you established that covert data link 3 turns before.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Deep Watcher. It cloaks? It cloaks?
It doesn't cloak. Its scan visibility goes down to 1. So it basically shuts itself down. It's very quiet, sitting out there. So you cannot actively scan it, right, in space. So you're not going to see it in space unless you come to the exact location where it is, which you might go to because let's say you saw it out in space, because it has to move off of the planet in order to scan. So it moves off the planet, you see it in the location out in space, and then it disappears. Now, you don't know whether it went back to a planet or somewhere else, or did it go into watching mode. But you know the last coordinates it was at. So if you fly to that exact location, you may discover it there and be able to blow it up.
Can it move while deep scanning?
No.
What's the range?
I think, Carol, do you remember? I think it's 200 light years.
So it's less than standard?
It's sensor sweep range, I believe, is what it is.
Okay. So whatever that game is coded
whatever
for,
that value is for sensor sweep. Yeah.
Okay.
It's not 350. That's the normal scan range, but it's sensor sweep range, which is 200 usually.
Gotcha. The Gorby destroy planet Gorby. So that means it's a fully teched out Gorby in order for fear to kick in. It's not any Gorby.
I think any Gorby, because you don't know which one is, doing this, so it's not giving away information about it. It's any Gorby when destroy planet is active.
Does fear affect allies?
No.
Okay. I don't remember how long ago, it was 2 or 3 years ago, you talked about a campaign feature for the bots that was supposed to give them fuel economy when traveling through a minefield. Do you remember that? Or was I dreaming?
That sounds familiar, but I don't think I put that out there. Otherwise, we would probably have a record of that.
I'm going to go back to my cons and then I'll email you.
But maybe somebody brought it up and it seemed like a good idea, because that does sound really great.
It would help with one of their problems. Okay.
I like it.
The -1 priority point. Does that apply to the campaign variants of those ships with an understanding that you've specifically already excluded gunboats of the Topaz?
Yeah, unless otherwise specified, it does. But there's a number of them there that I specified. It's the gunboats, the shield generator from the Saber doesn't have it, and like a few others.
So like
that
all
are
the
not,
D3 variants.
All the D3 variants, yes. All the Death Specula variants, yes.
Okay.
Etc.
Stacking, fascinating. Me and so when you go to this part, we sit down here and we just watch the show with everyone else. So we don't know anything about what he's going to say. And we're very excited about that. And I got a couple questions. These are my questions. I got maybe a couple on stacking, and then one on mites, and then we'll go to the user questions. So, stacking, does it apply to the campaign variants of those ships?
Yep.
Okay. And can you stack
the
same?
That one I need to check on. I'm going to check on it. I don't think it does, actually. No, it's not the heavy Scorpius and like those ones. No, it's only the standard variants of those ones. Sorry, okay. My mistake on that. Yeah.
Can you stack two of the same hulls? Can you put two Patriots together?
No.
Okay. And I'm assuming this is not undoable. You can't separate them.
No, it's a one-way street. Once you merge them, you're down to one ship.
So this has an interesting effect on the ship queue, shipbuilding. You could free up a slot without giving up firepower.
That's right.
Okay. I'm fighting a wasp. They shoot a mite at me. How do I avoid it? Can I kill it?
If you're close enough, like, and it hits you in one turn, you can't avoid it. It's hitting you, right? So if you fly within 81 light years and they shoot one at you at warp 9, then it's going to hit you. You're going to take a hit of damage, right? If it's red mite or blue mite. So I do expect that to happen a lot as you're approaching their planets. If they launch the slower version of it, warp 6 or warp 7, and you see it out in space chasing you, obviously you can just fly away from it. Or you can use one of your other ships. If you can figure out which ship it's targeting, you could use a ship that it's not targeting to blow it up, to like intercept and blow it up. But if you do intercept it with the ship that it is actually targeting, it's going to hit you.
Gotcha. I see some interesting tactics with going like green, red. Track them and then shoot them.
You might want to, if you want to like draw them in, as you're approaching, you're going to have to think also about like going in, or maybe like how close do you get? Do you like just stay outside that range and then let them fire off some mites and then go in, right? Because it is expensive fuel wise, 99 fuel to launch one. And so it's kind of expensive for them to keep launching them.
If you're hit with a green mite and you didn't have a chance to see it in space, do you know it?
You know it, yes, because you'll have an infection on your ship.
That's the tracking?
Sorry, the green mite. Sorry, I was thinking the blue mite. The green mite, the tracking mite, no. You will not know it.
Can a red mite, can any of the mites successfully impact a cloak ship?
No.
Okay.
They can shoot one at a cloak ship, and it will chase that cloak ship around, but it will not hit them unless they uncloak at the same location.
So it could follow you around if you...
It can follow you because they can kind of sense where you are and they're going at you, but cloaking, it's just like they can't fight your cloak ships. So it's the same thing. They can't do combat or like initiate or actually hit you when you're cloaked.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Okay. To the questions from the community. This is actually one that was put right at the end of McNimble's, but either one of you can answer it. First, I'm going to ask the question, and then I want you to say that's true or not of the data, and then answer how you wish from there. Are you surprised by the resistance to playing the game with the new UI? It seems that most of the top players do not use the new client.
Well, I'm not surprised at all. I mean, people don't like to change. So, but we didn't really, obviously there's a lot of advantages to the new UI, and we continue to build them on there. And there's the, I guess when I'm talking about the new UI or like the desktop UI, I think most players play with that. I mean, there are some holdouts, and we see them very vocal in the chat, but on play.planets.nu is kind of a small percentage of the audience.
Okay.
Yeah. The desktop version, the normal new desktop version is very commonly used. The new mobile version is definitely still growing in use. It's very new. It's very different. And it's principally geared at creating a modern mobile experience so that we can advertise on mobile and try to gain new users there. So we're not really looking to, you know, whether you guys choose to use that mobile version, there's no expectation there. I personally still like to play my turns on the desktop as well. And although I do play turns, especially a lot of the smaller format games, I like to play them on my phone now with the new mobile, and it's great. But the big games, I still like to use my desktop and my mouse and my keyboard. It's just more efficient and faster. So, so I don't worry too much about that. You know, we want to make sure you guys are happy too, and you know, I really would encourage you guys to play with the desktop UI, to be honest, versus the old version. And the reason I say that is I don't think the learning curve is as hard as you guys think. And I think that, you know, if my dad, Forger, can cross that road, and he resisted it for a long time, but then after a couple of weeks, Forger, yeah.
Okay.
So Forger, you know, he's you know, a old time player, and he would laugh and say it himself, but he made the leap to play on the new version, and you know, after a couple of weeks, he probably could never go back anymore, right? So it's just a little bit of a learning curve to cross that bridge.
All right. Mersu asks, will there be a 5-turn victory countdown when 40% of planets are captured in league games or in straight away?
Yes. No, it'll be a 5-turn countdown, as usual.
Okay. Ricardo asks, can you make the scroll bars larger on the new client desktop?
We probably could, yeah. We've never had that request. Is that it's always good to get feedback. So if you guys have, you know, problems with something that is giving you guys challenge, remember you can always use your mouse scroll as well to scroll up and down in those windows. If you just set the focus, just use your mouse scroll wheel to scroll up and down. That's the usual way, I would say, to scrolling inside of a window.
Darian Strumfels, I probably skewer people's names so much, says, missing a Rebel Emperor ship. What about that?
We need a Rebel Emperor, right?
Who was the last Emperor?
The last Emperor was Zaka.
Did we get a ship from him?
We haven't got a ship from him yet. It is on the agenda. As you know, or maybe it's not clear. So we've kind of like gone away from being like locked into the race that you're in and a ship. We're kind of opening it up to the emperors to have a discussion if they want to add a ship or an advantage. Oftentimes we get like limited feedback from the emperors. They're busy people, you know, so they don't always respond immediately to us or like reach out. Some of them are like, I've had this idea for the last 5 years and like, that's why I won this game. And then they reach out and we're like, we do it. Right. So we do put out. Zaka, if you're out there, if you have an idea, you know, reach out to us. Definitely can like implement something. And same thing with Paudolf. Congratulations. And like, feel free to reach out to us and tell us if you have an idea for an advantage or ship for any race. It's just if you have something you want to bring to the table, I think this is a better approach for us to allow the players more flexibility.
Sounds good. Eric Merchant says, tradition dictates that I advocate for empire and robot changes. Can provide some insight why they are not being given any significant changes to standard. Are they winning more now?
Well, the Empire has had probably some of the most changes in standard, and like they've had a lot of improvements already. So I feel like we've done a lot for them in campaign. The robots do have a lot of campaign advantages that are available to them now. Some really interesting ones. And we really have looked at them from a standard standpoint, but we haven't felt like, I should say, in this case, I haven't felt like that. I haven't felt certain about any of those campaign advantages to say, this is the one that should go to standard or something like that for robots, right? So this is something that we've thought about. The robots, I mean, statistically speaking, are like middle of the pack, so they're pretty reasonable anyways. So it's just really like the balance need is not necessarily there. And the campaign features, they've got some really interesting ones like dense minefields, things like that are like quite powerful. So
they're fun to play with.
We're exploring it. I like this fuel boost idea though, so maybe we can have a think about that one.
I'm gonna go back through because I swear you came up with this.
Maybe.
Or I dream of State of Nuniverse.
Maybe that's why I like
it. Connie's campaign change seems like a huge balance change. Can you comment on why you chose to make such a dramatic change and what playtesting has shown?
Well, there hasn't been a lot of playtesting yet. That is going to be on you guys, and that's what our campaign playground is really all about. And the advantage points system, it is a 45-point advantage. So you're going to have to make a decision about whether you bring it in or not for your colonies. But the biggest thing was the colonies didn't have a lot of campaign options available to them. And so we were looking for something fun and interesting that would really be exciting for them and a lot of fun. It's meant to be fun. So we're hoping you guys enjoy playing around with all those different combinations and dreaming about them and thinking about them and working out what they might be and what you want to build with those things. So you have the ability to create a lot of different types of ships now.
Will those combinations with those funky names that you guys came up with show up in the ship list for them so we can just look at them, maybe sim with them?
No, we made a specific choice not to include them in the simulator and other things, so it's a bit of an unknown. And when you see one in space, you're going to have to kind of guess what you think the weight is and all of those things.
Are you able to give those ships away? Those stack ships? Can you give them to another race?
Yeah, you can.
Without knowing instantly off the top of my head, do any of those ships have any special?
No, none of those ships. None of those ships have any special advantages. So they're all. It's really just vanilla ships with different configurations.
Are friendly codes for minefields laid after the super spy impacted by the earlier link?
Sorry, say that question again.
So you establish a CDL, you have a code, it starts degrading turn by turn. A minefield was laid on the third turn after you got it. Would the friendly code you got 3 turns before work for safe transit?
As long as it's the same planet that is the minefield friendly code is coming from, then yes, it's the planetary friendly code, right? So yes, it would still work a few turns later, even though that minefield was added later, if that's where the minefield friendly code is coming from. So basically, the game is looking at your personal vision of that planet, and so if you see that friendly code with an established link, then if that's the minefield friendly code planet, as we call it, for the minefield, the friendly code planet for that minefield, it will work.
How does CDL and the universal minefield friendly code interact, if at all?
Well, if you know the it doesn't interact. It's not based on it, like that is not one thing that, like, if you know the universal code from one of the like if you find what looks like a universal code from one of the planets, or you set it, it doesn't work across all things, because it's only looking at the minefield, the planetary code for that particular.
So it's
thing.
a local effect.
Local effect only, yeah.
Okay. Asked that one already. IceDale88 asks, will there be any thoughts about changing the ranking and promotion system, and also about the badge system?
Right now, no. But you're going to be able to earn both achievement and rank by playing in some of those Horwasp levels from your home sector.
Okay. Slipped. Hold on. Can the deep space scanning ship be towed while deep scanning?
I would have to ask Big Beef on that one if how he's implemented that. So I'll double check on that one for you guys.
If it can, it cloaks.
Yeah, I don't want to make a call on it either on the spot without talking with the team and making sure that we've covered our bases. My guess is he's thought about it already.
Foundation Aerospace asks, where can I find the artwork that has been used in this live?
Well, a lot of the artwork that we've shown in the slides are actually included as some of them are from timeline levels and other things. So almost all of this artwork that we're looking at is in-game somehow. So you're going to come across them basically as you complete timeline levels and see some of these things. Inside the timeline levels, we have a lot of stories and characters and things. And so we are starting to put more and more artwork into those things. So go out and play the timeline levels, and then you can save them from there.
Do mites move before other ship movement? Which doesn't make sense if they're intercepting. So I'm assuming the answer is
no. They move after they're intercepting. Yeah, they move during the intercept phase. One thing back on that, asking for the artwork. I do know that Averane has been making a few screensaver type or background pictures with high resolution. So we might be making some of those available for download in the near future.
That would be cool. Okay. If a green mite is on a ship that hasn't stacked, will the stack ship remove the mite? You gotta love these things. You don't know, do you?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. I would have to see what happens, actually. Maybe that's a scenario we need to sit down and think about. So thanks for bringing that up.
This is what I love about this community. Let me see if I can really trip them up. Is there a way to remove a green mite?
No, you don't even know about it. It's just there. You don't even know if it's on there or not. It's just following you around.
When the ship ceases to exist, it's no longer tracked.
The green mite ceases to exist. So that is the way to remove it. Die.
Die or recycle or...
Yeah.
I'm assuming... Can I assume it survives change of ownership?
Yeah, it does. It's attached to the hull of the ship, basically, and you don't know it's there.
Does it give any scanning ability, or is it just if it goes way beyond Horus detection range, are you going to see anything other than the ship?
Yes. So Horwasp, they have psychic scanning within 100 light years, right? So they see everything within 100 light years. So they will see everything within 100 light years of that green mite.
Oh my goodness. That's dastardly. Mine hit, whatever. That's dastardly. Okay. Gideon says, I feel robots, golems, could use a torpedo tube or two. For a big ship, it fares far too poorly in combats with starbases and other large carriers. More of a suggestion than a question.
Well, we'll take that into account, Gideon. Maybe we'll build a special Gideon-class golem and add a few torpedo tubes.
It really is hard to crack a starbase with the bots. It's one of the most frustrating things about them. That and
it's definitely one of the challenges, and this is why I would throw out there to all you bots players. The bots seem to feel like they should be a defensive race, but I think it's far more important to be extremely aggressive with the robots and their minefields and win early. Don't wait for the end game.
True. I don't know what he's trying to get here, but I'm just going to read it for fun. Foundation Aerospace. What if natives get so pissed off they rebel, kill off all the colonists, seize any ships and starbases in orbit of their world? It would be even more of an obstacle this rebellion could spread to other worlds.
And possibly have then like a non-player race taking those ships and like doing stuff. Sounds like fun. Maybe we should see that somewhere. Who knows? That sounds interesting.
To solve AI.
Yeah, especially if they were like, high government level. Maybe they could pull that off.
Maybe they could. Are you going to change achievement points for fixed turn games? I don't know what's broken. Maybe you know what he's talking about.
I will review it. I don't know. I don't know what even the result is actually right now in terms of achievement points for those fixed turn league games. I don't know what the outcome is.
I think he's saying here, current league games give very little points for winning compared to normal standard game.
Yeah, we'll review that. I think it's a good thing to look at. I want to make sure that it's feels worthwhile to play those games relative to others.
Speaking of artwork, are there 3D representations, actual 3D models? And if they are, is there any way to retrieve the model data files for purpose such as 3D printing?
There are definitely models. There are definitely model files, and maybe we could 3D print one of them. That's something I would have to talk with Gugai Walker about. Maybe he can answer those questions in the feed.
Sounds
or
like something you could buy.
Could be interesting. Yeah, if you could print out one of these ships, it would be pretty neat.
Some of them may need LEDs inside because they emit light.
And just for our audience, this will be the end of our questioning point. I have a couple more, but we're not going to be taking any more. Considering the variation of allowing varieties of visual fighters, is there any likelihood of different racial fighters with different stats? Do you think that they might become more unique?
I mean, that would be like, another kind of level of game change. I will say that that's like less likely. It's something that we would add, certainly in the near future. And it's just from a complexity standpoint, from a coding standpoint and whatnot, I know that would be fairly complex. So, this is something that we can consider. Like I feel like any dial is adjustable potentially in the, universe. It's what ones we choose to adjust. And, we have stayed within some bounds, but that one is one we certainly haven't adjusted yet.
Mm-hmm. Will there be awards or badges, I think is what they're talking about, for Horwas?
Badges, yeah. We haven't added it yet, as the Horwas are not typically in most standard games right now still. So those are kind of geared, I guess, slightly towards that, although they work on others. I think we should add them, and so that's something that we'll look into.
So with AIs taking over drop players, you mentioned in your slides in your presentation that that player can return to them, but can a mercenary or a sub come in and pick up that race?
Yeah, we've been talking about that, and we're probably going to open there's sort of pros and cons to it. So we actually had a discussion about that very subject. The answer is yes right now, but we're kind of debating on the pros and cons of it because one of the negatives of any dropper or replacement position is that somebody might come in and switch their allegiance, which tends to cause a lot of frustration in the players involved. So the nice thing about the AI is that you can count on it not turning around and suddenly attacking you from your neighbor versus like you're in a game and your enemy recruits a friend to come and play that position, right? So there are some pros and cons that we have to kind of weigh on that. So, I mean, that's probably one we're going to talk about a little bit more before we finalize one way or the other. At the same time, people do like taking replacement positions at times, and it can be a really enjoyable experience. So we want to make sure that those are off. So there might be a window there, or there might be some rules, or I don't know. We're going to evaluate it a little bit.
Is the AI going to kick in the moment they drop? Or
I think we've got it on a
resigns.
one-turn delay. I think it's a one-turn delay.
So someone could resign with the intent of someone replacing them, and that would be able to work as the way it is made right now?
Yeah.
But then the AI kicks in, and am I drawing the right conclusion that it is not assumable by another player after that point, unless you reevaluate?
I think it is. I think this is a question I don't want to answer because I'm not 100% certain what we finally decided on. Maybe you can remember, Carol, but I know that we talked about it recently, and I can't remember the final decision on that one because we were debating both sides of the discussion. That's one for Big Beefer.
Okay. I've seen a bunch of conversation about this and some comments about this. A player asks, how is the timeline difficulty play tested? I might, if I were asking that question, play test it out with determined.
Well, we play test all of them multiple times with multiple people. So I actually, the secret of it is that I play test it, and then I usually get my 10-year-old son to play test it as well, and then it kind of gives me an idea of how difficult it is one way or the other. Although he's pretty good, so this is kind of what we're trying to judge. But most of the timeline levels that we have out right now that are in your timeline or in your home sector that you can access now in your home sector are fairly easy. Some of the levels that we've had in the past have been actually pretty hard, and some of those ones are actually getting pushed out further now into the timeline. So you're going to encounter them later, maybe slight modifications on them, but they're going to be pushed out a little bit further in the timeline now.
Okay. Last question from the community. I had asked you earlier the -1 PP ships that you listed, and does it apply to campaign variants? And Mersu is asking, is the D19C really 1 PP now?
No, it's still 2 is the minimum, and the D19C is not included because it's not a D19B. D19C is not included. I didn't specify it because it has a different name, so it is a variant of it, but it's not included. The minimum is still 2, regardless, but there are no ships that fit that category, anyways. So
okay. So if we're looking at the website, is this going to be something that is identifiable on the ships page, or are we going to have to refer to a master list?
Yeah, I think we haven't talked about this, but right now the PP priority points are specified when you click on a ship and it says how many priority points it is. So we are going to specify with this included basically as that value on there. Right now it actually, like for a meteor it says 4, but it's actually 5 with the production point added. So in the documentation on the site, we're going to use the standard rule set of +1 PP for most ships, and these ones will not have that +1. So you can actually then count on this number.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Joshua, exciting State of the New. Lots of things to think about. I hope you got some time to do some reading over the next few days, because you're going to see it all over the activity feed.
I love it. I love the feedback always, and like I'm sure you guys will think of something that we as a team have not thought about over here, and you know, if we need to, we'll fill those holes or do what needs to be done. But you know, as always, you know, really big thanks to the whole community for supporting the site and being so engaged and energetic and full of ideas and all the questions and challenging us. You know, really appreciate everybody's, you know, feedback and you know, and support for the site. I really appreciate it. And Griffin as well, thanks again from the Planets.nu team for organizing this con. It's an amazing event. It's so fun and for everyone. And next time I'm going to win the trivia, but I'm not going to go off easy on you, SMN, this time. But yeah, no, thanks everybody for doing this, and congratulations to the league winners and Joe Snaffy and Paudolf. So thanks everybody for another great year at Planets.nu.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
All right, everybody. Thank you for joining us during this con. I appreciate you sticking with us. We're now on, about 6 hours, I think? Almost 7 hours, it looks like, that we've been live. I'm very curious if you guys like the lengths of these, if you'd like to see it even longer, shorter, length of presentation. Please send an email to planetsconlive@gmail.com with your feedback. Anything you can do to help us make this better would be greatly appreciated. I'm looking forward to working with Moeper for the organization next year, getting information out sooner, and just making it even better than it is now. But I'm very appreciative for everyone's efforts here, and you have a good time. Go try out the different timeline levels and the sector stuff that he talked about, and I'll see you guys in the activity feed. Bye.